catching Counter-Strike. And even here in Kerrigan right there, he's coming in with a bit of a fight in him. Often he's a little bit more jokingly, you know, he likes to poke towards the opponents and put away all the pressure. It felt like he came in here ready to fight, ready to make a point.
And he's already making a point right here. We've got the veto before us. FaZe are actually going for the nuke pick, which worked out for their match against Vitality. And I'd say Mao's going with the more typical pick here in Inferno. Mirage, a decider that I thought actually FaZe might have gone for as their pick. So the veto actually, in my eyes, shifts a little bit more in favor of FaZe, given the fact that they went for something that's a little bit more out there in nuke, but one that they've shown they have a good track record on.
I'm a little surprised that Overpass was not necessarily in the mix right there coming in from Mousebots. I feel like that could have been a sort of punish pick towards FaZe.
A little straightforward for Mouse.
Exactly, yeah. So maybe they're playing it safe, playing it cautious, but as you said, like I think Kerrigan said it, we said it, you could see it on the screen as well. I think most people predict Mouse to win this one, so maybe taking the least risk possible is a way to get there.
Straightforward for Mouse, but Jacob, you're always coming in with a little bit of a curveball, with a little bit of a bold statistic. What have you got for us this time?
No, but I just said it before, right? In terms of the fracking in-game leaders, we have two of the worst rated players on the server, but I think they have to contribute in each their respective way. Kerrigan, obviously, not known to be a fracking in-game leader. I said it before, 2,413 days since he last had a big LAN event with a positive KD. He's currently minus 27 for this event, so he has to have a banger of a game, a banger of a playoff in order to change that. Since then, FURIA, Bitcoin has gone up 1,183%. Kyusuke was 11 years of age. Saivu hadn't won a trophy, and ever since Saivu have won 20 trophies in 2 majors. And FURIA, you had your debut as a desk host, and ever since you've done 74 events as a desk host. So in terms of when was the last time Kerrigan had one of those banger events where he was the fracking in-game leader, it's been a while. But the point being, I don't think he needs to be. I think he needs to be a leader. I think he needs to activate Twist. He needs to activate Frozen. He needs to be the guy that Jacob can look towards and find a bit of comfort in. For Kerrigan, it's not about how many frags he gets in this game. It's about how much can he activate the players around.
He's already shown that he can do that on Nuke. In their win versus Vitality earlier in Stage 3, he got behind ZywOo and knifed him. How often does ZywOo get knifed, okay? So they're creating plans that have misdirection baked into them. They're using the outside cross smokes to get so much varied space. And so Exertion, Mouse, they're going to be on their guard. They're going to have to make sure that there's no real stone that's left unturned in terms of just making sure that FaZe are corralled. That's something that's so difficult for Vitality when they played FaZe. They were having such a tough time of figuring out where the next hit is coming from because Kerrigan was simply in his bag. I couldn't believe the amount of varied looks and the amount of finishers that they had off of losing earlier in Stage 1 to Fluxo. They lost to Art and Fluxo, and yet they beat Vitality less than a week later. So the progress has been tremendous. That is where we actually have to give a little bit credit to Neo, who's been on the hot seat lately for FaZe. And so really, they've brought the prep into this. I hope that Maus have a counter because, or else they could just be blindsided here.
We spoke Kerrigan, we spoke a bit of Jacob, of course, as well. We know what we're gonna get from Twist and from Frozen, a player's name that we haven't mentioned, and I feel like we wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't say Brokey. He's had a turnaround as well. I know a lot of the focus is on Jacob. Brokey had a terrible Stage 1, he had a rough Stage 2 as well. In Stage 3, Brokey turned up for the first time. The Brokey that we haven't seen in, dare I say, a couple of years, where he was the difference maker, where his intuition took over, where he actually had an awful lot of impact with the rifle, with the AWP. That Brokey, we need to see him in the playoff today. And as you said, Mao, the sample size is actually quite large for Brokey. He's been underwhelming for quite some time. But if what Brokey did in Stage 3 is what we can expect from Brokey here at the playoff, then FaZe stands a chance. But that's my point right here. I need to see the best from Jacob. I need to see the best from Brokey. I need to see Twist keep doing what he does. Otherwise, FaZe doesn't stand a chance. So it does feel like for me that everything has to align for them in order to beat Mouse. Whereas for Mouse, if you just activate a couple of their players, a couple of their strengths, whether that being the team play, whether that being Spinks as a closer, whether that being Exertion as an entry, just a couple of those working out for you should be enough.
This might sound like a little bit of cope looking at the Mouse side, but for Torsey walking out on this stage, right, maybe he'd anticipated a little bit more of a crowd, but maybe it's a sigh of relief, right? Not every single eye is looking in your direction in this arena. Do you think that might make him feel a little bit more comfortable immediately getting onto the stage? Because I don't feel like we see the Mouse of old where it is literally hit playoffs and then you have your issues, but in pressure situations, they kind of arguably are still struggling in some of those.
It's a unique perspective there, Freya, and one that actually could play into their favor. The fact that let's be honest, more people were shouting for FaZe there than for Mouse.
Yes.
I mean, I still am kind of flabbergasted by that fact, but one where some of the pressure is in fact relieved. That Mouse could probably think of themselves more about just playing their own game through and through, activating the script that Cyclone has already written for them throughout the first handful of rounds, and hopefully, if it needs to happen, then he can just call a timeout. I feel like, in a way, they're going to be a little bit calmer. It might be a bit of a blessing, too, that you're getting a Friday game, first one of the day as well, so that it's not completely packed out, where every eye is just bearing upon you, where every single move is so more under the microscope and scrutinized. So those are certain aspects that could play in the favor of Mouse, who, like you said, I mean, I feel like they shed some of the demons of big stage games last year, especially in Rio, but now and then you see them play a little bit beneath their level in terms of just individuals not stepping up.
Some of them, like we'll give them, you know, Vitality Cologne example, but then what happened immediately after that? They felt literally flat versus Spirit. I don't think they've totally shed that narrative quite yet, no?
Maybe not. Maybe not when it comes to the grand finals and winning trophies. I feel Lisbon as well was a great example of a team that actually showed resilience. You know, they went up against Vitality. They were leading that series 2-1 and could have won that grand final. Again, they ended up losing. So I think, you know, being a choker or having demons to slay in the playoff, I feel like we have to treat playoff as quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. And if you get consistently into the semifinals or into the grand finals, then you can't really be playoff chokers, because otherwise you wouldn't get there.
Right.
But there's a difference between winning a grand final and losing a grand final, and that's, you know, what we all speak about when it comes to Falcons. Again, are they playoff chokers? Not necessarily. They get into semifinals, they get into finals, but they can't really win them. So I think the same could be said for Mouse. I'm curious though. I feel like they can win over the crowd. I think TORNE-SE can have a case right there to be made, where if he beats FaZe Clan tonight, if he beats Karrigan out of the tournament, there's a world where he will win over this crowd.
Well, either way, it's time to get our next quarter-final rolling. It's Mouse versus FaZe.
Quarterfinal, Mouse versus FaZe. Unleash the beast. Good luck and have fun.
Let's get this party started, Budapest! There's pressure, friends and family watching in the stands, and the world gathers to watch as the best do battle. Second day of quarterfinals, Nuke to start. Mouse on that favored CT side.
Let's see if FaZe can keep this up, eh? Everyone's surprised to see them here. 20 maps, most played. Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3, now the playoff stage. This is where Karrigan, Counter-Strike's greatest showman, is going to put on exactly that.
And this is the map where they were 0.4 seconds away from being eliminated in Stage 1 to the Red Canids. Still in the playoffs now. And a start like that. It's Frozen's Glock connecting onto an aggressive exertion. Jimmy responsible for the ramp side. Pressure applied, and he's down.
Jacob out the gates early. Major rookie, first big stage. That's what you love to see.
Quick rotation. Brolin and Spinks dip down into the vents. Audible Plant trying to disrupt and get him off. Multiple bodies encroaching. Another from Jacob. Spinks is down! A perfect baseline round! What a start!
Karrigan's been talking about that DNA, the core identity. Mental fortitude, comfort in chaos, clutch comebacks, but the stage, this is what every Counter-Strike player dreams of, and this is the start you would hope for. FaZe, somehow the fan favorite in TORNE-SE's hometown.
Oh man, that's still baffling. I understand Maui's disbelief. We all understood that, like, the angle coming into this was Maui's first time with a home crowd advantage. Up against fan favorite FaZe.
And that feels like it's going to work against you.
100%! How does that not rock your confidence? Twist is already trying to do some more of that. Look at him getting cheeky around the smoke. Exertion's been overlooked. Staring straight at it through the smoke. Karrigan in the meantime has caught Brolan. A weird standoff between the two of them, and there's Exertion. Solid on the Deagle. Maybe Mouse can turn this around, but already that bomb is ticking, Chad.
Yeah, it might be the save. Hold on to this, go again into the next. Don't throw it all away. You lose to the top pop. You give over the second, sure, but another opportunity to keep pressure on it into the next. If Exertion can grab this MAC-10, he can give that to one of his teammates into the next, and they can give it a real hot shake. Exertion, highest rated player at 4 Mouse, coming from Stage 3 into the playoffs, and he needs to be here. There's going to be lots of this. Nuke and Inferno, the two maps to start the series, so get used to the saves, everyone. Mouse, 13 tournaments in 2025. With this roster, 5 finals, 1 trophy, 7 semis, worst placing 5th to 8th. Mastered the art of consistency without contention. This is a team that we thought would be bolstered by the environment to push them through. We'll have to see how that works against them. So the double dip right now with those saves.
Yeah, this sibling rivalry, I thought Big Bro was going to be getting a little bit too big for his boots. Thought it was a chance for Mouse to really kind of shake that off. And it certainly still is. Second bite of the cherry. Let's see if it's sweet. Carrigan's got a lot of immediate plans in motion. You can see Yard, pressure applied. Twist spotted ahead of the wall of smoke's plume.
Yeah, well, the CT setup, Carrigan holds Yard and Exertion, the same for Mouse. But on this T side, Twist to be the man jousting with him. A little bit more equal in terms of the firepower output of those two. RVD, can he get Exertion's number here today? Ramp pressure onto Jimmy, block smoke out.
Hey, he's going to be disrespected. Jimmy, just a little burst of the MP9, but he seems to have done his job.
Yeah, no need to brute force through that just yet for FaZe. They've still got plenty of time on the clock, the utility, the firepower advantage in their favor. So reroute, take a breath, and make sure that you putt this one in for what should be a third.
Carrigan prepares for pressure towards that A site.
Oh, boosted Jimmy up now, so a higher elevation might be unexpected.
Pressure towards top. Roland, that Mag-10 does do bits. Carrigan's got down. And what is that from Jacob? A leaping Mag-10. Sure goes down to Exertion. Still a 3-on-3. Bombs on the back of Brokey. We need to pivot, and it's into Roland. Cheeky forward position. Brought down by the Flames. RVD delivers the double. Just as easy as that. Bomb kept at bay by the Flame. A flank from Xertion. Low HP and a Deagle out. Oh, and caught scavenging. It's Twist that turns it around, the difference maker. He looks so comfortable in that FaZe Clan jersey.
We know Twist and Frozen in these big games, if they can deliver for Carrigan, that's going to get this FaZe Clan team across the line against anybody.
I really liked his positioning there.
Yeah, Jacob, you're wondering if he's going to be able to get his stage legs. Well, legs off the ground for that one.
Yeah.
Real eyes on this young buck, and we know that anytime he does anything, Mr. Anderson, we G'ing up his boy. Odds favoring Mouse, but we'll see for how long. Underway now, first rifle round. Torji gets out his AWP. Gonna set into a top pop right now. So smoke wall, they have to worry about rotation. Nobody's dipped down to B, setting up this util to hit A. Here comes the nades.
On the reload, they get cheeky with it. Frozen's just going to walk on out. Sphinx should be dead. Brought down, there's the trade. Roland finding Jacob, there's number 2. Holds his ground, holds his sight. And he has support now from Torji scoped up. Ramp has been taken, seized, and the bomb's heading B. Brokey parks the bus.
If he gets anything done, this would be massive right now. Twist and Carrigan can set up the post plant.
Is he going to catch that little window of opportunity? He is, catches Jimmy Sallow, sleeping.
Brolin's rotated down. Torji's still on the high ground.
Yeah, but he's got the AWP and low HP on Brolin. It looks like there might just be a lost cause.
Now back on out, hold on to these guns and go again into the next.
Wow.
Misdirection there again, and the crowd not loving the saves. But he had that slew of results I was talking about. Let's see if they can hold on to these. Brokey, on the cusp of taking it away, but he'll be the man to go down. Torji confirms the open runway. Loss bonus in their favor now. It is going to be maxed out 3,400, so they can buy again into the next if they'd like. You have those 13 tournaments, those finals, those top 4 placings up against the hyperbolic time chamber of 20 maps over 3 stages of the major. Getting this team together, building for the future, but they're here and now, still alive and kicking. 4-0 up T-side and Nuke. And the ambulance is pulling up early. Roland will be out of spawn with an MP9, so giving the AK to Jimmy. M4s for everybody else, and Torji with that AWP still in the mix. Torji dropping down to play through secrets. Fast ramp.
It's fast indeed, and Jimmy's got that quick aim. He tracked 2, brought down by Frozen, maintains that ramp control, but Torji started here. You're not ready for the sniper. You're not ready for Torji. Twist jumps to his demise. An important find, and now a 2-man advantage for Mouse just to break that goose egg. Just to get the party started. A missed shot whistles past Brokey's ear. Progress in, smoke onto the site, trying to amp up the pressure. Opportunity for the plant. It's Frozen punching in that code. Low HP for him. It's Brokey on that rifle, but maybe Spinks goes overlooked here. Frozen may be perceiving it as clear. He's tucked in on the control side. Single door for Brokey.
2 in from ramp.
Good angle for it, but Spinks should have him at any jiggle. It's all about the timing of these engagements.
Salve, pessoal. Salve, salve. Tô aqui, hein? Tô aqui só na espreita acompanhando o jogo, tá, mano? Tô aqui, eu tô aqui. Como é que vocês estão? Tudo bem? Tudo bem? Boa tarde. Boa tarde, boa tarde. Boa tarde a galera aí do YouTube, a galera da quicada. Hoje eu só saio daqui amanhã, tá? Esse é o critério pra sair daqui. Daqui a pouco Fúria, daqui a pouco tem Fúria. Vamos ver como é que vai ser isso aqui. Aumentar no volume. Tá perfeito. Aqui tá legal. Transmitir aqui pra galera.
Torji feeling like he doesn't really get to play in these rounds. The top side just so vulnerable. Breaks open the smoke, pursuing one. Can't find him towards the Tetris side. That might be it.
Yeah, know what that means.
Pique da FaZe, né?
Yes, they do.
Back on out of there, boys. FaZe aren't giving Mouse an opportunity to settle into the environment.
Not at all.
The tempo of this game, it's just uppercuts after uppercuts right now.
And I feel like it's so deliberate. You know, you said something just...
Cara, aqui eu não tô tão...
This is his home.
Na verdade, assim, a gente se preocupa porque pode ser que um dos dois a gente pegue na final, né? Então, vamos ver. Passou Vitality. Vamos ver como é que vai ser essa... Essa brincadeira. Deixa eu ver aqui. Como estamos? Eu acho que a gente pega Vitality na final, tá? Entre Spirit e Vitality. Que aqui, provável, tá? Jogando por habilidades, né? A FaZe eu acho superior a Mouse, isso aí é inevitável. É incontestável, na real, né? Vamos ver, vamos ver. Mas, tudo pode mudar também, né? Eu posso estar falando aqui agora, mas tudo pode mudar. Tudo pode mudar. Na quicadas estamos tranquilos. Tá, aqui tá tudo tranquilo. Já já pra preta na área, save the game, demorou. Sem pressa, Chikungunya, sem pressa.
Brokey's AWP the difference maker this time. How are they able to insert the Latvian into the play? Waiting for a ramp push, right? As soon as you take yard control, we know teams like to push Hunt and ramp. Well, that's not the case right now as they block Squeaky again. 50-second mark.
Just hoping for an overstep. Torji committing in. No longer able to swing and rotate through. Two, however, ready for any ramp aggress. 30, they've got to go.
Vamos arrumar aqui. A gente levanta um pouquinho, vira o tecladito, a swing. Hatch. Isso. É pique da FaZe, né? Mas tudo pode mudar, né? Cara, minha câmera ainda está escura, né? Vou dar uma... Mas aí fica travando aqui, ó. Acho que agora melhorou, né? Acho que agora melhorou.
Well, it's early stages. You've already got 5. You're playing with house money right now. Your money teetering ever slightly. You're able to get out a couple of Khalils, 1 AK, a P250 for Carrigan, and a whole lot of utility.
Just a moment's respite if Mouse can win this one.
It's going to be a long way back into this half even still, but consecutive is going to be compulsory to start that conversation. Nobody's skyrocketing with frags right now. That's virtue of some of the saves we've seen come out from Mouse. But by doing that, they've given themselves a cushion to work with. Now their loss bonus starts to tick on down, but that's in the virtue of winning. Let's see if it can continue. No consecutive CT rounds just yet.
Looks like more of a yard-centric start.
This time they might want to actually use the smoke wall, because last time they threw it. Sure, there was a couple of breaks, but Mouse didn't rotate down to B. They weren't worried. Carrigan with the second wave. Exertion starting down Secret this time, so that's the change. Trying to be ahead of the play. Young man has a lot on his plate.
He's had a great tournament. Needs to keep it up in the playoffs.
Okay, so they're actually playing behind Main. This is going to be great info for Mouse, but do they expect it to be a top play again? They're going to want to slink through and try and come through Main and fight Yard. Spinks is trying to seem like Exertion now. Brolin is tucked over towards CT Van, and here comes the fight.
He's in a really good position for this. Should have an opportunity.
Oh.
Let them go. They slink it to Brolin. Masterful
O Ronan pegou 2 ainda. 3x3. Carrigan tava eco. Não, ele tava Alp, né? Por isso que ele puxou. Oh! Oh! Tem como, né, mano? Ele é bom mesmo, velho. É um pouco de medo que eu tenho desse cara. É um dos caras que eu tenho medo jogando, na real. Deixa eu arrumar meu carregador aqui. Peraí, pessoal. Peraí. Vazou minha bunda aí não, né? Espero que não. Torce. Torce.
They know that the rotation of Torji is on a timer. Spinks is already on the roof.
Excuse me?
Okay, well this is so much space. Spinks should have won the round here. Carrigan's dead.
Carrigan is a dead man. Now
how do you go back and get that?
Spinks love to see it throwing caution to the wind. Jimmy spots out Twist's forward position, gets the info, gets the kill, and pulls Mouse back into a guaranteed third. There's another back to look at this. Mouse just decided to go for aggression.
O Jacob, o bagulho é aguardar aí, se você conseguir, né?
Right, fight and fire with fire, getting in their face instead of letting FaZe set the tempo. They've decided to hold up. Let's flip that switch. We know individually they probably scaled themselves higher than the FaZe players, so getting stuck in like that, taking so much room, and then just battering them all across the map. And young Jacob, can he soften them up at all? He has one available. Nade and Molly, that combo could have been good, but Exertion chips away, saves the lead at 5, staying alive. And now there's an open runway for a couple more. Finances, 1900 going into the next phase.
Cara do Imagine Dragons, né? Parece.
Likely to see them shove all in this situation. So it needs to be something a bit pockety again, probably pacey once more. But as soon as that one starts with the AWP push ramp, you see the reactions from both teams, but Mouse were prepared for that. They get the lobby kill, Exertion's here to pick up the pieces. Well handled. Now it's Tech-9's aplenty, the util's there. First smoke outside, could follow up with more, but remember, you need to keep misdirection on nuke. It's the name of the game. Door not blown off, so Spinks is going to hold on to his nades. They're going to take their time as Sets up a smoke for Yard. Scoops up the others, trying to set Twist up with space. I feel like he's going to want to play in through main here.
SHE on the break.
Olha o timing. Olha o timing.
Oh yeah, gets punished. They can't lose this one. They cannot afford to slip up against the Tech Nines.
Inimigo do time, mano.
Gotta be that save. Everyone's favorite four-letter word into play again.
Dos guards, né, ô Gimpet?
That's a huge entry from Twist.
Just on the edge of the smoke, he must have been exposed. Spinks the first like domino to
O Torze já tá lá fora com a Alp. Aguarda, filho. Pegar a saída dos caras só.
Coming into this one.
Not even catching their breath right now.
As the hot favorite.
Yeah, without a doubt. How many can Torji take with him? Don't know if he's going to be holding on to this. They're going to lose absolutely everything now. Torji.
Oh, dear.
Now they're going to be worse for wear. They've got it just enough. 4.2 that low end. They can get the AWP drop across and timeout taken. Exertion. What are you going to be able to chip in with here? The boss man, Cyclone, takes the timeout. You need to salvage this half. Now it's just about scraping together 5. FaZe have guaranteed the lead. Thought we were going to be able to scrap that cliche. Turns out whenever FaZe get into these arena games, these playoff matches, especially at the majors, anything's possible. And right now they are running with the momentum. Massive entry from Twist. Spink's going to be feeling absolutely done for there as he had chips away. Great cover there from Frozen, and the pain just keeps on coming as the wombo combo of Frozen and Twist eliminates what remains. Maybe they shift into the aggression again, right? Wanting to push lobby, take the fight to them again. Because right now, Mouse don't have consecutive rounds to their name.
Oh, let's have fun though. I don't want to...
Comunicação.
Just wanted to say that. Good fucking shit, boys. 6 rounds, nice timeout.
Fucking shit, boys. Fucking shit, boys.
Enjoying what he's seeing right now. Slowing down the tempo. On the breaks of the smokes, Twist avoids any damage. Roki's with him. Now on the fade, is there a second layer? Yes, there is. Starting to take shape. Top main now. Molly toward credit.
Making his play, Jacob straight into the jaws of Torji's AWP. Exertion to the back gets removed by Twist, and Jimmy actually caught down. Double from Twist. It's all going down.
Mano, é time atrás de time. Os caras tá olhando, a hora que ele tira a mira, o cara abre. É loucura, velho.
They have a minute on the clock right now. Karrigan can mid-round this. Brokey, Frozen, Karrigan. The 3 of them combining right now to find their 8th round.
O Karrigan.
Slowing it down with that man advantage.
É, se o Brolan ficar ali, ele pega esse pai, hein?
Torji could be over towards ramp of elbow. Right now we can see exactly where he could be walking in the jaws of Brokey in a moment.
Posted, he's got a good idea.
É, Torji.
You've got 30 seconds to find your finish. Torji ready, delivers onto Karrigan, spotted the bomb, the flash of the light, the flash in his face. Ouch! That's another one for FaZe!
Brolan foi muito precoce, velho.
Looked a little bit sketchy there from Exertion. I'm not sure, maybe he hit his keyboard, right? He was back of warehouse and he actually fired a bullet into the wall, so they knew exactly where he was. That audible given over helps identify the setup, and they rip another one away.
Muito precoce, mano.
They are just absolutely dominating Mouse at this point. That kill comes in, right? There was a shot from Exertion. Twist got that, and then Twist just continues to peel apart. They went into the stack, and they still walk away with the round.
Karrigan puts his life on the line for the info.
Now look at the buy. Final round, first half.
They need a 4th gen. It's going to be a very quiet 2 minutes at that halftime break. If Maus only have 3 CT rounds to boast, there's a chance for a collision course set. Twist this time trying to make moves. Anticipates the potential, but is he really ready for 2? No way! Info though. What's the reaction? You know where 2 of them started.
Good block smoke. That's going to hold them at bay for ramp right now. May as well use the clock. Sure, you've lost a man early. You've already been able to break into some of these when you've even 2 kills within the opening gauntlet. So regrouping now. I'm going to use range as their friend. They've got the weapons for this. Exertion. Helps Jimmy over towards ramp. Wandering yard right now, there's nobody. It's a massive gap, and that's what Karrigan is hoping to exploit in this moment. So pack heavy, staying as 4. 50 seconds on the clock, and plenty of util. If they would be able to get around towards heaven and hell. They could put themselves in power positions.
Ninguém em garagem,
Stay
velho.
in contact. No sound cues, nothing given.
Sacaram lá.
Roland was hoping to catch some tiny fractions of info off of his hut position, but they've paused completely, avoiding that.
Shirt que tá B?
That's why Torchi's monitoring heaven right now. Time is the issue. 25 seconds. What was 50, what felt like moments ago. They have to come in through main.
Yeah, there's a good setup here for Mouse. Set up to succeed. Roland, however, loses his life for free. Jacob with a double entry. Torchi's up there. They're all looking at him. Jacob opens up for three. Need that plant. Frozen gets it in. They had everyone they needed in the right place, but Jacob is on for
É o ace do Jacob, né? É o ace, né?
Stepping up and delivering when his team needed him most. Major playoffs. Underdog.
Ace.
Jacob Hebe fragging. He's got himself four. And he can't find it. It's denied by Jimmy, the ace.
Carai. Carai.
Phase 9 on the T side of Nuke.
J-Ho. MVP. (9-3) phase, pique da própria, né? Primeiro half da phase. Phase tá bem, né? Phase tá bem, tá de boa. Começar a cantar Imagine Dragons. Mano, ficou foda essa estrutura, tá? Que palco lindo, mano.
Back in business, first map, first quarter final of the second day of play, live from the MPM Dome. Mouse coming into this one as hot favourites, higher in the rankings, higher in their accolades. FaZe are supposed to be downtrodden. Carrigan comes in, he says everyone's just saying the 7 world's best, and then FaZe. First half has a different story, a different feeling. Budapest, are you entertained? T-side, bar set high.
And also, it's not fucking possible to come back. They won 9 rounds. We can also do it.
Torchi trying to keep the spirits high.
Oh, weird at the vents.
Yeah, very weird. Twist gets the opener, pressure towards ramp.
Okay. Frozen gets caught backside, was trying to divot into that smoke. It's going to be an opportunity, though, for Twist. Does he, with that broken glass, does he try and make a play around the smoke? Door is open. He's unknown. Brokey catches one on the sidelines. Carrigan going for that side swipe. He's quick on this. Brolin can respond. No one's looking. Oh. Nice shots. Brolin double kill. This is a compulsory pistol, and it's going their way. Double kill from Exertion in this one.
Yeah, Brokey well out of the play right now. Gonna try and float back through ramp. This would be a crazy clutch. Bomb's yet to go down shore, so they're giving him a little bit more time to get in position to contend for this.
Não plantar ainda.
Down, no kit in the mix.
Vai, Bruno, não vai plantar essa porra não?
Now How worried about him just poking his head in. The Master of Chaos, nowhere to be found, giving them so much room. Bomb planted now.
Side of the silo.
This would be insane.
There's no way. Not at this range. Not at this range. Those pistols are supposed to be
A dual ela pega na mão dos caras, né? Loucura. Nossa, 2 de vida é um sonho.
2 HP seems inevitable now. Brokey, no bullets, no hope. It's Problem with 3 to end it.
Yeah, another impactful one there for the
Tinha a cal dos dois do bom, ele louco, né, velho? Louco. Ele virou pra rampa. Entendi nada.
Phase working back into situations and also coming from stage 3 into the playoffs. Mouse are one of the highest rated teams in terms of pistols, 75%. So they needed to get something done in this map, and now there is a conversation to be had.
Whoa. Like a war cry from Exertion.
It's going to be the full eco from FaZe. A couple of deep nades, very light damage done. So they've taken an eco, they haven't gone for the force. They're not going to allow Mouse to get a freebie if they were to lose a force buy. And look, it's CT side and Nuke. It can be hard to get anything done. There's a couple of pistols starting to chip away.
Caralho, trades e trades, mano. 3 armas.
Like that was a rifle intensive buy.
He might be able to path right now behind Unbreakable. Yeah, so he's got a gap to work with.
Oh my goodness, there was a chance. There was a real chance for another USP kill. FaZe Clan, minimal investment.
Keep the tension high though, don't they? As they will be investing upon now, and there will be rebuys. And Mouse are going to have to drop across and invest upon. So they're going to be a little bit lighter going into this first quote-unquote rifle round, but both teams have a similar fate. So there won't be an AWP in the... Oh no, I tell a lie. Brokey has been able to get one out. He's going to be operating without any armor, so glass cannon, but that's a difference maker in the purchases.
Certainly on the CT side.
Now, can Mouse actually work back into this?
I wouldn't rule them out.
From Brokey, going to start ramp. Now this is where the tables turn. When Exertion was on the CT side, he was up against Twist. Now he's up against Carrigan as the yard defender. Oh, actually, Frozen starting outside. All right.
Frozen, typically found near the road. Carrigan gets spotted out on the stairs. It's a messy spray.
Frozen. Meu amigo. Se o Brokey pega essa kill aí, eu sou maluco. Eu tô louco.
No rotation in just yet, and now you can't go down the vent. It would have to be through ramp, and they're about to lose that territory as well. Conversation of a save already brewing. Let's see if FaZe get booed.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's go, FaZe, let's go. He's got enough util for the finish. Carrigan's going to get caught here if he's not careful.
Deep smoke, not tending to it. Potential for Jimmy to make a play.
Calling the bluff. Right, so they're hoping that they force them back up, right? Secret back into A. But the ramp players are out now, and Carrigan has to respect that. He's way too low, and at this point, yeah, as mentioned, straight kill, you will be saving. So make it 6.
I think this is a real opportunity now for Mouse. I mean, everything that was dealt against you in that opening hand, right? Yeah, the crowd cheering for FaZe louder than they did Mouse.
Eu daria salve pro Carry, eu salvava a AOC. Vamos guardar? Todos? A economia quebrada, né, mano? Tinha que tentar pelo menos tirar a arma dos caras, velho.
Not only winning over fans, but also showing what they're capable of on the major playoff stage.
Yeah, I think if you said to any top team, you just need 4 rounds on the CT side of Nuke to win the map. Anyone would take that, right? So FaZe is still feeling comfortable right now, but that's going to go away very quickly. It's a 3-round gap. You've just saved, so you can get another rifle round, but you lose this one. MR12, we know how quickly it can get out of control. Either players, oh, you lose a couple pistols, you lose a clutch. That's a lot of rounds to lose in an only 24-round game, but with the momentum they had from that first half, how long does it take for them to rekindle it?
Aguinha geladinha.
More standard round this time. Frozen ramp.
Enchi de gelo também essa merda pra poder ficar gelando.
It's going to be tough for Brokey to find a line without that smoke break. It's Carrigan setting up those smoke breaks.
Brokey also has a HE he can throw in. There it is.
Nothing to report already across. Exertion starting.
Você viu a smoke lá da montanha, hein?
All about forcing rotations.
Frozen. Nice util set, forces him away. Ramp has been seized. Brokey tries to tend to the potential threat. In the flames, he overstays, but still delivers. 50 of his health in the flames, but Brolan's gone. A man advantage for FaZe Clan. Spinks up on the roof, hoping to catch movement. From Carrigan on that yard position. Spotted him, he had the chance. He won't get many of those.
Now he needs to live.
So does Frozen, but it's going to
Frozen, ele leva pelo menos, vai ser tradeada. Faltou-lhe a confiança, né, mano?
So you know where one of the three is. You'll know where the rest are when that bomb gets planted. Jimmy on that now.
This will be a tough
Plantou ainda.
still.
Definitely. Has he got a smoke? Yeah, he can block. Makes things even more uncomfortable.
É, vai ter que somar os três juntos ali.
Not going to be easy for FaZe Clan to break into this one. Exertion playing for that one tap. The equalizing kill. Not quite capable of finding Carrigan here and does back away from the orb. Progress in. Takes his fight. Spots two. Carrigan's gone. Mouse have turned the
Caralho, trouxeram demais, tá? Que medo é esse, rapaziada?
They know the territory that they have. As soon as they take down Frozen, they've got those rotations cut off. That's what you like to see. That's what Nuke's all about in the details. So 7th round. Now it's on the
Alpe não. De novo, né? De novo.
For the CT side of FaZe just yet.
They look calm. They look composed.
Yeah, and both teams getting off to hot starts with the pistol and conversions. We have just lost Frozen from the server for a moment. So we'll chill on the chat.
Let's go, FaZe, let's go.
So one's good, but the problem is there's no way down to help him. Exertion has secret control, he's got the vent rotation, nobody can head down to help him. They can't go outside because of Spinx's position.
And what you're talking about is that chessboard counter-strike. That's what you're alluding to.
And Brokey overstaying his welcome in that bottle of flame, that was the key way to try and force the favor of FaZe. They knew that they didn't really have a way to rotate, and they also didn't try and push into lobby and try and take some different space, right? They just played pretty standard in that scenario. Players cannot be talking now in the technical timeout. And we'll avoid discussions of the buys. Jacob has been a hot topic. Feels like the kid has been set up to be under an awful lot of scrutiny.
Dá que pause então.
Most beloved players we have in Counter-Strike, and also being a rookie. He's a young man, 21 years of age, coming from the realms of Tier 2 into FaZe Clan. One of Counter-Strike's most favorite jerseys, and then expected to deliver. Well, he's grown into his shoes. Definitely been delivering in stage 3 of the major. We've got Frozen back in. We're just getting the rounds restored. And with the lost bonus building, those saves coming through. Same conversation that we had with Mouse in the first half. They go for the saves because they know for the rainy day with the guns out, that could be their chance to break in on this CT side.
I'll be there
and a big conversation about Exertion needing to deliver.
He's keeping it up.
And this is what you want to see if you're a Mouse fan.
2 entries already.
He's the space taker, the opportunity creator, as the odds still favoring Mouse. This 2-round gap, how quick can it close? Something going to change the dialogue. Might be into like top poppy now. They've done so much yard play that they know FaZe might have to send a man to deal with that early. It's all a game of bluff.
Yeah, especially when it's Jacob responsible for this. They jiggle him out. It looks like Exertion wanted to amplify the pressure immediately. Flashes sail over. Jacob gets one bullet caught in his Kevlar, gets away from the molly.
Well, they've held him at bay for now, so they gave it a go, but they're held off. Has to be a second call to come through from Brolin now.
Twist is there to lend a hand. Should Jacob need the support.
Essa smoke que foi feita aí no caminho do Duta ali. E da onde? Parece que ela vem lá de cima, velho. Às vezes foi só o ricochete que deu também, né? Ricochete não, sei lá. É isso.
In their favor as Torji continues to search. It'll be a top go again.
Yeah, they won't have Twist's help this time. Just the cut of noise has pulled RVD to B. Jacob got a big fight on his hands. He's passed that first test, but there's an immediate trade.
Ninguém tradou.
Support onto Jimmy. Spinks again. Double streak looking good. No!
O quê?
Missed shot on the Twister. Double kill denied. It Spinks' round. A triple kill into the A site. Frozen though.
Meu amigo.
Gets that first. Denies Spinks a quad kill. Captain Brolan, the young veteran, up against Frozen, and it's a head-to-head through the wall, spamming bullets, running away with his knife out, chasing him down. It's Brolan that denies the round.
More impact from the in-game leader. 15 kills and counting, and this one's a big clutch.
Que roundão bonito, mano. Que roundaço bonito, velho.
Throws out the flashbang, thinks he's going to be running away with his knife out, turns around and takes the duel. Lovely from Brolan.
Pressure on now. Neo is going to take the second tactical timeout for
Timote, hein, Timote.
to have a conversation. And I'd be saying, game back on, boys. We're the ones in the driver's seat now. Sure, it's around the difference. But that pressure, it's been flipped. They thought they had us. We've got them right where we want them. Building that mental resolve right here, right now.
Right here, right now.
Getting the conversation, those saves, that loss bonus, that constant boon of cash, and bang! Torji, massive kill on a Carrigan. Feels like Finn should have had that every day of the week.
He's going to be mad about that one. That was supposed to be his 5th kill.
Yeah, he's having a tough one. Been having a tough year. And Frozen still with a smile on the face.
Wow, listen to that crowd surge.
Here we go again, this time. No diffuse kit for the CT side.
Psycho makes no secret of his style of play.
Yeah, it feels like now FaZe have to play on the front foot. They need to play with some form of information.
How's that for information? Jimmy just going walkabouts.
Okay, so opening kill given.
Virou no proibido, né, mano? Virou 9-3.
Punished, sure. Wasn't expecting someone down there early. Twist just starting in defense. Zertion's got a power position, forward position. Real opportunity for him to claw this back, but Twist hasn't stopped moving. And he's been spotted now. Does want to take that fight. Spinks provides the covering fire, enables the yard players to work.
Pixel a pixel, né, mano? Inclinou o vermelho ali bem, bunda mole. Já foi lá na montanha. Mira duríssima.
Topside is very weak right now, and that's a bad squeaky smoke. Roland can actually use that as an invitation to take some space.
And he will.
So this is getting
very
tough.
Cara.
Might find themselves playing retake A again. Torji coming all the way back around the world into lobby. Spinks can come down the ladder to join that play as well. Exertion gets to be that late piece.
Full pivot.
So they've completely evacuated from Secret. 35 seconds. Looks like they're heading into A.
Yeah, it's the right call.
He's completely open. Completely
open for the taking. They won't quite believe it. Mouse, eyes wide as they realize they've got the sight.
Remember, no kit.
A 10-second defuse is what they'll be condemned to, but they've got to get this bomb across! Oh, quick flick out of Carrigan makes it awkward. That bomb is on the floor. Frozen just crab walks into Spinks' crosshairs. Zertion retrieves the bomb in time. Now they have the advantage heavily. No kit. What are you supposed to do? Brokey, not the angle, not the weapon you want, but Carrigan's hitting shots. Why not go for the no-scope? How's Carrigan got 2 there?
Has to connect with Brokey.
Okay, Spinks in that clutch. Back-to-back clutches on the menu for Mouse. Spinks fragging up a stall for Mouse. They've tied us even. FaZe a 9-3 half. Mouse respond immediately.
6 consecutive rounds, and these clutches are making the difference. Brolan now Spinks. You can't be converting those. And you're not getting anything on the board, and Carrigan finally has a moment with a multi. Takes down Torji, bomb spills out, times the problem, grabs another, but once down, the clock is against them. Carrigan kept on delivering, but there's no way for him to connect with Brokey in that situation. Doesn't know exactly where Spinks is.
Bang.
And just denies the 1v2.
Clutches on clutches.
É o proibido, velho. Virou 9-3. 9-3 é proibido demais.
Out of timeouts now, FaZe called the emergency final.
Olha, os caras fizeram 6 rounds seguidos, velho.
If he wants to use it.
That was their portal back into a CT half. Mouse only, quote-unquote, only managed 3 on their CT.
Por que ele segurou aquele último timeout, né? Ele tinha acabado de fazer uma pausa.
For FaZe Clan, but neither going their way. Mouse now surely have momentum on their side.
It's a half bite, so this is likely to be the 10th. But again, this is where I expect FaZe to put their foot on the gas, try and take the fight. They've got a whole bunch of MP9s. Carrigan just with a USP in the smoke. Twist gets himself an M4, so looking to his players to make the difference. They'll boost him here. This is a bit of a classic.
Just playing for that opening, didn't make a difference in the previous.
Guys, eu vou pegar um refrigerantezinho ali. Já volto, peraí.
Stiff upper lip from Mouse on display.
Twist can mantle up if he suspects players behind this and actually clear as they try and cross secret, but needs a tell.
He's getting cheeky with it now.
It's all misdirection. They want to head towards ramp by the looks of things. Two here with MP9s, Jacob and Frozen.
Frozen's ready. He's going to be that first port of call. Ready for those flashbang layers. And oh, he had just a pulling out nades. It's one each. Is that insufficient? No signs of commitment, but ramp is lost. Carrigan getting very aggressive with just his USPs, like a little beacon of intel. Plucked from the pack, easy peasy. TORNE-SE finds you. Limiting rotations, advantage heavily favoring Mouse. They've once again just walked into the A site. Should be seeing a plant. Should be seeing a 10th.
So Twister's going to play for the save. See if Brokey can find himself an upgrade. Door's going to swing open. So heading towards ramp to find a scavenge rifle, but seems crazy to say. Mauser in the lead. And how quick this has happened.
Welcome to MR12.
Yeah, 7 straight rounds now. Bring them on this T side.
É o 10-9 a virada?
Chickens just yet, but this is already just testament to the new team, the Mouse are.
We've seen their mental grow, right? The conversation was when they're on stage, they weren't winning games, but now they've been getting to grand finals. They have a trophy this year. Sure, it was what feels like an eon ago. I think that they've put to bed, most of those mental woes. But still being able to push in a tournament of this caliber is something we are yet to see them do. Mouse have attended an awful lot of majors as an organization. Yeah, to lift one. This feels like one of their better opportunities. Okay, that half bite now into the full guns. Only one kit, so more problems afoot.
What'll it be? Can't FaZe Clan do anything?
Brokey's AWP starts ramp, so Frozen can deal with
Smoke pra caralho.
and vent drop. And question mark smoke allows so much
Caralho.
for exertion.
É babeca, hein?
Credit card, unbreakable warehouse. Pick your poison.
Olha o Shirton, olha o Shirton. Nossa, ele marotou. Nossa, ele marotou demais.
Carrigan's yard responsibilities have caught him off more than once here at the major, and it could be another one coming any second now. Jiggled out, exertion's booked ya. Sent back to spawn now, watching as round 20 transpires. Jacob now forced to be concerned about multiple fronts at the same time. Caught in the open, stands his ground for one. It's Twist with the trade. 3 on 3, bomb again going down. Mouse no issues accessing this site. It's the question of if you want to try.
Front out of rounds, you have to go.
Flash and go. Flying up the ladder, Twist moves first. Has a look, loses it out. Kalash finds him, Frozen can't transfer, spins around. Nice shot from Brokey. Orpa head to head, but on home soil.
Oh!
Another clutch, and so casual out of there. Heating up down the stretch, the back and forth. Brokey dropping in. Hits that nose scope, and this arena would erupt, but TORNE-SE denies. Oh, Brolin.
He gets hit.
He's been so impactful in my mind, and just outmaneuvering them constantly. Think about the amount of times they've gone into these sites that have been under-fortified. The body's not in the right places.
Primeiro half excelente da FaZe. Mais um segundo da Mouse alavassador, né, bicho? Vai tomar no cu. 8 rounds em sequência no mapa dos caras, bicho. Que loucura, meu amigo. Que loucura.
They manufacture such discomfort with their T side.
It feels like FaZe have been chasing Ghost in a lot of these situations, or trying to catch extremity players while they let the pack work, but they haven't been able to do that. Brokey now starting back warehouse.
Could catch exertion on his jaw. Oh, broken quick to number 2 and a team kill. What was that? Torji's put Spinks down. Brokey hits a lovely sequence, and Torji will have to try and see that one again, but must have just flicked into Spinks.
Maybe feeling a bit bad for him, thinking, hey, we need to help you out with the rounds here.
Yeah, a sympathy one.
This feels like
Fala,
a
bebê.
right now for FaZe to find the 10th. A joust on A.
Lovely read of the situation. Jimmy places the Molotov, forces Jacob into the line of fire.
Even if you don't win this round, some damage would be nice. So 1 kill, not bad. Those Brokey back a warehouse.
FaZe virou 9-3. Os caras fizeram 8 rounds seguidos. 8 a mouse. Bizarro. E detalhe, pique da FaZe, tá? Hã? MD3.
Couldn't win out the 1v1 versus Torji in the previous, but breaks open FaZe's CT side in round 21.
Yeah, 8 consecutive rounds.
Eu achei que ia ser 2-0 FaZe.
CT side of map. All intents and purposes, and right now, it's not looking that way at all. So Crab, gives him a round of applause. Welcome to the game. Oh, now this is anybody's.
Second one was naughty, and there it is, yeah.
Olha.
Here these clutches that I haven't mentioned yet because it's going like a drubbing, as Spinks is going to laugh that one off, is the finances for Mouse have been kept humble by all these clutches. If FaZe win this, the money will be in the bin for Mouse. They only have 1,900 loss going into the next. FaZe, even though it's late in the game, can take control of this second half.
In the very late stages of regulation, a must-win round presents itself once more if Mouse want to take this map away from FaZe Clan.
Ó, na moral, quem tem pixel tem tudo também, né, mano?
Exertion not going to be deterred from Brokey finding him in the previous.
Ela, né, mano?
Cara, é bizarro.
No!
Carrigan profits. Brokey found Spinks. It's running into Carrigan, but he gets them 2 of them. Jimmy walking on out. They know they're both there. Needs to drop off. Jacob over invested. Does dip down. Nade a little chip damage.
Frozen should have 1 here.
He certainly should. Has the angle on the sniper. Brings down the hometown hero. Jimmy down the vent bomb. Straight.
Caralho, mano. Que jogo, velho.
2 consecutive and the finances now.
Outro mundo, né, Gabs?
Pô, loucura, mano. Parece eu jogando ontem.
There's a choice. Does he want a Galil? Does he want an AK? Well, Cypher's going to take that time to have this conversation, knowing the money is in trouble this late in the piece.
Silêncio responde tudo, meu amigo.
Do you shove all in?
Nossa,
Do you
isso
use the
jogou pra caramba,
2,400
não
loss
tem nem o
bonus
que falar.
going into the next to fight for overtime, or do you try and take this right here, right now?
And if you're Exertion, what do you try now? Caught by the AWP, caught by the nade on the smoke. Back-to-back rounds, FaZe have managed to manufacture an opening on your aggressions. 11-11, and I know what both teams are wishing for.
I think Counter-Strike's greatest showman thought, hey, it was too much of a drubbing in that first half. Just got scared, but I think he's happy with the outcome, as it is going to be just a partial buy with a Hero AK in the mix so far. So,
Onde buy?
Esse monitor que os caras estão usando,
pole position right now to get to
R$12.900.
essentially playing for overtime.
Só?
Só.
Só tudo isso?
Só isso. Um só é quanto, pessoal?
Misdirection, trying to soften up this top defense. Spinks will have to be the way in, the can opener.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's hoping to do. Jacob could be caught by the vulnerability. Little crowd.
Lembrando vocês aí que na sequência,
Spinks half health.
Oh, they've seen enough.
FURIA e NAVI, tá? Então fica aí, seu arrombadinho. E se você tá aí assistindo, deu follow, dá o follow, caralho. Porra, me ajuda aí.
Carrigan can't get caught off guard in this position, so Twist will take over duties in yard. Yard is not the play, so just allowing that protocol block utility to start to fade. Now they're going to try ramp, but the AWP posted here. I feel like Brokey's going to be good for at least 1.
Oh, yeah, Jiggle spotted him.
Caralho!
Salo and his Desert Eagle makes this round a reality for Mouse. If they can just get 1 more, Frozen stands strong, only for 1. That's Spinks. Builds the round around it.
Caralho, que jogo é esse que a gente tá assistindo, Gabs?
Meu amigo, que bala do Spinks, véi!
Maybe not playing for OT. Maybe counting on their individuals to hit bangers like that. 30 seconds.
Meu amigo, que bala é essa do Spinks, meu parceiro?
An warp up the ladder first.
Karga's just come out the vent.
Okay, yeah, missed shot though. They find the lobby lurk. That's going to free them up to play from the
Já tem a
lobby
impa.
side. All three surging in through heaven. A team flash weird for Karrigan. His twist that chips away. Catches Spinks, dips back. 10 seconds. That bomb.
Já tem a cal. Que jogo bonito do caralho, meu amigo. Que jogo bonito, mano. Que videogame bem jogado, velho. Que videogame bem jogado, velho. Olha isso. Olha isso, velho.
This is what they were playing for after all. Looking to take this one into the extra rounds. FaZe a chance to end it here and now. Your pick will be yours. Just 5 kills away. Silo is occupied. Spinks up top, providing the overwatch progress.
Esse time da montanha ali, velho.
Quite quick to this. They want to try and punish that B site.
Loucura.
And that is a big start.
Aqui acabou. Ou não.
Quickly found a little bit of a response. Jacob got picked off by the
Karrigan. Ai, salvo pelo Twitch, tá?
Can't run and hide. Kept at bay by the flame. What's that?
Broke. Acabou. Acabou.
He's having his way with them. Pulling them apart piece by
Já sabe que tá fora, ó, Karrigan.
Spinks can save him.
Ó.
Torji and Spinks could maybe turn this 2v4 into overtime, but they have to get past Frozen.
Ó, o Frozen bem demais, velho.
He's in the right place.
Bem demais.
Only way through.
You either swing open the doors or you break.
Vai quebrar o vidro e vai mamar.
Ele não vai quebrar o vidro.
Hoping to be given
Vai
something.
sim.
Spinks only on the low HP. Maybe he's the one that has to go first. He has to play. Torji has to be the one to clutch up.
Ele vai esperar até 20 segundos.
The only Hungarian in these playoffs. Home soil in Budapest, and it will likely come down to Torji or FaZe Clan take map 1.
O Broke fez barulho. O Broke fez barulho.
They know what's up now. Brokey onto Torji.
Que jogo bonito, mano.
Explosive on map 1.
A FaZe deixou os caras sonhar, né? Deixou. Deixou pra caralho. Que isso. O Karrigan virou 9-3 e o Karrigan tava rindo pra caralho, mano. Os caras chegou no 8-9, o Karrigan quieto. Instaurou-se um clima lixo. Os caras viraram 11-9. Um silêncio ensurdecedor. Viraram a virada da virada, né, mano? Esse Jacob ele é bom demais, velho. Ô, Twist, você marcar na minha frente, eu faço sim. O quê? Passei? Que isso, desculpa. Bicho bonito da porra. Deve ver isso aí, né? Ó, olha esse ginásio, velho. É, mano, qualquer um dos dois que passar vai dar trabalho pra nós, tá?
Porém, a mouse a gente já amassou, não amassamos não?
Não lembro. A gente não jogou contra a mouse agora? Não. Quatro da tarde, né? 4 da tarde. Se continuar nesse caminho que a gente tá vendo aqui, acho que vai antes, viu? A gente não jogou contra a mouse, não. Eita, travou a transmissão. Ligaram o modem lá. Meteram o dedo no roteador lá, velho. nego, a Falcons tomou um amasso ontem pra Spirit, velho. Vitality amassou The Mongols. Entre Spirit e Vitality, eu acho muito que a Vitality passa. Eu acho que a gente pega a Vitality na final, mano. Na final não, na... É, na final. Na final. Amanhã... Hã? Pelo menos. Guys, eu já volto. Hã? Prenderam. Guys, já volto. Vou no banheiro ali. Tempo de eu só tirar uma água da couve-flor aqui. Já volto. Uma aguinha do pipi. Já volto.
Rounds from the Inferno game they played against NAVI here at the Major. Let's get into it. Going into round 20, I noted that your utility here is actually really beautiful, the whole sequence.
Thank you.
So they are hitting B kind of in a poppy way, right? And Kerrigan is hiding in triple. And now you have a decision to make. Either you're trying to kill people before the smoke pops, which you're actually doing here, or you're going to support your teammates somehow. And you're doing it both because of this flash, which I think a lot of people, they would probably flash pool, right? But because your teammates are playing triple, is this flash more preferable?
I think the pool flash is mostly useful for people playing coffin or first.
Yeah.
I just flash high frame.
Even the molly to
the molly
out,
is annoying for the tees. I have teammates rotating with even more flashes.
Every single utility that you are throwing is kind of like making sense, and you're not only setting up yourself, you're kind of zoning tees out of awkward positions, which pool is, and then you're also supporting Finn Kerrigan on triple, setting him up. It is like perfect rotation kind of sequence. Around 24, NIP are hitting B again. They just planted the bomb, the smoke coffins faded, and Kerrigan is the one playing first from coffins. I'm not sure if this was also his idea, because you're majority CT, and you're still kind of clearing triple with the HE and the molly.
I mean, we have information on 2 players. Finn knows that the planner went pool.
Yeah.
So we basically have information on everyone at this point, because they cannot be first, they cannot be second, triple's clear.
Yeah.
And that kind of leaves for only one other position to be banana, unless they were double pool. which is very unlikely to be in this situation. So it's like you get a lot of information very fast in the beginning of the retake.
But this is not communicated. This is everyone understanding it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. That everyone has this feeling of where all the players are now because of the play that Finn made. This flash wasn't microed at all. Jacob just threw the flash, but this flash is what kind of seals the deal for us on the retake. Being able to jump in with MP9, Helvis hits a nice shot on the banana guy.
Kerrigan just died on a retake. The amount of information that the death gave you is actually incredible that casual viewer might not understand without you explaining it properly. So thank you for that. Thank you for joining me and good luck in the playoffs.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, now Singapore is the next one. I think that's insane. So I'm very happy with that. But other, maybe it could be to Malaysia or something.
To be honest, I would like to see it like in New York or something like in USA, like one of these big cities. I think it would be nice. I mean, we had Austin just now, but I would really love to go to like New York. I think it would be like, I just would like to travel there, so why not major as well?
Well, my dream would be in Riga, but it's probably kind of a little bit impossible. The city is too small.
Maybe Belgrade. I think it's a nice place and it's close to where I live, so there will be probably a lot of fans cheering for us, so I would say Belgrade.
Wow, Birmingham, England.
So maybe like Melbourne or something. I think Australia is something they need, at least for the scene mostly, but I think Australia deserves it, especially for the crowd. I think the crowd has been amazing since the last the 2 times I've been there, so I think they really deserve it. So.
Maybe in Kosovo, but it's no chance.
I think Belgrade is obviously the obvious answer for me, but yeah, I'll just go with Belgrade.
Well, I'd love to see some places in Asia a bit more. Well, obviously there is the Singapore major now, but the thing is I'm not sure if there will be many fans in, per se, Tokyo or Seoul or those kind of countries. I think generally Europe is good, but America has been fucking insane. So I think New York has been one of my favorite cities, so I'd say New York.
I think about maybe major in Japan. It's very interesting, I think.
Something unusual. Something...
Voltei.
Argentina. Something we didn't have before.
Yeah! Voltei bem na hora.
I smoked door now. We pick up. Yeah. Can they be nice? Door. One more. An upper. I'll get upper. 2 3. Both I think. Door. You guys are good.
Cannot be done, Vent. They have to go.
Outdoor. Let's go.
How Vent?
Could be back in.
Vent.
Nice!
Nobody.
Yeah. Some weird fucking shit on.
Maybe I'm tripping, but there's some fucking shadow moving.
No. He's shot. Further. Nice!
Just had a word with Cyclone, obviously devastated. After a slow start, they almost came back, but in the end it wasn't enough. I specifically asked about that weak start, and he actually didn't mention anything about Mouse. He gave credit instead to FaZe and Kerrigan. This is this Danish school of Counter-Strike, where he really prepared a really good game plan that Mouse were simply not ready for. And then going into the second half, he actually praised his teammates where they were in control of the situations. The comeback were very close to being clinched, but at the end, the kind of like
at the end.
In the clutches and these
In the end.
For the next map, we will see how it goes, but Mouse are overall in a good shape, so let's see how it goes.
I tried so hard.
Less than half a second from not even making it to this very arena, but yet again, FaZe pull off magic. Torne's home may be this city, but Kerrigan's home is this stage. What a spectacular showing for FaZe to be putting on in map number 1.
There was everything you could have hoped for if you're a FaZe fan coming into the playoff. They found a way to win on Nuke. It wasn't necessarily pretty at all times, but Maui, they found a way. They were winning force buys, they were winning clutches. They let Mouse come back into the game as well, and when you think they're down, when you think they're dusted, when you think they had that chance where they should have pounded, they somehow, some way find it in them to win 3 rounds in a row and close out the game. That was a beautiful display coming out of FaZe.
And this is what everybody should be scared of when they're looking at this bracket if they're on the other side of it. A FaZe where Brokey is powering up, where Jacob is looking more comfortable, where all of the win conditions are playing out for FaZe, and the fact that they are out tactically playing a Mouse team that has looked so solid for the entire season, yeah, you better strap in.
Yeah, credit where credit is due. I think Zico summed it up with Cycrone's words after that map, where you must just be a little bit mind-boggled at the T side they were able to put up in that first half as well. So many pacey rounds, and I think Chad said it best. You're not allowing Mouse to get any form of comfort, get any form of legwork going when you're starting off that quickly.
No, obviously Mouse lost the pistol, FaZe converted, and then FaZe were very good at winning some of the force buys, you know, and ruining whatever momentum Mouse were trying to build up. At no point were they able to win 2 buy rounds in a row, if I'm not mistaken, and for Mouse not being able to do that, that obviously hindered the economy, hindered the momentum, and even though they tried a lot of different strategies, we saw it in the first half, they were playing passive, they were playing lobby crunch, they were playing aggressive. It felt like FaZe had an answer for it all.
FaZe just played with so much more pace than I remember them playing earlier in Stage 3 against Vitality, against some of the Brazilian teams in Stage 1. So many more just poppy plays, just flying through the ramp smoke, instantly splitting through main garage onto the A-bomb site, whereas before they were drawing some of those rounds out. You see them try to outmaneuver Vitality. They're trying to backstab ZywOo. This one was more just, we know what we're going to do in the first 45 seconds, and even if it comes to a screeching halt, they're able to mid-round the situation out, use the 3v3 experience that they have, and outplay Mouse.
It was an excellent way to make Mouse feel incredibly uncomfortable from the get-go here. As you mentioned, you know, Mouse
nice guy.
How do FaZe immediately respond with a force after that?
Well, that's the thing, right? Mouse finally
Torcer pra FaZe, hein, mano. Torcer pra FaZe aqui pra acabar logo essa porra.
Round 10 in combination was where they broke Mouse in that first half, winning 2 pistol force buys coming into it. As Maui said, a lot of pace coming out from FaZe Clan. You love to see it, but it's also a Karrigan speciality. He does that in every single playoffs he's ever been in. You know, it's about the environment, it's about the sound. So what we're gonna see in round 6 and round 10, hopefully, is a very pacey coming in from FaZe. They're gonna do an inside crunch. They're gonna do a lobby push where they, from the get-go, out of T-spawn, wants to play fast-paced counters, right? You see it right here. Instant bounce back. You have a player coming out of hot. You have Twist coming in from gate. Almost gave me flashbacks to IM Cologne against Navi, where he's dropping down from the silo, coming inside. And you can see how much pressure Spinks, Exertion, Jim for that matter, is under right here. And if you're Mouse, you just won your first buy round, Maui. You did that by playing aggressive in the lobby, and the first bounce back coming in from FaZe instantly is a lobby crunch on yourself. Fast forward to round 10, look at the buy coming out from FaZe Clan. There's no way, absolutely no way they should be able to win this.
No, and the thing is that Spinks kind of gets I feel like it's sort of a weird idea. He's between 2 angles where he's trying to think, does he have to help out A? Should he be protecting the mini garage? But instead, he just gets caught as he's slinking back into that smoke, and that's the entry that FaZe need. And as soon as they get that, as soon as they know an angle is taken away from the Mouse defense, they spring into action. They're able to take all the guns away from Mouse, run away with the half. All in all, I feel like there's so many little pocket plays and ideas that FaZe did not necessarily show, or maybe if they did, it was back in Stage 1, but it just feels like they were progressing to be this more default-centric, slower-paced team, and Mouse probably thought that's what was going to happen. When Cyclone's talking to Stiko in the time between maps, you know, he's kind of getting blindsided by FaZe, but that's the FaZe magic. That's what Karrigan always brings as a tactician, to just, when you think you know what's coming next, he just gives you a total curveball.
Literally, it's the Karrigan classic, right? The Uno reverse card that he always consistently seems to pull out in what seemingly are unwinnable situations. There's another example of this. You talk about the chaos that came out, particularly in that first half, Jacob. Round 8, I feel like epitomizes that as well.
Yeah, it does. Round 8 was another great example of FaZe doing a lot of good stuff in that first half. Again, I do want to say that for my money, FaZe played a great T-side. Karrigan called with pace, and you can see it in this round as well. Karrigan down to Deagle, lack of utility. He's playing it simple. Again, an inside lobby crunch right here. Brolan gets the first 2 kills, and then they have to fight their way back into it. Finds the timing. Karrigan runs out, and all of a sudden, chaos is upon us. Again, I want to criticize Mouse a little bit for not being able to withstand the pressure coming out right here, and then, of course, give credit to Karrigan, picking up the op, getting a couple of kills, and creating a scenario where they could win the rounds. In all honesty though, Mari, if you look at buy round versus buy round in this game and you take the entire game as a whole, Mouse probably were the better team, but FaZe were able to win all these, you know, uncomfortable scenarios. The 3v5 right here, 2 force buys on the T side.
Nice guy.
You convert as well, so everything they had to get going for them in order to win, you kind of transpired.
On top of that, even when they just get into those late round situations like they did there, where they lose the opening pick, they still just are able to, with the presence of mind and experience on the stage, just slow the round down. They say, okay, the Mouse players are in uncomfortable positions. They just got to kill. They know what they have to find in terms of trades, and they know that Mouse is going to be progressing into the late round. It just feels like FaZe was so much more in control for that first half.
Yeah, then we move on into the second, and credit where credit is due. Mouse, you know, they start to find their footing, even on that harder T side of things. There's also a couple of rounds where they managed to pull some chaos of their own. Round 18, I think, is another good example.
That's why I felt like Mouse came back into the game, and that's the point where I think Mouse are going to win this game. It's a very interesting round. You play it out 5v5. You see Jimfed getting caught off guard by Twist in the beginning of the round, but Mouse finds the loophole. They get to the inner bomb site. Twist is being caught off guard together with Kerrigan. Can't really get into it. It's a 3v4. Then you have Frozen push in towards lobby, trading back and forth. At this point, if you were to pause the round, Mouse are supposed to win. I know time is low, but it's a 3v2. You get the bomb down. Somehow, some way, Kerrigan finds a kill on towards Exertion. He finds another one towards Roland. And then Brokey, of course, up from heaven in a 1v1. Is not able to get it on towards Spinks. But when Mouse won this one, they equal the scoreline. It goes to 9-9. You think to yourself, in the bar rounds, Mouse have the better team. They were supposed to win from that goal.
I just don't think that it's supposed to be a win condition for them that Brolin.
Ela tá na confra da firma, né, velho?
What I expected more so from Nuke was going to be a tactical breakdown where Mouse is able to snuff out the plays or just deploy the proper counter utility.
Confraternizamento, né, mano?
Frequently, they were the ones that were just completely caught off guard. And yes, even though they gave themselves a nice surge on their own T side, it was simply too much ground to make up from what was.
Ninguém precisa tirar nada do bolso, é só aí.
It's incredible to see what FaZe were able to pull off, but for Mouse,
Nada mais justo, né, mano? Nada mais justo.
Before we dive into any of the intricacies of Inferno, we've got to just think about what's going through their heads.
Sabe o que eu acho, Marcelo? Que a gente estudou pouco, mano. Acho que a gente estudou pouco.
And what's going through your head is why is Brokey playing the best Counter Strike
Eu acho que a gente devia ter estudado mais, né?
in an arena before us? That has to be burned into their brain right now. This guy was
A gente tem o que a gente merece, né?
I have seen him go for in quite some time because I feel like there needs to be a distinction made between what Brokey is as a player, because what he is explosive, but he's not necessarily aggressive. This was aggressive and explosive. That's such a rarity for Brokey, but for whatever reason, he just was ready to take so many opening duels in this one. I think he took 5 in total. He won 4 of them, a lot of them on the CT side, and it just broke what Mouse was trying to do in those last couple rounds. So now you have this other wrinkle to the mix where you felt like you were really chugging along with your T side, and somehow this secret weapon in Brokey, who God knows where this guy's even been for the last 6 months, but boy, our FaZe fans happy to see him showing up on this stage.
It's been a massive turnaround for Brokey, and probably the most underrated turnaround. I know a lot of the focus was on towards Jacob, because of course we haven't seen that potential before. What Jacob did in stage 2 and in stage 3 was a big surprise, but Brokey, as you said, Maui, he was nowhere to be found. Coming into the major, he had a streak of 11 maps. We only had 2 of them with a positive KD. The last 15 maps he's played has been at the major, and in 13 of those he's been in plus KD, and a lot of them, you know, being the decisive player within the FaZe camp. So right now you're looking at a Brokey that is back to his absolute best out of nowhere, and that's a massive win condition for FaZe, right? Jacob coming in with a massive 4 kill in the first half, having a good game. You had Brokey playing some of the best Counter-Strike he's played in a very long time. You had Kerrigan winning 2 force buys on the T side, yet they only, quote-unquote, only won 13-11 on their own map pick.
Caralho, vou começar essa porra aí. Demora, mano.
Their way for them to win. What FaZe needed was a team was for Jacob to activate, to be a serviceable player. For what they needed to be a true contender was for Brokey to get back the form he had from the last
E quem ficar calado chupa pique e dá o cu.
Just as ever, Mauser now back against the wall, seeing the fully fledged and fully formed FaZe clan. This is the worst case scenario for them in what was supposed to be a layup match if you want to look at recent form between both teams.
Yeah, Mouse seeing red quite literally on this very stage. I'm curious to what you think of the conversations when you go outside. You get to have finally a little bit of time to regroup. What do you think Cyclone's saying to the guys in this moment?
I think it's quite easy, in quotation, to actually attack that if you're Cyclone. You're saying obviously not good enough. We lost it in the force buys. We lost it in that regard.
Mano, esse ginásio ficou muito foda, velho.
Unfortunately for them, they couldn't close it out. They couldn't force it into overtime. But
Rio de Janeiro amanhã. Rio de Janeiro em abril? Topa? Nada a ver? EM Rio? Oh, eu fecho, mano. Eu fecho? Não sei, tem que ver aqui, mano.
You can't really dive into the fact that you lost a map that you probably should have won, etc., etc. So take the positives, leave the negatives, focus on the next.
Exactly. Focusing on Inferno is paramount
não
now
reparei.
in resetting here. It's been a great map for them throughout
Ó,
the season. It's a map where
começa 13 de abril. Deixa eu ver, comprar ingressos. R$400. Arquibancada no domingo, 250. Ah, mano. Primeiro dia, 225. Ah, não tá tão caro não, mano. É que tem que comprar já. Os 3 dias por R$600, mano. Lugar garantido mais próximo do palco. Arquibancada, os 3 dias, 450. Ah, se for comprar tem que ser os 3 dias, né, mano? Primeiro lote começa a vender dia 15. Nossa, 15 agora, filho, de dezembro. Segunda-feira. Tá, eu vou comprar, mano, foda-se. Like this guy has been just such a stud for them in general, and if he does his job, all Jacob has to do is just clean up a couple kills at the end of round. So vai, mano, mesmo não tendo a vitória, mas vai ter a vitória. Eu vou, mano. Porque aqui, ó, tem aqui experiência e adicionado ingresso. Acesso prioritário, acesso antecipado 30 minutos, goodie bag da IM Rio, incluindo camiseta, moeda comemorativa e card autografado por um jogador aleatório. Não inclui lugar na arena, R$400. Valor de varejo, 750. He's willing to call out of set spawn calls. He's willing to play fast-paced Counter-Strike. He's willing to try to surprise his opponent. So I'd expect a lot of pressure coming in from FaZe in the first 4 to 5 rounds. That's a really curious point, right? Because we were saying when we were going through the match, eu acho que eu vou pegar sim. Falar com a Laís hoje. Porque tem que ver hotel, né, mano? É sexta, sábado e domingo.
Surprising them slightly in the veto with it. Inferno, given that is such an obvious pick coming out from Mouse, I'm just curious, are they going to get a little bit more aggressive? Because
ainda não temos os times confirmados.
He was more active than I'm used to seeing him. So if he's going to post up in halls, get set up towards banana, peek down mid, just put pressure on Mouse, make them expend all of their utility in the early round just to make sure they don't have really just easy op deaths at the hands of Brokey, then suddenly they're finishing.
Cara, vai uns milzão aqui no mínimo.
Getting scouted out so much more easily, and I am so certain there's just going to be 2 rounds in this first half where
ele é clube social, tangue e miojo. Tentar desenrolar patrocínio, velho.
Not give up too many positions, not giving too up many bomb sites. You require a guy like Jacob to find some sort of impact on the.
Vamos voltar, pessoal? Vamos voltar? Vamos querer?
Falcons as well when Nico is taking over the calling on the CT side sometimes, and you hear other teams that have a CT side caller and then the in-game leader being the T side caller. There's only so much.
Uma placona na frente.
You rely on your individuals, so you rely on Twist, you rely on Frozen to give them enough rounds.
Eu acho que é para não dar merda mesmo.
On the T side. FaZe off to a flying start on Nuke. It's time to see if that continues on Inferno.
Yeah, we're going to find out if Mouse can shake off Nuke. Ready for Inferno. Their pick in this quarterfinal. They're on the ropes now.
Vai começar, hein?
What do you reckon, Budapest?
Começou!
Mouse and FaZe locking horns. Map 2 of the quarterfinals. Let's make some noise!
Piruriru, baby!
Slow roll for Mouse on the T side. Starting heavy A, FaZe with the CT setup, 4 clamping down top mid for info, and they've got all of that right now. Frozen. Over towards Coffins on his lonesome as the execute being lined up. Popping into this site in a moment's time.
It's the right call. Looks like it's going to find the right result as well. Frozen playing it safe. Anticipates exertions forward position. He's absolutely nailed it there. They're going to run him down. They're running at him with the bomb.
Caralho.
The second head.
Acho que não. Alô?
Falling apart. They only had 1 defender. Now Ronan, another victim of FaZe Clan.
Agora, vamos ver. Você tá adiantado ou Marcelo? Fica lá na frente. Ah, tá. Tá bom. Ai. Ai. Eu derrubei todas as latas aqui, velho. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Derrubei a camiseta, derrubei tudo, velho. Puta que pariu. Pera aí que eu tô sem fone, não fala comigo não.
Crazy. You've just had a whole team talk about starting off on a new foot, turning a new leaf. And that's how your pistol goes.
You battle back in the face of adversity there on map number 1. 9-3 down first half. You put on 8 consecutive T-side rounds of your own, and then you get broken late in the piece. But you're still in it to win it.
Carrigan not playing scared here. How's the support of Frozen?
Hang time there. Exertion gets info on Carrigan's forward position in the mouth of Banana. Now they start to posture back towards A. Until for the finish on the T side. Plenty of smokes. Molly could be back pit and flashes. You could wrap, you could just the standard long and moto. I mentioned long and it drops in. So they're going to keep this one moving. To keep FaZe guessing. Right now they don't have brackets control, they don't have banana control.
Cheguei em casa, lavei a camiseta da Fúria e secou, velho. Tempo pro jogo ainda. Tirar toda a mandinga, né, mano? De negatividade. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, Frozen on the pistol, fantastic. Gave the space, got run on down now. He's got Carrigan in support. Quick headshot, Exertion, the entry piece removed. Snaps that spearhead over his knee. Up next, Carrigan to bat, overlooked. Messi spray dancing around the pillar.
Carrigan.
It's Torty at the back of the
Carrigan maroto ali.
Does well, Jimmy as well. They've got that bomb down, and now they have that disadvantage in the post plant, but for how long?
No kit.
Weird one. Gotta get a hurry up. Torgy and Jimmy could swing on a moment's notice. They managed to find him out. Torgy onto Jacob, but it's now all onto Jimmy. He can't handle Brokey on the retake.
Eu quero que dê face logo, mano, pra acabar.
DNA on display, that's their core identity. Feeling that pressure. Both teams displaying mental.
Now.
Only one can take over the map. Diffuse comes in. 2-0 start. Should be the partial now. Clear of the smoke. Twist rotates in. A bit for one now onto Spinks. Carrigan. Lucky to get away with one there. Thought he had made a mare on that fight with Torgy, who just eventually put him down.
And Twist wouldn't have been there as early as he was if it wasn't for playing ahead of the three-quarter smoke. You identified it. Enabled him to be there, chip in onto Spinks. Frozen as well, finding that frag onto Exertion that clearly led to frustration.
Yeah, need to be able to contain that now. You want the fire in the belly, but exhale desire. Couple of nades, couple of flashes, banana fight.
Quick fight, Carrigan unloading his mag with a white screen. He's done well in the support of Frozen. They managed to take out Brolin, and already a second piece makes his way to Car.
Yeah, under a lot of pressure there. Frozen needs the reload. They get back, but they probably want to fight forward because Brokey's here.
Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, okay, so about 58 for Exertion.
Nice nade. Oh, just shy of the mark there. There's another one that goes in. That one doesn't miss the mark.
Yeah, it is a ring in. Limbs hanging on.
Going to see a lot of Exertion up Banana fighting against Frozen and Carrigan throughout. You have the support of Torgy and Brolin in different pieces. Spinks will be boiler control and Jimmy will be hulls. That's what you can expect from the T-side default rounds from Mouse. But right now, just with the pistols in their pockets, one flash for Jimmy. A fight that could be coming the way of A. 55 seconds. Jacob pit anchor.
Inimigos do... No! Mano, o cara consegue matar de HS com a tiradorinha de prego. Isso aí é uma brincadeira o negócio. Olha lá, olha lá. Olha isso, velho! É bizarro, mano. É, sei lá, velho.
Massive entry frags from Torgy. Now Exertion can just find one. They're cooking.
Mano, o Torne-Se ganhou um round pra eles, tá?
This time from the B duo.
Carrigan's quick on this. Exertion might not be expecting this.
I suspect not.
Vai pegar o shirt.
Kicks up a fast, starts to take contact. Exertion will take a look. Carrigan just needs one bullet. Can't find it. Doesn't matter.
É o entregas, né?
Frozen, the safe pair of hands
É o
of
entregas.
denies what Torgy started to create.
Okay, well that is 3 consecutive rounds where the bomber's gone down and 2
Fazer uma
the partial and the
coisinha
force that are
aqui.
damn close. So FaZe walk away with 2 players staying alive again, but this shows you Mouse are not far off, and now that the guns come in, the AWP in the hands of Torgy, the full AKs, the util to boot, this pressure is going to be amplified, so they're giving themselves a buffer of 3.
Let's see this from his POV. just catches him on the drop down. Carrigan chased him into the crosshairs of his teammate.
Okay, well, here we go. On's favorite phase now.
Whoa.
Half-wall smoke thrown from Spawn from Twists.
Get out of there. Brokey's lucky to be alive.
They're going to go quick on this. There's a lot of pressure holes early and trundling straight up middle. Okay. They're looking direct towards A to deal with a 3-player B start. So Twist is back in time.
Good move. Jacob's blocked.
And he's going to be under a lot of pressure here. Pit anchor. If you can wind him up and let him go. He's in a scenario where he's not under barrage of nades. Right? There's not a molly in his face. He's not getting HE'd. He's just able to stand and shoot. This kid has aim. Well-timed block smoke. Carrigan rotating over.
Could be a well-timed nade here. Misthrown. Flash for aggressions. Twist gets set up, doesn't go too far. Brokey does well. Torgy's been hurt. No, the messy tracking. He does well to stabilize, removing exertion, and now Torgy's running out of teammates. Everybody's gone. A different game now for Torgy. As an arena starts chanting the name of the captain of your opponent as you look to save your orb on home soil.
Tá difícil. Ah, tá.
No access for Mouse at the start of their T side.
Yeah, how long can this go on for? Keys to these 4 for FaZe have been opening kills. Frozen managing 3 of them. Brokey chips in now that the AWP's in play for the 4th. That has to change. You need to make sure that you're the ones finding those opening kills on your Gambits up Banana. And right there, the util perfectly placed to block them as Neo just basking in the glory of all this, taking in the arena.
Não, o pique deles foi Nuck.
This is going to be the tactical timeout called, so Cyclone can get on the microphone. The AWP is saved. Here's the biggest issue. This type of map isn't going to lend itself to looking for too many opening picks. Torgy is going to have to be hyper-aggressive. So I immediately flick to his POV. I look to his spawn. I think, do you want to try the Zywoo? Charge up Banana, see if you can find that opening kill. You go down, nades in your face, orb gone. You know there's going to be a partial behind it because of where the loss bonus is at. So do you want to let the Tech-9s take the space, then set yourself up on lines later? Do you want to try and erupt into this to be the tone setup? We've already seen frustration within the first 4 rounds from both Torgy and Exertion. None of one was close, but to get back into this series, you need Inferno to push this the distance to the 3rd and decider. We've also gone for a Galil in the mix, so 2 Tech-9s, Deagle, saved AWP. So action on Torgy. What type of call has Cyclone made? Do they want to slow down the pace? Do they want to try and control the tempo? Do they want to get in their face like we saw on Nuke?
Oh, there's the nades!
Capturou o Pokémon.
See the HEs? You're going to go towards logs, you're going to boost over the smoke. We double Nature. See you later.
Just in their heads.
Another opening kill, 5 consecutive rounds now. Add that one to the tally.
Oh, FaZe Clan, they're in that flow state. They're on.
Ah! Passaram a perna na internet lá, velho. Chutaram o cabo lá, guys.
Torgy fires off that shot, and Bracket's control now seized.
This is where Jiggles get a little bit scary. You've given away mid control. I just want to tuck into some crossfires where you can play off of each other.
Não, agora pode travar, se foda, mas não pode travar no jogo da Fúria, é foda. Não, minha internet tá normal, cara. É, não pode cair igual aquele dia, né?
Hoping for the swing off the flash. Torgy gets nothing. Brokey's posted, ready to catch Exertion. If he does try and stretch his legs, an aid, that's all.
Broke não saiu, velho. Ficou cravado.
Crossfire established. It's going to be between Jacob and
Gelado,
Twist.
hein?
Tested from multiple elevations. Mouse have a shot at getting the bomb down. How does it go? Twist is ready.
No!
Coming in from Spinks. It's a double out of Jacob before they silence him.
Mano, esse Spinks tá cheio da balinha, viu?
As they seize the site and get the bomb planted, extending play.
Okay, there's kids for this, but this is looking good for a Mouse round.
Okay, started off with a disaster with a double nade.
Jimmy up in graveyard, Torgy to take short contact. Piping through
That's
with
the last of them. That's the last flash. He does secure short.
Now Jimmy's in the open.
He's going to be very vulnerable. He knows the angle they'll be peeking from. How do they path this? Torgy good for 1. Carrigan goes down. There's Jimmy delivering. Exposed but not out. As
Os caras são diferentes mesmo, né, mano?
Yeah, TORNE-SE erupting right there, finding a lot of impact. That setup, very potent. The time that moto smoke comes in, they all channel through short. The flash is good to push TORNE-SE off the line. Gets this first. Now they're not considering Graveyard. Jimmy gets to activate, and TORNE-SE puts the cherry on top. Beautiful. 4-1, back in play. And financial trouble now for FaZe. This time, they lose the opening player, but they find the round. FaZe should have been set up for their 5th there against that very light investment behind the saved orb, but Mouse.
That's signs of life. You're on the ropes. You lost the first map.
You get consecutive, you break the money.
Just do it again. Eyes on Exertion. Yet to see his name in the kill feed in our second map of play, and he is a crucial piece of this Mouse puzzle.
He's going to be frustrated. That's a team molly there.
Yeah, that's going to limit him. He had an opportunity, and now Block Smoke's been forced.
Yeah, trying to play ahead of the timings. But at least they've applied a lot of pressure. So siphoning out the CT utility is going to make this ending a whole lot easier. Come down to the gamble for FaZe. Twist is only operating with a pistol. He's that rotation. He's feeling that he can get done with a little bit lighter. Karrigan, as a B player, needs a rifle to defend the honor as a nade echoes in. Now pressure towards brackets. Brokey on the line.
Já tem a info, Brokey. Pode estar apartamento.
This is what Cyclone talks about. He wants the entire map to feel like it's occupied by Mouse. You're uncertain as to where the body of the assault, where that bomb is going.
Okay, so Spam.
Spinks eu acho que é manita, velho.
Through the smoke, Block Smoke's just gone down. Not yet halfway gone as the execute being lined up. There's no mollies for the side here. So Frozen and Karrigan will not be displaced by flames. Twist has a flash as well to assist. Here they come.
Here comes the commitment. Frozen's tucked in, happy on that second box. Karrigan draws blood. Another body drop. Search is gone. It's way too easy. Mouse just made it to my speed before our very eyes, running into that B site.
Yeah, FaZe are asking questions, but they're the gamble stack in the right place. And as mentioned, the util not there to make that execute potent. You're hoping the smokes and flashes are enough, that they're playing behind this, but both rifles playing in the sight. This is a great call. When you're playing 2 rifles side-side, you're able to lock it down like this, and then Twist gets to chip in. Worst case, one side, one CT, you're playing through, and they're ready for it. Karrigan lets out a roll, 5-1, back in the mud, and you hate to see that from Mouse. This is getting away from him damn quick.
Just feels like they can't catch their grip, catch their breath. Everything you're trying, FaZe a step ahead of you. They just need something to go their way. You thought that 5th round, their first T round.
Oh! Olha o Spinks jogando, meu amigo. Correndo. Correndo.
Dipping back into the site, staying active. The desk discussed how active he's been playing, and Brokey is not playing scared, surrounded by pistols, but searching.
Não, vai não. Vai. O Torce tá com a cara. Um tem que cravar aí.
But there could be more, there could be bloodshed. TORNE-SE just on the other side. Twist, oh, he flicks in! They lost the bomb, and likely the round. Slipping through their fingers once more.
Jimmy's going to pick that up. Should be able to grab it and get away.
Feels pretty sketchy. There it is, back on the back of Jimmy. Sallow only for a moment, sat down, and a pistol could finish it. Dancing with him here, Spinks hasn't got the
É muita humilhação, meu amigo. Nossa. Ele parou de atirar e falou, vai, mano, me mata, velho. Me mata. Me mata.
Shades of map number 1. FaZe delivering the pain round after round, and then Mouse trying to bring it
Vocês
back.
são loucos, véi.
Question is, will it be too late? This is a great statement piece.
Passividade, né, mano?
Now we've seen them play a bunch of times so far in their major campaign, running the gauntlet. Sure, Red Kids, Fluxo, NIV, and 3D Max. This time it's Mouse, and the scoreline is a 5-round gap.
It just looks like the players on Mouse right now are already visualizing headlines.
Você falou do teclado do cara ali, mas o teclado dele não é 60, é 75. Por isso que é um pouco maior. Ele tem o... Não, é 75%, né? O 60% ele não tem da setinha pra lá. O 75% ele só não tem um numérico. Não, o dele não tem um numérico só.
FaZe Clan chants at the walkout slowly. Take the wind out of their wings.
If we're thinking that they have to be, how can we not be the hometown heroes here? How can we not have the crowd on our side? That's gotten in my head.
Is he fighting off that flash? You'll have a look. Oh, he is ready.
4-0 in openings. Frozen is on fire.
Yeah, he is stunning, isn't he? Cold as ice, Mr. Cernansky, and Exertion has been put on ice.
Yep, 0-8 right now. This is the highest rated player from Mouse in the group stage. He is under the spotlight in the big games for someone who goes missing. And it's happening again in the worst possible moment. Your year comes to a close at the end of this.
Exertion A1.
Eu acho que foi. Nossa senhora! Você vê onde bateu o HE?
These are your two banana space takers, who are both about to be 0-8 unless Brolin can change that dialogue. And no, he can't.
Twists, velho. Caralho, meu amigo.
There's the catch. Just Jacob here. They can have the A site. They just have to get past Jacob. The new addition got too much to handle. Nice one onto the first. Denied by Torji. Bomb to be planted. It's a 1-on-3.
Bora essa caixa aí. Bora essa caixa. Bora essa caixa.
What's he got?
Torce.
Gets the first. Dancing around with where's he nearly finished it.
Twists. Mano, Twists amassou, velho.
Frozen was disconnected. One more bullet. He had the 1v1.
Got scrappy there in the end, didn't it? They're just running at him right now, running with this momentum as 7-1 the scoreline now reads. 7-1 the opening kill disparity.
What a nade. That's outrageous, that one.
Stole that one from FURIA, I think.
Twist just gets it across the line.
I think the problem right now that Mouse have is they brought back map 1. I don't think FaZe are in a position where they're going to allow that to happen again. Sorry, boys, we were 9-3 up. First half, T-side nuke, and we almost let it slip away. We're feeling locked in, but let's lock them out.
Inevitável, né?
This time's looking like a hustle up mid. Something more direct. This is one way to get your players into the piece, not the default. Explode.
Brokey flashed
Acertou ainda,
off
velho.
a shot.
Tagged in.
Oh!
Finished off by Twist. Spinks an immediate trade.
Oh!
He's everywhere right now. Ready to fight. Motivated. Just
Ai!
for more fights. Now get a shot.
Oh! Oh!
Brokey defends his side valiantly.
Meu
A
amigo.
chance for Exertion. Opportunity.
Já ouviu.
7-5 available if he
Já
can
ouviu,
just
já ouviu,
match up
já ouviu.
here. But he is up against the cool head of Frozen. Locked in, clearing through.
Ele não viu.
Subverts the
Ele não
expectation.
ouviu.
He's slipping the gap. Exertion
Ele não ouviu.
in the right way.
Puta que pariu.
He's back in the server.
First 3 kills, Ram's going to get the second round for Mouse. They need this kid alive. He needs to find that fight. And that one right there could be a statement piece.
If anything, that says I'm not giving up. I'm not going down without a fight.
You think right here, Brokey back up to no good. Combat or
Oh,
pick,
nice.
Exertion
Hopefully
stays
for Parker now.
precise. Frozen felt like he had his number.
I thought I booked him with the angle. What a flick.
That's
Quick
great
reaction.
Okay.
Oh, maybe there is a half to be had here after all. Brokey wants to see to it that it's not. Still on these Aggie lines, doesn't overstay, throws out the block smoke. Silent pathing, 2 towards the apartments, Brolin to set them up for something quick.
So they've changed this shift from, all right, we're getting owned in banana, we're giving away openings. It's a leaky shift. Let's turn towards A and pressure Jacob, pressure Brokey.
Okay, yeah, this is way quicker than they're probably expecting. Immediately applying that pressure. Now Exertion puffs up his chest on banana.
They've just changed the flow chart. All right, if we want to go banana control first, it's not working. Let's take the A space, then we'll go back for banana control. We can still get both, but this way we can try not to give away the openings, which is still a problem. Second wave.
Retake. They want the space. Frozen gets flashed in and they
Whoa.
can find theirs.
I think Exertion just dinked Brolin.
That's awkward.
So stalled out, you can see the back and forth of these nades.
Cachorro, né,
Let's
velho?
get this control. Frozen hovers around. Kerrigan rotates
É,
over.
vai ser pra
Frozen
mano.
on beat. They're waiting in the shroud of middle right now. They're hoping the reaction of mid control taken back for info. It's not the case. The A finish comes in. Kerrigan, Brokey, and Jacob have to do it all. The rotation is miles away.
Olha onde cai, Smoke, mano. Fica um gapzinho falido só. Nossa, mas é o gap que o Kerrigan precisava, velho.
Kerrigan licking his lips as he profits. Third body on the site. Brokey's all primed and ready. They've got to make their move. They've only got 14 seconds. A quick swing. Nice from Spinks. Torgy as well, but there's another body here. And no one's looking at Jacob. A dink on the FAMAS insufficient for lethality. Have to plan. Just in time, the bomb gets planted. Frozen chooses not to reveal his position. He'll play on the fade, and Torgy's now location's been spotted and executed. Oh, he's got a boat. Frozen again secures another for FaZe.
Smokes the enemy and Mouse in that one. Miss thrown over towards long team damage. Dan Brolin goes down. A gap in that one, and right now,
how many
they are in the hurt locker.
How many timeouts you got left? I feel like, yeah, you are going to need one there. Makes sense.
This is quick. Feels like it's going past a rapid pace. It's Frozen and Twist. 12 kills apiece. Brokey, he struggled stage 1.
Let's go.
Stage 3. It's those 3 double digits right now. That is all 3 tactical timeouts.
Olha só, eu já falei pra você que não é pra rusar igual nós.
If we can't turn this around, if we can't pull this together, if we can't salvage 3 to 4 rounds, this is done. Another event we
Olha lá, colocou a mão no ombro. É dedo no botico.
At what point does it change? They've mastered the art of consistency without contention, and you can't be going down to FaZe.
I remind you, less than half a second and stage 1 exit for FaZe. Now they find themselves looking to throw
Se o Torce não levanta ali também, ali ele tinha ok, mano.
quarterfinals of a major. Mouse left wanting. 2 rounds, all they have to their name.
That stat line is blown open in opening kills. Only 1 for Mouse. In 10 rounds played, Exertion 0 and 3, Brolin 0 and 5. They are being dictated to. They're meant to be the tone setters on the T side.
Oh, good flashback, 3 blind mice, and only 1 kill for Frozen.
O Frozen virou hot.
Spinks hangs around. Quick pivot out of
Derrete ele.
Torgy. Gonna head into Jimmy's turf. Apps is blocked. Broke on the long side. They're going to test Jacob again.
Okay, I mean, they think they found a weakness, but so far, so good for Jacob and co. Very disconnected from one another, though. Brokey trying to maneuver closer. Yeah, he is going to try and apply pressure on the short side. Jacob vulnerable. That's another from Brokey. He really is locked in. Another quick scope. This is his site, and you have no access. Spinks advancing. He's ready for the fight on the USP. Chips away with 1 bullet at the bottom.
Que jogo bonito essa parada.
And a knight now on the board.
This time for Brokey right now, he's rectifying the Savage, the king of chaos. Thriving in these moments. They're coming his way. He's charging right at him.
Unbelievable. He's showing no fear.
And this is the Brokey that everybody knows and loves. Last major, put on the bench. We'll take simple, thank you very much, for some time off. Recalibrates, comes back in. Nothing in right now. Who are Mouse?
Não.
FaZe are sticking it to him right here, right now. This
Não, na B é o Frozen e o Kerrigan. Loro. Salve, Raz! E aí, lindão? Frozen, mano. HEzinha, só pra falar que não.
No pressure, but all the results. Mouse are crumbling. Kerrigan's there. Still, despite the flashbang, hits Jimmy down half. Support from Twist on the smoke break. Doesn't catch them. Spinks is across. Should have a bomb plant. Got to end their round with a taste of victory. It's been a long time.
Segurou a B dos caras, Marcelo.
Taking their time on the rotation. Jacob's going to come up banana. Brokey now joining over towards CT small. Kerrigan low on HP.
This is their round. Mouse must convert this one. Cannot be double digits.
Jacob's so late on this, so slow.
Taking his sweet time. Another flash looking the wrong way. Gets booked. Good trade, but now Jimmy's
Já tem a call de fora. Já tem a call de fora. Perfeito, Jacob. É o cara dentro da bomba. Boa. Caralho, 10-2 deu sim, pra caralho. Ele soltou! Ele soltou! Caralho, deu ainda, mano! No! É porque ele tava sem kit, Caralho, mano, eu achei... Caralho! bala do Frozen. Olha essa dual, mano, do Twitch, velho. Pega muito, mano. Loucura, velho. Rapaziada, a 2 passos do paraíso, hein? Já já a Fúria.
Daqui a pouco aqui já começa a trabalhar.
Tem que trocar de camiseta daqui a pouco. Mas a mod só é 9-3, né, mano? Não, já era nada, Felipe. Virou 9-3. Os caras fizeram 11-9 e a FaZe virou de novo. É, a Fúria vai dar... A FaZe vai dar trabalho pra nós, né? Oh, o IMRU começa dia 13. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. São 7 dias de competição. Mas no ginásio é sexta, sábado e domingo só. São os playoffs, né? Tô hypado, velho. Acho que eu vou sim. Domingo.
Listen, I said in the beginning of the map, it's not the last map, okay? I still believe it. Let's fucking fight for it, okay?
Opening kills say otherwise 11-1 in the first half. Frozen 6-0 in that department. Exertion and Brolin both 0 and 5. They are hemorrhaging opening deaths. There is no way back into this.
Vai acabar antes, Fúria, o quê? Entrando 3,5 pra jogar?
Se pá, pode ser. Depende, né? Depende da... Legal só o Bro lá na B.
Os caras estudou o time, mano. A pistol round. Just to give you a chance. Os caras faz virando a primeira 4
And they will. Torchy's gonna have to pivot around. Does get spotted
É o
out.
Frozen, né, mano? Let it go, véi. Let it go. Let it go. A FaZe vai dar trabalho. E o Brolan tá na base. Tá perdido pra caralho. É, meu amigo. Fúria e FaZe na Semen. Amanhã.
FaZe Clan, they've gotten better every step of the way in this major, but
vai guardar a USP? Loucura, meu amigo.
Stood up and put up a fight. 13-11.
They're not even hunting him on the pistol round. That's how dire this is. You are being hunted on the pistol round.
You wanted Kevlar?
Abalado estou.
You force way out the game. That's your only option. You're out of timeouts. Cyclone can't sit there. He can't grab you on the shoulders. He can't say, boys,
não tem mais
because guess what? It's not.
Pause pra pedir.
Frozen is on an absolute heater.
O tiro tosco que pega, mano. Nem pegou, velho. Então, mas nem pegou o tiro, parece. Ah, é.
Tastes a bit of shrapnel from the AG.
win this? Does it even
Tanto de smoke, velho.
You would have to.
Just to elongate the pain. Exertion on his own. Needs an opening kill. Needs something.
So much pressure for one man to bear as potentially a whole squad readying themselves on banana. Could be correct. Your defensive resources well allocated.
Mano, olha onde cai esse smoke, meu irmão.
Oh, but a better result for Twist. There's an info on 3. Way too much for Jacob to handle. Doesn't go swinging willy-nilly. Twist, however, accelerating to cut off that rotation. The bomb's pivoting.
Mas quem pegou a arma é quem tá com pouca vida? Bizarro. Pegou nada, errou. Ó, o Shirt é um louquinho pra comer smoke, ó. Passando fome, ó. 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 Você perdeu, você perdeu.
Huge flash. No push. Two-man advantage. Jumping up. Using a numbers cracked it down. Brokey equalizes. A double spray. And with it, perhaps Mouse's hopes of igniting just a little bit of something. Jacob ready. Brokey as well. Will uncrouch on the contact. Here's them coming. There's one from Brokey. It's Brokey and Jacob.
Que recuperação, velho. 4x2. A phase vendida. Conseguiu trazendo o round, mano. Map point, véi! Map point. Temos aqui o adversário da Fúria já.
Only one member of Mouse that is putting up a fight.
And it's the man who wants it more than anyone else, Torji. His heart is about to be broken.
It's not often you get a major on home soil. For every Counter-Strike player.
Doente, Ekindar tava ranhento, tá? Ekindar estava ranhento. E não era pouco.
But that impending doom, that feeling in your stomach, underneath your Mouse jersey, in knots. As the crowd in Budapest are chanting to send you home. Is it that cut and dry?
Still executing behind this. Uses the staging area. Set this up. You got everything you need. Molly smokes, flashes HE to break. Exertion even cheats away. Brolin against the world.
What's he got? Flash indicates commitment. Miss flash from FaZe Clan. Kept at bay. Not disrespecting the smoke.
É porque ele tava bangado também, né? Acho que foi no time.
Exertion's been pulled across. Taken down. Brolin's running light on ammo. He needs to
Tirou
reload.
a tripla.
Tucks in, supporters arrive. Don't worry, Torji's here.
Twist. E acabou, guys. E acabou. Vai, Spinks. Pode... E ele vai, mano. Ele vai. Acabou. Jogão da FaZe, mano. Que isso. Muito bom, velho. Muito bom mesmo, mano. FaZe dominante no mapa dos caras, velho. Que loucura isso, velho. Loucura, loucura, mano. Domínio total na Inferno, mano. Domínio total na Inferno. É mole ou é dói? Jogaço, velho, jogaço. Louco. É, guys, agora chegou a hora da poderosíssima Fúria bater em loucos. Loucura, mano.
Jacob, you have leveled up, you have improved in every game, every stage, but this is a whole different place to do it in front of. Just tell me what you were feeling, what was going through your mind, because you looked to be enjoying it, you looked to be playing your best.
Yeah, just another game for me. I thought it's gonna be much more stressful. That is good.
You didn't look stressed, so what happened? How did you find yourself being able to deal with this? What did the team tell you?
I don't know.
Just enjoying it, I guess, man.
Twist. This phase is powering up slowly, game by game. Brokey is powering up. Jacob is feeling more comfortable. Do you feel like whoever is going to face you in the semifinals is going to be scared of this phase? What was seen today?
I mean, it's phase. I think you always have to be a little bit scared. It's the factor that this team has.
Pequena cabeça, né?
I think whatever opponent we face tomorrow is going to be a good matchup for us. Another tough opponent. Like you said, we're growing every game. And yeah, looking forward to see where the story
Não, acho que foi válido o seu comentário.
This game, Cyclone revealed to me that you guys prepared a really good game plan that they weren't able to counter. Do you feel like this is helping you, this kind of preparation by Finn or maybe Neo is helping you power out through these matches?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Finn is a tactical genius. I would say this is one of his strong attributes in terms of anti-shredding. I think when it comes to CD side stuff, it's a team collaboration. So yeah, it's all that late night grinding, you know? When it's midnight and people are in the practice room, ideas get made and people get to see the creation.
Now, Jacob, I have one final thing for you to do to make this a bit easier. Over here behind us, it's the Polish corner. Anything you want to say to them, you can say it in Polish as well, man.
Dzięki wam wszystkim za wsparcie.
And there we have it. FaZe find themselves in the semi-final. Budapest, please put your hands together. Cheer like crazy.
Imagina tudo. Agora, se a Fúria entrar realmente às 4 é baixaria, tá? Aí a organização jogou pro caralho. Pior que eu acho que vai ser às 4 mesmo, velho. É hora não, pô. Agora são 3:10 ainda.
That wasn't even a game on Inferno. I thought Nuke was supposed to be the one that could be close, and I thought Inferno was supposed to go to Mouse, and then hopefully a third fun, engaging and cool third map could have been played out, but this was not even a game of Counter-Strike Maui. Only one team showed up on Inferno. It was FaZe. I'll say on Nuke it felt like FaZe won because of Karrigan. That T-side calling was immaculate. You had Brokey stepping up. This time around though on Inferno that was every single player who had moments. Brokey showing up, Frozen showing up, Jacob having a couple of moments. Obviously credit to Karrigan as well. What a beautiful way to display yourself in a quarterfinal at a major.
Just when you think you're all out on FaZe, that there's no chance for them to make it through stage 1, not only do they exceed our expectations in stage 2 and stage 3, they get a win on this Budapest stage against the hometown hero in TORNE-SE. I mean, if this isn't religion, I don't know what is, okay? It's surreal watching Karrigan once again just elevate a team that has really no business. If you look at recent form, there's no reason they should have played this well. They didn't even qualify for the playoffs of CAC. Like, what even is going on there, okay? And now they're...
Guys, eu já volto. Eu vou tirar uma água do joelho, me preparar aqui, né? Porque parece que eu que vou jogar essa porra. Eu já volto.
It really is Brokey Friday.
É bom.
It's insane to see see the resurgence from him as well. I mean, every single player on FaZe. But the fact that we came into this and said, okay, Brokey has not been living up to expectation. We've been questioning exactly where he's been all this time. This is what he was saving it all for.
Brokey was on his way out, you know. There's no doubt about it. When he got a second chance coming into Cologne for FaZe after the summer break, he had a good event, you know, and he showed a bit of a glimpse of what the old Brokey would do. Then he's had a lot of rough events, not only him individually, but the team as a whole. As you said, now he couldn't qualify for the playoff at CSE, haven't really produced any big results. Twist comes into the mix, then Rain stands in front of him, Jacob comes back. It's been a very messy period. So for Brokey to find his footing in such a, dare I say, toxic environment, you know, not a stable environment, it's difficult. But the way he's been turning it around. Stage 1, Brokey, nowhere to be found. Stage 2, stepping it up. Stage 3, fantastic playoff game right here. As you said, Brokey Friday. I don't know where it comes from. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's out of nowhere. It's out of nowhere.
It's hard to explain. That's why it's just Brokey Friday.
That's my
Put it
favorite
up in lights.
Maoism ever. I mean, when you have Brokey and you've got Twist and Frozen firing on all cylinders, you're in for a bad time. And unfortunately, that bad time handed to Mao. So let's get a few final thoughts from them.
On the other side of things here, there's no words to really describe what feeling the players must go through in a moment like this. TORNE-SE, I got to ask you, when it comes to Nuke, you played it very close. You were fighting back in this, and then coming into Inferno, we didn't see the same energy. Why was that?
Yeah, I think on Nuke, we had a really rough start, and to be honest, they had really good ideas how to punish us on T side. I have to give two props to us there, but yeah, I think it was just not enough on CT side, you know, and that costed us the map, and yeah.
I know for you, right, it's Budapest, it's home, it's a major in your country, then how much you would have wanted it. For it to end like it has here, what emotions do you feel from this?
Yeah, obviously it would have been an amazing story to win here. I mean, in front of the home crowd. Yeah, didn't happen. It's tough to swallow, so yeah.
And just lastly, I'll let you go, man, because anything you want to say to the crowd, everyone there, anyone else at home?
Yeah, just thanks for everybody who showed up and cheered for us. It meant a lot, and yeah, keep it up.
Thank you, George.
There's been a lot of tough moments that TORNE-SE has had to live throughout his career. I'm thinking back in Austin as well in the semi-finals, but unfortunately, Maui, I think this moment will take the cake for him. The one opportunity you get to be performing in front of your home crowd, and it ends here, and it ends in a whimper as well. The fashion that FaZe just dismantled them on that Inferno, their own map pick. That's not something you're going to forget anytime soon if you Mouse.
A huge disappointment given the fact that Mouse have been almost impervious until they get to the semifinals of every tournament. This is the second time since the Spinx acquisition that they have failed to get to the top 4 of a tournament, and they've played a great year of CS. I mean, in terms of tactics, a lot of teams are looking at them at the forefront of ones that are playing structured CS, one that makes sense in terms of the framework of a team. But unfortunately, a lot of the individuals didn't show up today. I think a lot of players, maybe not TORNE-SE, who actually played fairly admirably, even down to the last round, a lot of them are going to look back at their performance and say, why didn't they show up? Because that's been, unfortunately, a pervasive issue with some of these guys. Exertion, Yimpat, not giving us what we know they're capable of in the studios.
Right now, Mouse are in their full right to be disappointed, and obviously they should be disappointed. The fashion they go out right here against FaZe Clan, not making it a fight, it must hurt for the Mouse camp, because them coming into the tournament, they were saying it themselves, they're here to win the trophy. They're not here to go into the semifinal. They're not here to make the playoff. The only thing that mattered for them was to win a trophy and get into the grand final. I will say, though, as much as they should be disappointed right now, as you also alluded to, Maui, zoom out for a moment. When we started the year, you lost Shuhei, right? That was a big surprise to everyone. Then you promote Bro Broland to become the in-game leader. You acquire Spinks into your lineup, and the vast notion from the community and everyone was that, okay, maybe Mouse, you can be a top 5, top 6, top 7 team, sometimes occasionally get into a semifinal, but as you said, they've consistently been in the conversation as a top 3 team in the world. Not really been able to win too many trophies. The one in Cluj stands out, obviously. That was the first tournament as well, but outside of that, they fell short when it mattered the most. As a whole year, though, I think Mouse would have sold it for this. They have been competitive throughout the entirety of it. They've been in grand finals, they've been in semifinals for you. Honestly speaking, did you expect that when Broland was being promoted as an in-game leader?
No,
I don't think many people
hindsight's always 20/20, right? But I think it's the fashion that you end your year on, right? I'm buying into what you're saying, where, okay, it's amazing what they've managed to achieve when we had so many question marks around this roster, but one of your worst placements in playoffs, it's the final tournament of the year, it's the major, it's on home soil for TORNE-SE. I mean, that's borderline unacceptable for them, no?
This is a major that they were trying to peek at.
Yeah.
Because obviously you're trying to get TORNE-SE that hometown trophy in front of him. I just think that a few of the individuals just really, when the pressure's on, I feel like it has been way too consistent for me to expect Exertion to drop 20% than what he's used to. I feel like Spinks is one of the few guys, along with TORNE-SE, where I can rely on them, but when push comes to shove, high pressure situation, need to be able to adapt on the fly. Some of the guys just seem a little too stuck in their ways, which is a crazy proposition given the fact that they're so young. It doesn't feel like they're actually improvising, that on the fly they can read what's going on in terms of the round, because Kerrigan threw out some pretty crazy plays today.
Yes.
Some really great ideas on Nuke especially, but then they're just hit like a truck. They just don't have anything to fall back on in terms of a well-rounded gameplay. Like, it's either prep or die for Mouse.
I agree with that, you know, and I also think that's why we can probably open that can right now if you want to. I don't think we're going to see this 5-man lineup head into 2026. I think this was the event, as you said, they wanted to peak for this major, they wanted to produce a good results. They said coming into it, we want to win the trophy. I think there's been enough, you know, talk around Mouse that they also realized that if they want to take that next step up and get closer to the trophies, something's got to change, right? So as much as I have appreciated watching Mouse throughout the entirety of the year, as I said, I think they've been consistent, they've been fun to watch, maybe lacked a little bit in the grand finals. I'm also quite certain that they will be looking to upgrading or change something within the roster in order to try something new for 2026. Because let's be honest, the last 6, 7, 8 months, they've been trying a lot of different things, but they haven't gotten any closer to the trophy.
Go on, put that Mouse manager hat on then. What are you doing? What are you changing? Like, you know, the world is your oyster. Let's just pretend you got everything.
Yeah, it depends
what's
on what's
available
at the market, right? And at what price as well. I think a curious note would be PR, who's currently in Gamer Legion, a team that's struggling. As far as I'm aware, he has connection to Mouse, being an academy player. Maybe there's a buyback clause. Yeah. Maybe there's a loan. Who knows? I think he would be a great fit within the roster. I think there's certain Mouse players as well that would be very interesting for other organizations. So how many of those players can Mouse keep? You know, how many of those players are still buying into the project? I think it's a fun game to play, but it's very tough right now to say which direction that's going to go.
I would say maybe it feels like the T sides have been the weakest aspect of Mouse.
Are you looking to replace Broland? You know, is that it?
Broland's a tough call, and I don't really see a serviceable replacement just off the top of my head. I will say TORNE-SE's kind of become a secondary in-game leader for them. I feel like he's almost talking more on the player cams than anybody else, and so I don't really want him to just become an Opera IGL, but if you could find somebody that's able to take up the mantle there, because let's be honest, Broland as an individual not reaching the heights that he was on when he was on NIP or Fnatic in the past, kind of be, what, the savior of Sweden? Those days are long gone as an individual player.
I'll put a name on the Cosby there. I'll say something. I feel like Jimfat, we haven't seen the best of him in this year. And I don't know what it is, you know, ever since Spinks got into Mouse, it does feel like he's had to take a step back. And I remember Jimmy, you know, when he was at his best in 2024, considering, you know, maybe to be the anchor, the best anchor and the best performing anchor in the world. I think there's more in Jimmy, and maybe sometimes you have those roster changes where a player would benefit from moving on and the team would also benefit from that player moving on. I could see a world where Jimmy would go to another team. That could be anything from FaZe, maybe even Vitality, maybe even Falcons to replace Tessus. That would make an awful lot of sense, you know, one more star player and maybe Falcons win. Who knows? But then again, just one more. But that would probably benefit both parts. So I think there's a lot of things to consider if you're Mouse.
Yeah, no, that's a very thoughtful answer, Jacob. In terms of how the pendulum swings in this one, how much was this an performance rather from FaZe versus an underperformance from Mouse?
That's why I don't feel like you should be too hard on yourself if you're Mouse. you can't game plan for Brokey putting up the best game I've seen from him in the last 6 months. Legitimately. I know that maybe he's had a map in his studio that someone wants to reference when you look at the numbers, but in terms of pure impact, making almost flawless decision making, and in terms of just having so much effect in the beginning, middle, and end of a round, this is the best Brokey I have seen. So I don't know, like game planning against that is ridiculously difficult, but I guess the problem I do have is that Exertion is just kind of fallen out of favor for me as one of the top entry fraggers. Like when I was constructing my more recent top 20 list, he's had a lot of these kinds of moments throughout this year, and he might not even make HLTV's top list, which might be a shock to some, but then if you really look at some of those big events and how he performed in later stages of them, he's generally at the bottom.
That's true. You know, a player that we've seen do such a good job in that role, you know, especially in group stage, especially at lower pressure moments. He's also had playoff games where he's stepped up massively, but I agree. I feel like there's a lot of players within the mouse camp right now. Jimmy is one, you know, Exertion is another, where you've seen them do better. Whether or not they can be unlocked fully in mouse or have to go somewhere else in order to regain that potential, that's the big question.
It's such a shame for an organization who've really, you know, exceeded expectations in terms of some of the changes that they had at the beginning of this year, you know, the facilities around them as well. It's purely heartbreaking to see them exit in this fashion. The other side of the coin, though, we had Twist also saying that on stage, saying, I feel like whoever we face in the semi-final, which we'll be finding out in an hour's time, I feel like it's going to be a great matchup for us. Like, they're so feeling it on this stage. I don't even care who they play now.
They got nothing to lose, right? They most likely will play FURIA. Let's pretend that idea, right? And they go into that game with nothing to lose. Another note on Twist as well, let's be completely honest, FURIA. He got out of Liquid jail, and look where Liquid is at right now, right? That's a team that also needs an awful lot of changes, you know, and maybe a systematic change in how the culture is built within the team. If you're Twist, you got into FaZe Clan, you got out of Liquid jail, and then you thought you joined another rough pad. It wasn't looking great. Rain coming in and out of the lineup, Jacob, you know, slotting in and out of the lineup, and now you get to end the year like this. I know it's been a rough period for Twist for many different reasons, but I kind of can't help to feel happy on his behalf, right? He's been firing on all cylinders. He was the one player who stepped up for FaZe Clan when everything was looking dark. You could count on Twist to deliver, so for him to be in a major semi-final again, that's something that makes me happy.
We can see it with the Scope GG stats as well. Frozen was a name that you were looking at coming into this quarterfinal. I bet you're pretty happy that he delivered it, right?
I mean, I'll just be blunt. He's my favorite rifler. He's been my favorite rifler for maybe 3 years. I feel like he's so active in terms of he can play all stages of a round. When he was on Maus in particular, dude was an entry fragger a lot of the time. Some people in the last year started calling him a baiter. I said, you guys just aren't watching close enough. Kerrigan just runs too fast forward, okay? Like, you can't always keep up with that. So to see him have as much impact in this one, to just dominate Banana in the fashion that he does, like, he's a huge reason that they even got to this stage. Some of his performances on Nuke in particular in the earlier stages, like, one of the best trade fraggers in the world, bar none. One of the best late round players, so cool under pressure. And he, again, like, he himself, I'd say it's almost poetic that he takes down Maus after leaving them in a decision that at times, I'm sure throughout the year, looked a little bit questionable because
100%.
Maus looked like the better team, but then on the stage that matters the most, he elevates FaZe and FaZe help him out too.
Well, either way, it is time to throw things to a quick break before we find the next opponent for FaZe. That's going to fall to either NAVI or FURIA. It's going to be going down after this break.
a performance coach for NAVI for more than 2 years now. In the esport environment, I'm known as Cyrus, and yeah, happy to be here. I used to work in business as a recruiter, coach, and also high-performing teams senior manager. The work in esport started fully with passion, and I think my first biggest success was getting the Fnatic League of Legends team into the finals of World Championship. I think people have a concept that performance coach is a person that is, you know, reacting on things, and it's actually not true. Performance coaching is a lot about prevention. We focus them on being able to maximize the performance here and now and prevent, and I'm trying always to prevent any damage that can put the player off the performance. It's a lot about understanding like how the player, a specific player, functions to be able to recognize in critical situations or prevent things from happening. Not only, you know, reacting on things and just like, you know, patting the player on the shoulder, but making sure that the player is, actually I can say it, not aware that things could have happened and were happening. I'm always saying like, the more you feel I do nothing, the better I do my job. I think the most dynamic and interesting days are the bootcamp days and the tournament days. A lot of things run around the schedule. So depending on like what time do we play, we eat that amount of time before the game, we get up that amount of time before the game just to make sure that the players are fully awake, fully prepared. There's always something hectic happening. There's always something that is coming over. And apart from the plan we usually have, things go wrong sometimes. And even if we, for example, prepare like the best bonding exercise for them, it can turn out that something didn't click, you know, something didn't work. And the biggest and the strongest tool for the player to have, to be able to manage their own self-talk and turn the, let's say, ego, because usually the 19, 18 years old players that come into the environment of tier 1, they have usually huge ego, and, you know, it's very quickly that they get pacified in the first games when they get really humbled by those that are stable, controlled, and so on. There's a lot of knowledge that the players need to have. What is actually mentality? How do I handle pressure? How do I work in high pressure performance environment? Even though the conflicts will always appear, if we can sort the conflicts and we still can be, let's say, respectful to each other, then the team is like actually, you know, functioning very well. It's just to allow the players to be themselves, to be human beings, not necessarily, you know, with a lot of negativity and anger.
G2, I think they played well and they quite deserved it. Maybe they had like an off match against Mongols, but I think overall they're playing really well. And also I wanted to see Avigad qualifying into the major playoffs. Also Liquid to some extent with Nerds, but I think they had best chances obviously. So.
I guess I would like for G2 to be in playoffs as well.
First team that came to my mind is Aurora. I think they were expected at least to make playoffs, but they did not, so I would choose them, yeah.
G2. 3D Max? I don't know, I just think they play good and I expected them to go through. I had them in the pick'em, but they didn't do it, so I would say 3D Max.
G2 is one of them. We have a long rivalry this season alone with them, and I feel like they deserve, but they were just a little bit unlucky with the draw and everything. The second team would be Paravision. I watched all their vlogs. They played from stage 1 in this major, and just like old friends, James and Dustin, so it would be cool.
I think G2. I think they deserve to be in playoffs, and also the game they played against us was really good, and I think they played on a top level.
Imperial.
Pro G2.
I don't know, I have Shadon as assistant coach. He's a Swedish guy, we are good friends, so it would be fun to have him here at least.
To be honest, I was surprised that Legacy didn't even qualify for third stage. I was kinda rate them, so it was a surprise for me. About third stage, G2, I thought they will make it, but they had kinda not the easiest bracket, so I think that's all.
Aurora, I would say.
Aurora.
For Division, because I play with Ave, and I talk him after lose and say, doesn't matter if you lose now, you have time to win, but time to chill now.
I think G2. I think they had a great run in London, and I want to see more of them.
B8.
I think the closest to have made playoff was probably G2, and I think they are up there for sure. So yeah, it's sad for them, but that's yes.
I think Heavygard has been impressing me in general the whole season. He has some of the same roles as me, and he's performing really well in his role. So that's nice to see.
I'll go with. I think Jacob from FaZe has some good moments for them, and I think he bailed them out a couple of times. And I'm happy that he's getting a bit of recognition for good things and not only for the losses that they had.
I will say Jacob. I think a lot of criticism has come his way or FaZe's way of the changes. I think he's stepped up insanely. I think this tournament has been really good.
Cielo from Parivision, he played really good the games I watched, and Controllers from the Mongols. I think nobody knew much about him when he joined, but I think he has been playing really well.
Jacob?
Wonderful, has impressed me a lot. I feel like Navi honestly had very tough games and very close games, and if Wonderful didn't play how he played, it would be very hard for them. So he impressed me a lot, I think.
Dunk.
I think Motor just keeps performing at a high level.
I would say Motor probably.
But I think no one.
Nobody?
No.
I mean, I think last tournament, just Keisarato, I think he's been really good. He's been really solid for a long time, I mean. But this tournament especially, he's been showing a lot of good numbers.
I think Wonderful has been really good in this event, especially versus Vitality. I think it was pretty good clutch had some really good clutches. I'll say him.
Wonderful.
Keisarato.
Controllers.
Молодой.
The controllers.
Jacob.
Молодой.
It's always Dunk or Zayu. Yeah.
Exertion. Молодой.
Keisarato? Dunk has impressed me since he was born, I think. He's so good, but this major is out of his mind. He plays so good and so many multi-kills, pistol rounds, it's insane. I think Mezi would be super chill to go on a road trip with, or maybe Matu, Zayu. And I think any location would be fine with them, but I think with Zayu I'll go to Tokyo.
Go maybe with someone who talks a lot, so I would pick maybe like Fallen. I think he could share some experience, and also I feel like he's talking a lot, so then I could just listen and ask some questions. But where would we go? Maybe I would take him to Lapland, Finland. It would be nice for him. Maybe he hasn't ever been there.
With Shura in Disneyland, any country.
Kyosuke. I think it might be a bit hard because both of us don't know too many things, but at least we will not care about anything. We will just be chill.
That's actually interesting. I think FlameZ, maybe he seems like a funny guy and always nice to be around. Probably knows, even if he doesn't know like how to deal with stuff, how to cook or something or whatever, he's probably gonna figure it out because he's just like, well, let's try this, let's try that,
I think if you want something pushy, I think I would go with Nico actually. Yeah. He would pay for the whole trip, of course. Mr. Rich Guy. No, I'm kidding.
Where are you guys going?
That's up to him. I think if you leave everything to him, it's gonna be a good trip.
I will pick Techno because he knows everything, every delivery application and everything. And we will go to 100% Korea, South Korea.
I will say FlameZ just because I know how entertaining he can be. Even
Estamos de volta! Uhul!
He would enjoy that. He loves a bit of the.
Eu tô aqui, véi. É o melhor momento.
Maybe Korea or.
Bora, Brasil, cara, tá procurando minha bandeira, tava atrás de minha bandeira. Uhul! Bora, caralho. Bora.
Wherever he wants to go.
Bora. Tava aberto aqui, velho. Deixa eu ver, peraí.
Magic's anywhere.
I have to choose someone outside of my team. I would go for Hunter probably.
Por que eu não tenho?
I would go to Bosnia because I've never been there and he's Bosnian, so it's nice for him to show me the country.
Eu vi.
I'm from Interlove and Long Island, New York. Hey everyone, my name
is
Mr. Crewman. I play in the band Sepultura.
Porque eu não dei? Mas não é pra mim que você tem que pedir, velho.
24 years or so. I started when I was
Não é pra mim.
was
FURIA.
came from a
Ué.
family of drummers. My dad was a drummer. My older brother was a drummer. They taught
Ué.
me when I was 8 when I
Ué.
decided to start picking up the sticks and everything.
I've been playing for
Ué.
19 years. I started when I was 4 years
Ué.
old. Started playing a little bit of every style.
Ué.
Started with more
Ué.
rock and pop and fusion stuff, and then as I got older, I got more into metal and hard rock.
Ô, FURIA! Ô, FURIA!
Very varied. I was always a gaming fan when I was younger, especially when I had more time. And if I wasn't practicing, I was sometimes playing video games with my brothers. A little bit of Counter-Strike, and slowly, as I began touring more and more, the infrastructure got to the point where we were asking backline companies for road cases that you could put monitors and gaming consoles in.
Vou arrumar aqui, fazer store.
I knew it would be big. I knew esports was big. I've been touring and I've seen esports events like throughout different countries I've been, and I've heard of we'd played somewhere and there'd be an esports event nearby and everybody would talk about it. But to actually be here and see how much production goes into it and the amount of people involved is shocking.
No, I reached out to a couple of friends that were also like CS2 fans and
Fazer
were really big
stories.
fans of like esports and everything, and it's a whole other seeing it firsthand. It's like its own.
Primeiro tem que achar o filtro, né?
The fact that we're all the way out in Budapest is kind of crazy.
A gente já não é bonito.
And how important it is for like each one of these players to be here and like for the majors and what's essentially like the biggest, like one of the 2 biggest events of the year for them. So it's incredible to be part of it.
The more you do it, the more kind of confidence you build in these scenarios, and I think even for players that this might be their first event, going forward they're going to feel great going into different events of different sizes. But it's interesting to see how everything is put together so well, and it is so supportive of this event, and the impact that globally this will have of millions of people watching is amazing to see. Obviously with my connection to Brazil, I have to go for FURIA. I'm excited to see them perform.
Let's go Mongols. Come on, take it all, please.
Well, Budapest, you just got to meet our legendary drummers. It is great to have them rocking it with us from start to finish. And I think they need to wake you up just a little bit. Budapest, how are we feeling? Now, John and Grayson, our drummers, are incredibly talented, incredibly skilled, and they're about to rock out non-stop for you guys. So please, give me all of it, make lots of noise, and cheer for our fantastic drummers!
Tô de volta. Que isso? Dois caras batendo. O nome disso é contratempo, Marcelo. Mas é duelo de bateria, provavelmente. Já viu uma store? Já viu uma store? Perfeito, mano. Pra quem é inimigo quando você tem um Marcelo, não tô vendo. Tomar uma coquinha, né? Não, eu fiz agora. Não, não. Acabei de fazer isso. Por isso que tá bom. Bora começar, bora começar. É só parar de seguir, meu mano, daí você não vê porra nenhuma não. Entendeu? É isso, é isso, é isso. Cu de apito. Cu de apito. Cu de apito! Parece eu tocando bateria no meu melhor momento. Ô louco, toca bateria pra caralho, filho. É pra caralho também. Nada a ver?
Caralho, vai ficar tocando essa porra até que hora, mano? O cara tá meia hora
É show match, mano.
mesma tablatura até agora, não tem, pegou a folha, tá na mesma.
Two incredible drummers on stage, and I've got a sneaky suspicion there might be a few more joining in from the crowd for our last quarterfinal. That is because it's time to bring the party in FURIA versus NAVI. We've got our own party.
FURIA versus NAVI.
This is going to be such an incredible affair to see FURIA walking out with so many fans in this arena awaiting for them.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. I mean, FURIA, probably the favorites for this entire event from most people. Incredible team, incredible journey.
Olha o sinal! Olha o sinal! Desligaram o modem lá. Ligaram o modem, pessoal. Ligaram. Ai, puta que pariu.
Podia desligar o modem agora, né?
Péssimo momento, né, mano?
Ranked 20th in the world to now shooting up.
Péssimo momento pra isso.
Guys, I mean, I guess we never really will understand what it takes to get that organization back on top, because they brought up a fallen star in Yekindar, a no-namer who now looks like a no-brainer in Molodoi, and this team is now
Molodoi
just carved themselves a clean favorite spot here in Budapest.
Did it make sense for you, Devilwalk? I know hindsight's always 20/20, but when they made these roster changes earlier on in the year, bringing in Yakinda, a name that basically none of us had heard of in Molodoi, did you expect anything close to this level of success?
No, I mean, I was skeptical. I mean, I knew nothing about Molodoi as an individual player. I hadn't seen him before. And, you know, from my understanding, you know, I've done something similar back with No Chance, where we played Madden in a qualifier and he absolutely destroyed us, and we just brought him into the team. And that's my understanding of how it happened with Molodoi in this FURIA lineup. Clearly Fallen seen something in him, the eye test, it caught him, it's what he needed to do to kind of...
Molodoi, imaginaduro.
That is, it's hard to go from an AWP to an anchor, a leader to an anchor. It's an incredibly difficult growth.
What a day to run!
He has an eye for talent. He has an eye for idea how a team should be kind of compacted and built. So huge respect for him.
I don't know whether you can hear it on the microphones as well, but already chanting Molodoy's name as well as soon as they see any FURIA player up on the screen. The crowd's going wild.
Olha, medindo a mesa o cacetaço, velho.
He's hit the heights of, I mean, you saw the graphic, Rookie of the Year. I feel like it's already undisputed. The crown hasn't been given over, but it's got to be Molodoy.
It's cemented at this
100%.
point. There's no chance for him or to be unseated, given that
A música deles, né?
other guy in the running is now
Olha isso.
just out of the tournament.
Olha
Can't
isso.
do anything ridiculous at this major, but also to
Pan-Americano 2010, 1.6, EM América Champions Final 1.6, Major, Columbus CSGO, Cologne 2016 CSGO, Fisher esse ano, Thunder Peak esse ano, Masters Chengdu esse ano, Blast. E vamos fechar com o Major, mano. É do Brasil, né, caralho? Tá maluco, mano?
Well, before we do dive any deeper into our quarterfinal, I want to give a big shout out to Blacklight, the official gaming chair and as partner of the STARLADDER Budapest Major 2025.
Mano, foram quase 10 anos pro título, velho. Pra mais um título. O último dele ia ser da SL Cologne em 2016. 16. 9 anos depois ele conseguiu 4 títulos consecutivos com a FURIA. Loucura ou não? Loucura, velho.
He was an AWPer that was incredibly annoying to play against. He wasn't a guy that would shy away from re-peeking, taking a duel, but also the understanding when he strikes fear in you, when he can strike and pounce and get another kill. They were incredibly, you know, explosive. His style, he could combat up, he could be close range, he could be in the most awkward sense of positioning and still catch you off guard. And incredible AWPer and one of the best of all time.
I would even give credit to the calling style that he brought along with LG and SK and how that really shaped the meta back in 2016. 100%. I mean, the style of just taking map control, leaving one player in this new advanced spot, and then trying to reroute your players with this new thorn in the side of the defense. It's something that so many teams have copied since then. Maybe we've slightly moved away, but again, he continues to reinvent himself. Obviously with the help of Yekindar as a secondary, obviously with the help of Sid,
eu nem abri nada, velho. Eu vim direto pra transmissão.
But for my money, I mean, he looks like one of the most composed captains you could possibly have in the server, and that's obviously aided Molodoy on his journey to get acclimated to Tier 1 CS.
And that's the thing, just going back to your point, Devil Walk, you were using the word AWPer, obviously to describe the role that Fallen's had for the majority of his career, which is what makes this so much more impressive. He's able to be so selfless, give it on over to this new upcoming star, and still perform at such a monumental level. That's insane. What did you think when you saw that he'd first given away this responsibility? Did you think it would be this much of a success?
I mean, it's hard to kind of grasp, that role switch is incredibly difficult. I think that he's taken it on. He's such a smart individual. Yes. He can kind of theorize everything. He understands. He's critical of himself, and he finds success in no matter what situation he's in. So I think obviously there was a growth period. A lot of in-game leaders who switch into those roles. You'll see him have like 0.7 ratings at events. He's kind of just been the T-side caller and kind of be dead weight for the CT sides. But Fallen has found success to be influential even on the CT sides, getting multi-frags, and he's so good at rotating in and understanding what is important for the player that I'm supporting. And that, I think, is the recipe for success. He knows the dangers, what is important in every moment, and he does everything you need to do to sacrifice himself to win the round.
So we call Fallen the professor, but I almost think the way that he's approached this role shift is almost like a philosopher, where he's actually broken down all of the elements of being a rifler into its constituent parts. And there's a 7-minute video on Fallen's YouTube recently where he talks about all of the aspects of mechanically rifling that go through his mind as he's just deathmatching. He talks about all of them. They are in Portuguese. You do have to translate it, but look, just kind of reading the subtitles and realizing, oh, he is predicting every single fight in a way that clearly it's been difficult for other AWPers that have switched. Like thinking about Cadian, for example, as a guy that also tried to make the shift from AWPer to rifling IGL. Didn't go so well, but I think Fallen is always willing to just kind of break everything down and make sure that he understands every intricate piece that goes together in being a compositely strong player.
AWPer on the other side of the equation in Wonderful then. What's your take on him so far here in Budapest?
Fantastic. I mean, we're seeing Wonderful clearly turn a page in terms of bringing the fire that he showed on some of the other rosters that he's been on in the past. Rosters like Sprout, where he was clearly the star player. Felt like some of that energy got taken away from him as he's trying to fit into the Navi mold. Now he knows when to break out of the mold, when he needs to be the difference maker in a round. And that's been apparent in his Stage 2, Stage 3 performances, where he has just had blistering numbers and really, to me, been one of the top 5 operas of this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, this event has been kind of fueled with frustration for this Navi camp.
Vai começar 4 horas mesmo.
Nothing else for Wonderful, really. You know, we've seen him in cameras that he's frustrated when he misses shots. He doesn't reset as quickly. But I feel like these past months, he's developed a different...
E você tá bravo, cara? Para de gritar, mano!
You don't see him, you know, have these miserable maps and miserable stars and just continue that way. We saw comebacks after comebacks in terms of impact and frags in this tournament, where, you know, he started 0-9 and ended on the top scale of the scoreboard for his team. So his ability to reset, I've spoken to him in our live show.
Que isso, rancoroso, babaquinha.
He has started to work a lot more on that mental side, and I think that's the key thing, because I think we all know
Que você é assim, Marcelo? Que você é assim?
he has the skill, he has the ability to
Marcelo?
shine on the very top stage of Counter-Strike. It's just
Marcelo?
far too kind of matches in between, where we've seen him have bottom performances, then top performances.
Marcelo,
it's way too much relative to his mood.
What do you make of this quote about Wonderful from Blade then, Maui?
Well, also in the podcast that he had with Devilwalk and James Banks,
Marcelo!
the fact that he worked with Ursula, one of the sports psychologists for Navi. It sounded like he even worked with another guy that was on Navi staff too. And so he's doing everything in his power. And I'm really just thankful that a professional player acknowledges there is a problem, a weakness in his gameplay, and is willing to address it. So often you see these youngsters come in and they say, I don't feel pressure. Well, then do you just suck on these stages? Are you just a bad player? No, but he recognized that was his weak spot, and so he brings that in. And yet, okay, I guess stage 3 wasn't really on a stage, so this is still going to be a proving ground for him here to see, can he take that solid, grounded mentality on when the lights are brightest?
Do you think he's got the mental to withstand it in here?
I think it's a tough task against FURIA and Molodoi. I think Molodoi, to me, just every time I see him, he makes me almost scream in the green room. That just ridiculousness of his kind of style, because he can do it all. He can combat up as well, kind of like Fall.
Okay.
He gets into these ridiculous moments where he shoots through smokes, get entries.
Eu peguei essa 12 ridícula, essa Sand Dune.
Well, but not as much as Molodoi, in my personal opinion.
In the head-to-head, I would say that Molodoi has looked better this season. He has a couple MVPs already. He's looked like the biggest difference maker in FURIA. Sure, that a lot of the players are elevating their game around him, but the way that he's just pushing the limits of CS2, going for repeaks like not many other operas are doing right now. He's teaching other operas in the space lessons every time he plays against them. He obviously taught Fallen a huge lesson, which is one of the reasons they picked him up to the team. And when it comes to just being proactive in the mid-round, he's not necessarily always changing positions in the macro as slyly or as astutely as somebody like Zywoo, but in terms of getting the most mileage out of being in the spots that he's positioned, Molodoi is one of the top 3 in the world right now.
Before we can see if Wonderful can indeed perform on this very stage, it's time to take a little bit of a deeper dive into both of our squads.
My vision on how to play Counter-Strike is very simplistic, but I learned a little bit from everyone, from all the coaches and teams that I watch, and also captains. So I would say I have a similar vision to Fallen in terms of playing the defaultish CS and not having too many of scripted rounds.
I think Sid is very charismatic. I think he understands the group very well. Serious when it has to be serious. Works hard, has a good understanding for the game, knows how to share responsibilities as well. He doesn't want to have everything under his umbrella, so he spreads it pretty well, which is perfect for the team.
I would describe it like being step ahead to dictate the pace.
As a person, Blade is very analytical. He's been in the scene for a long time and people tend to know that. But getting to work with him is, I think, as a CS player, like a luxury in terms of seeing the way he works, the amount he puts into the team.
I really think that players having the freedom to understand what the round is telling them, that's how I tell my players. So there are kills, there are tells that the other team's giving you, that you need to be able to read and then make a decision as a team off of that.
I think Sid's best ability right now as a coach is to read the group well. He's also responsible for the pistol rounds with the team.
overall, I think he's just a very straightforward type of person. Can be blunt at times, and that's just the way he is. And for me, he's the best coach I ever played with.
The way how I see CS nowadays is, first of all, being flexible mid-round, try to create advantage, being unpredictable, and having like some step-ahead decision-making.
It's the major, everyone's playing their best CS. So if you come into the playoffs thinking that you're gonna have an easy time, or if you crumble, everyone's coming for us. We know we're gonna have hard games, and I think resilience is key, because playing good
O Cid não abre a boca pra falar, velho. Você viu ali?
So you just need to be able to be resilient, to go through those hard moments, hard games.
Olha esse.
Because they're gonna come eventually. And
Ô, Cid, não abre a boca, velho.
To be hitting hard, because everyone else will.
About him as a coach would probably be the way he goes into the minor details. He doesn't allow his players to forget all the minor details of the system of each round, and as an IGL that's comforting, since he also keeps you in check but all the other players, and the baseline usually rises when all the players are on the same page. Sometimes we might also be all over the place or be forgetting the details. The majority of the time we are always trying to be in our system and within our structure and strats.
Last month he's been developing his pauses a lot too, so he's very good on pauses. I think we have been converting a lot of rounds after his pauses.
It was 12-10 against G2 on overpass.
São 4 horas, Marcelo.
We were in a critical moment in the game. We weren't sure if we should buy or not. And I told the guys,
São 4 horas, Marcelo.
With numbers and smokes, let's do something like this, because we just needed to have a chance to win the round, because we would have a full buy next round anyway, but this one we could still win. So I said we need just to see how much we can buy and things like that, and then Fallon helped me with the plan. I started the idea and then he finished organizing, and it was cool because it was a game-winning timeout. It's always very special to call those.
I normally prefer not to take timeouts for fixing mental state of players, because this is something that we need to work outside of the server, and they must be fully prepared for this aspect. They need to have this state of mind when you're like ready for battle. Nowadays meta is very crucial, and
all these small windows are very important for the coach. He gets his word in, but for us it seems to be working.
Because we have game plan, we analyze everything, and then I can just direct the guys very good, but here we need to change, maybe here we need to change, and this should work, let's go.
The most dangerous thing is their individuals currently. They have a couple players that can pull off highlights every game and get off with multi-kills on important rounds.
We know it's going to be hard, we know they're going to be prepared. We need to be prepared as well. Out of the opponents, they are one of the strongest ones.
Lifting another major trophy here in Budapest would be unimaginable, and something that would go down in history. Would definitely be a dream come true again.
Começar essa porra!
Stage, FURIA. This is a team that have found incredible form in the last half of this year. 4 trophies to their name and major favorites. Do you agree? Where for NAVI, 2024 seems like a long time ago. Redemption is in their sights, but they've got to beat a team that has been so difficult for them to face. Is there some NAVI fans here? I even see the Romanian flag in the crowd as well. Well, with this, guys, this is a game that is going to be explosive. This is a game that I'm sure will not be as one-sided as we saw it last time around. So before we bring the teams to the stage, I got one final thing to ask you. Are you
ready? Mas de novo, só. Ah, é pro time entrar. Allen, Yekdar, cacetaço! Molodói! Yuri! Sig! Uhul! É Brasil, caralho! É FURIA! Vambora, vambora! Vambora, vambora! Ó! Se mole dói! Imagina duro! A hora mais ego, véi! Troféuzinho. Bala. Aí que se foda, meu time já entrou. Batera do Pantera, é. Sabia que eu conhecia ele. O Batera se perdeu, véi! O Batera se perdeu, véi! Foda-se a nave, mano! Aqui é Brasil, caralho! Foda-se se pra eles não tem batera, velho! Não, aí haja dedo, né, ô Marcelo? Haja dedo. Não é igual pra enfiar na sua bunda, não, mano. Entendeu? Agora não é Brasil cantando, velho. Ah, perdão. Perdoa eu, velho. Eu acho que eu baixei sem querer. Pronto, agora tá. Pronto. Deram mais um tempinho pra ele.
Já que ele errou, faz só finalização.
Só finaliza.
A cara de perdido do Batera não tá escrito.
Cresci de janeiro. 13 de abril.
O mais da hora é a gravata do cara ter uma K.
Let's go. 13 não, dia 17. 17, 18 e 19 de abril, bora? E em Rio, velho. Bora. Não tem que perguntar o porquê. Tem que falar, bora. Vai comigo, Marcelo. Podre de lixo. Ó!
Dedinhos para baixo.
Aí você passou, mano. Pede desculpa.
Hello everyone, it feels amazing. I'm still here, I'm still fighting hard, giving everything I can to stay at the top. I'm glad that I'm playing with such strong teammates. I'm gonna have a great game against NAVI today, strong opponent, so I'm looking forward to it.
There are obviously a lot of upsets happening on this stage. How are you going to make sure that there is not another one happening right now?
You know, we cannot be sure of anything in this life. It's gonna be a great game. They have strong players, they're a strong team, and I'm completely sure that we are the same. So it's gonna be up to who's gonna sit there, feel the less pressure, get the clutches, get the thing going, and let's hope it's us.
Good luck.
É, isso aí é o... Fazer o quê? Acabei de falar que é IM Rio, velho. Campeonato CS. Você tá louco, meu? Tem nada a ver essa sua fala, mano. Mas tá bom, velho. Não precisa aí, não. Hashtag fica em casa, mano. Foda, a gente tenta chamar o cara pra fazer um negócio da hora diferente.
But I'm sure it is straight at the trophy because such an incredible streak prior to this Maui Snake for FURIA. Question is, can they sustain what seems to be the peak here in Budapest?
It's been 2 months since this team's even been eliminated from a tournament. They have been fantastic. Everybody, whether you're talking to in-game leaders of other teams, players, coaching staff, doesn't matter. They're all looking to FURIA right now. They're trailblazers in how strong their tactical prowess is. And yes, they have the Rookie of the Year in Molodoi. Obviously, this is a slightly different stage than some of the ones that he's already found success on for the year. But I do fully believe that FURIA, they're the favorites in this matchup, and I have them to win the major on top of it.
I have to agree, but if you're going to make any case for NAVI, I think it's Blade. I think it's the prep work. I think it's the backroom staff of NAVI. We looked at the game of Vitality. It seemed they knew everything that Vitality was throwing against them. They didn't go hit any stacks. They stacked themselves every single time against Vitality. I think if they're going to win, and if they're going to have a chance, it's that kind of recognition that they are going into the details, that they know how FURIA wants to call, they know the mid-rounding, and they have a backup plan in every single scenario. Otherwise, individual for individual, team for team, FURIA is definitely the better squad here.
In terms of the maps we're going to be playing in this series, going to be Mirage, Inferno, and Train if we do so need it. Any surprises in terms of any of those maps coming out for you, Maui?
I would say that the picks are fairly predictable in the first round. I feel like
Estamos atrasados, 10 minutos atrasados.
Put themselves in a corner, although a strong one on Mirage, where it's just simply been the bread and butter of the 2024 NAVI. They found a lot of form with it once again here. They've already beaten FURIA on the map in the past, and for FURIA on the other hand, Inferno, maybe it's not their favorite, but I could say it's probably their second or third, and it's actually been kind of a sore spot at times for NAVI, although NAVI has looked pretty. Actually, you know what, Devilwalk? I feel like the Inferno for FURIA is progressing at a slightly better rate right now. Like every time I watch them on it, I feel like they're a little bit more controlled than the last time I see them.
Yeah, I think just, you know, they're really comfortable on that CT side. Banana takes. They can even leave Jakinder there as a solo pressure man, and that's kind of risky on the CT side. But I agree with you. They have a deeper playbook. They have more ways to kind of control their way through that CT side. I still favor FURIA like heavily, even with this map pool, but it's two teams that got 3 maps they're all very, very comfortable with. So it all depends on the day. But the prep for me, yeah, that's everything. It's going to be everything from that guy. The guy that Wonderful said he can read the future in Counter-Strike. That's what they need today. They need to read the future if they're going to beat FURIA.
Our partner Odds obviously reflecting that same sentiment as you just mentioned there, Devilwalk. I just want to get into the emotional angle for a second. If you're Molodoi and you've had such an exponential rise your first year as a top-tier pro, and you've already put your name on the map, a hat in the ring for Rookie of the Year. This experience, getting to play on a major stage, it's going to be something so special.
A NAVI picou
Navi. Like, there's a few players in Counter-Strike where you see them, when they get into a big stage, they actually get better. And I think Molodoi is one of those people that just enjoys this moment and doesn't feel any pressure. He just wants to give the crowd something to be excited about. So I have no hesitation that Molodoi is going to deliver today because he seems to thrive in it.
Even looking at his first arena event in Astana and his debut event for FURIA, he was the one grabbing the microphone from James Banks, addressing the crowd in his home country. And so at this point, I feel like it's all it's child's play for him. He's already done the hard part. He's already had that moment that TORNE-SE had to experience here in Budapest, just facing in front of all of your hometown just friends and family. So really, the sky's the limit for Molodoj. I'm sure that we're going to continue to be impressed by him today.
As últimas 4 partidas, FURIA e NAVI. FURIA 13-8, 13-5, 13-1 e 13-2. A trem a gente espancou ele no 13-1.
Obviously wonderful. We've already talked about him and just some of the numbers he was able to post up in stage 3. I really hope that we get to see Bit shooting hard alongside him as well.
Yeah, he's been kind of the question mark for this Navi squad in this major.
A gente ganhou de 13-2, é que foi neck, né?
But he's had a few unrecognizable kind of whiffs and situations where you don't normally see Bit. So I hope that it's just been a waiting game for him to come onto this stage and show what he's really made of, because he is one of the best anchors in the world, and he's been that for a while.
And his counterpart, I feel like, on the FURIA side,
o primeiro mapa é Mirage mesmo.
But in terms of what Serato can deliver, he has just been their best player, a guy
tá na game log aqui já.
is just going to stay cool today.
It's our last quarterfinal here in Budapest. It's time to get the party started.
Bora, bora! É quartas, as quartas. Ah, os caras cabulosos, tá? Quartas. Amanhã semi, domingão a final. Bora, 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 bora! Bora, começou, caralho! Vambora, vambora, caralho!
To try to bring forth your challengers. NAVI has shown us great Counter-Strike this event. NAVI have exceeded expectations, but they are up against a Goliath tonight.
No doubt about it. Looking at the results that have happened so far, it's very clear. Nobody's safe. Let's see who sets the tone.
Kindar getting fully flashed immediately. That's pressure up into
Connector.
And Serato finds himself a double kill from the catwalk. Wonderful's already gonna answer from the top of middle. That's man advantage NAVI.
Yeah, that's a big clapback, actually. There's a rotation coming in. Yuri goes unspotted.
Mais Yuri, desconfia, Yuri, desconfia, Yuri.
Oh, a little more labored there from Fallen. Wonderful's gonna continue with this. And as he takes a look over top of the staircase, it's just as Yuri position in sight. There comes that second. And we've got NAVI finding the first round with the quad kill on the pistol.
That's 4 for Wonderful. He set the bar for high for himself coming into this playoff.
Minha bolinha, já tô nervoso, Marcelo, nervoso.
Well, it looks like the answer is going to be yes. Blade standing behind them, wondering, can I rely on Wonderful at this entire event? Clearly, pressure's not a problem. Form is on point.
Coming into this, obviously his highest rated major of the 5 that he has played. We had a lot of conversation in the pregame about mentality, about sports psychology, about that backroom support system for a guy like Wonderful to continue with this success as the pressure will increase each and every step of this way. But hang on, because speaking of pressure, it's an immediate pop out into the B bomb site.
Cacerato!
They must have countered that. Now they can't get out the window.
Mac 10 attempt for the entry. Tough job here for Bit. You've got one player in Molodoj low. Serato loses his head. And in doing so, Bit makes this one ever the more likely. Smoke grenade's going to give him cover to the right side. Easy cross through that site. And a triple kill here for Bit on the full recovery. Fallen's up next. Wonderful's got it. And down they go. That's what NAVI need early on. Again, recovering from a disadvantageous position out the gate.
Yeah, that's not just disadvantageous, but 3-on-5 without getting out into the site. 5 CTs waiting for you.
And I think that first kill for Bit is the hardest. Getting into the windowsill, getting a kill on the player right below him. And this is Serrano. He was the real threat of the round. Those 2 kills jump right into his lap. It's not often that you see a team pull off an eco on the B side. FURIA almost made that happen. They show us exactly how strong they are.
It's nice to see that Serrano's already got 2 moments of form within this quarterfinals. From the taps of the pistol to that double thumb is hold.
Esquema de aposta. Fora que forçou, né?
But every opera needs their right-hand man, and Serrano has stepped back up into that star position on the rifle for FURIA.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's a team with multiple stars, and you know, you try to pin one down and say this is the guy doing all the carrying. If you look at the name tags, you might say, well, he's clearly the one this year. But at this major, where you know this week's and the past couple weeks' form is the most relevant, everyone's taking turns. Yakinder could very well be Weapon X here on Mirage.
Setting up.
Very decisive last round. This one will be the same.
Not going to find much in terms of defense. Yuri is hopeful. Desert Eagle. Already the exit out from ramp, so NAVI sinking their teeth into the flesh of the site. And Utility's going to make sure that Yuri doesn't get away with any kind of trickery. Frag grenade to open it up on Makaze's terms. We discuss rookies on the side of Molodoy. Makaze is also going to be a piece that we need to discuss as this game goes on.
They don't let him stage. Bomb's going to get planted here on the back. And triple safely. They've got everything covered. 3 alive on the last round. This could be wildly successful for NAVI if they're careful.
Clean headshot for Wonderful helps. There's the bit of X factor back from FURIA. Serrano's Deagle finds one Yuri's camp, and so a single casualty here in the 3rd round, and NAVI are off to a very solidifying start. You mentioned the lack of deaths, and I think even just the clean ideas, not to mention...
Pô, vai tomar no cu! Caralho, de internet. Mas não é internet, mano. Não faz sentido. Tá comigo, Marcelo?
Go round. So the fact that they get away with 3 players alive on the numbers, that's all that really matters to NAVI. Very good start.
Here come the big guns. FURIA's lost pistol has forced them to play it patiently. Into the first gun round, though, they'll take that challenge through the smoke. That's Wonderful down to only a third of his health.
Really good targeting out of Yakinder. They'll establish a top mid control. But with the bomb stage back here, it was clearly an idea to try to take over middle. Now they've got to respond. Blade in that interview said, we've got to stay flexible in these moments. And this will be a test of that. Change plans. Ooh, little creepy that FURIA know exactly
Tem que, é obrigado a ganhar isso aqui, velho, pelo amor de Deus.
It's a testy moment for NAVI.
FURIA kind of let off that pressure somewhat, right? They give over mid-control, not that NAVI currently know it.
Dropping this mid in smoke and calling out that they're not established here will let them out a little bit.
Makaze's out already.
Não. Boa, Yuri. Boa, Yuri. Não, não falem.
Wonderful emerging. Still has the pressure on Yuri. And unfortunately here for FURIA, he's not good for a third. But he did create enough of a space for Yakinder to slide this in. So he'll hold.
A gente vai ganhar isso aqui. Vai ser forçado nosso, porque não tem dinheiro. O Yakinder! Boa, porra! Vamos, caralho! Vamos, caralho!
He actually sacrificed 2 teammates to find a moment to take his peak. That hesitation might cost him in the future, but right here, again, FURIA have lots of teammates. I think that's what we saw on display. Once they saw that bomb peeling back out of ramp, Yuri getting the second frag, I think that's when the confidence traded hands.
And 2 clean double kill moments, right?
He sacked 2 teammates, but he got 2 back. Danger averted. Again, I don't think this game is going to be about how close they got to winning rounds. You know, NAVI have a veto
quase que eu derrubei tudo aqui no
the
computador.
last time they played both these maps, they won them.
Pause, parou de funcionar o computador do professor, velho. Olha lá, loucura. Tecladinho dele é bala, tá?
It's a best of 3. This isn't going to be a potential for a reverse sweep like we saw at Thunderpick. This is a situation where NAVI, they have confidence on Mirage. It's deserved, it's earned, nothing lucky about it. And they have an Inferno they could potentially look forward to.
Eu acho que na verdade desconectou do menininho lá do cabelo loiro do
Right now, I'm sure they're also happy that they got away with such convincing rounds to start this off, right? That little boon of economy they had is going to fuel this rebuy. That's not a doubt. To win this game in the back rooms. That's what the desk kind of alluded to. That's what Devilwalk wanted to put his credit to. You know, we know that NAVI are a team that have a ton of support behind them. And you see in that interview when Blade even says, like, I'm not one to take a tack pause to try to get players where they need to be mentally. So that's something you've got to come to the server with. You've got to find it within yourself. I almost feel like James is sort of that kind of guy as well.
Yeah, I think it's the logic is essentially it's already too late if I have to do that. And I think that's correct. You know, I mean, he's not playing in the server. Like, it's there's no time for a therapy session when you're already live. So that makes sense to me. And, you know, when we look at the upsets that have happened in playoffs and the potential for one today, I feel less like pressure is going to really affect both of these squads. The one question I have, though, for FURIA is this is a Yakinda revenge match. This is a quarterfinal to follow Austin, where he really disappeared.
Sure.
And since then, he's proved everything that he could, right? Yeah. Winning trophies, being amazing in comebacks, in grand finals, everything like that. But again, this is quarterfinals at the major. It's the only thing that could level the pressure up. James talked to Fallen on the All About CS podcast, and there was a lot of good information in there from Fallen, as you know. Always. Gold coming out of his mouth constantly. And there he said it's really just been his job to tell everybody, which I think is something he tells himself, to stay humble, keep your head down, take it round by round. You see them walk on stage all wearing glasses, and it feels like they're trying to not make light of the moment, but just remind themselves to have joy in each moment as the rounds play out. Because if just now, if they're the team that feel less pressure in this game, they will win.
Ou ele pegou agora, será?
It's almost a certain playfulness that you've got to bring to the stage. Don't forget why you fell in love with this game. Competitive essence, sure. Having fun is something that's often all too lost. I like that you touched on there too as well. Just remain humble, right? Fallen's a guy who has all the reasons in the world to have an ego.
O Kader, obrigado pelo follow, mano. Seja bem-vindo, Lidão. Tamo junto. Assista comigo. O melhor time do mundo, velho.
It's just cool to think that somebody like him can come over and you want to talk about putting ego on the back shelf. There's somebody who gave away the op for Molodoy to take over his position. And maybe that, had to be a look in the mirror moment and accepting that if you were going to remain in the server and not take Sid.
Estão querendo boicotar a Fúria, caralho.
I can only imagine the scrims where Molodoy picks up the op and you go, I mean, I don't even stand a chance. This is my teammate. He's not even killing me, but I already know that this is something that has to happen. But, I think there are some IGLs, they play very well with star players. There are some IGLs that struggle to play with star players. Fallen's one that's played with some of the greatest he has played with all of the greatest talents in Brazil's history. He's managed that many stars well. Kerrigan's another caller. These are two callers in the Hall of Fame. I don't think it's a coincidence. So when he says, and when Clave has said this too, he brings on a new player, someone who's 20 years old at a demo, whatever it is, he's there to learn from them just as much as he is here to teach them how to play a modern level of game. Fallen said the same thing about Molodoy. He's here to make room for their ideas too, because we're playing CS2 now. There's no way that Fallen ends up revitalizing his whole career, bouncing back and coming back to #1 in the world if he tries to force his own sort of Counter-Strike mentality, Counter-Strike theory on the rest of his teammates. I've talked to Yakinda about this. He said we've got a bunch of nerds on the team. Everyone finding new smokes, bringing in new ideas. You got to have an IGL that'll let that breathe.
Let's see what kind of new tricks they have up their sleeves for this one. Furia's first gun round nets them the round 4 win. Navi's economy was healthy. That's why you see them back with everything they need. This wonderful
Yakinda.
But as quickly as he can buy it, Yakinda is going to drop it towards the top of middle. And not the first time we've seen Furia already.
Só o pezinho. Ai! Puta, Makaze, filha da puta, cara. Boa, Cacerata. É o mesmo pixel, mano. Olha o timing, velho. Boa, fala. Precisava avançar, né? Pra quê?
Yeah, I think they overfished that moment when they tried to get into B with the second player. I mean, Ima, maybe when he takes that first peek, doesn't see anything okay. But if you don't expect FURIA to have rotated off of that huge scare that Mikaze just gave them,
Oh,
then you're kind of assuming they're going to play the situation really badly, which they didn't. So that feels like where the round actually dies. Quesarado obviously takes full credit here for sticking to his position back on HYPERX, getting that first kill, and making sure Mikaze doesn't catch on fire early.
Sempre junto, sempre junto,
But
sempre junto.
this actually is
Sempre junto. Ó a cabecinha, ó a cabecinha.
Timing to end it, but you also offer an opening.
Wait a second, this is definitely a live situation.
Yuri, though, so close to this bomb site, and Navi, no other options. They're going to keep trudging along, and both these players beneath half health. Coverage there on the gap. Oh, but he gets cleared, and off of the bomb plant comes Alexi. He's going to need this headshot. Yuri trying to fish this out from behind boxes, but at which side does he peek? That's the question.
Vamos, caralho! Bora, Yuri, porra! Vamos, caralho! Porra! Bora, porra! Caralho!
And I feel they're the team that are going to be able to afford rounds like that last, obviously.
Vamos, porra!
And when we talk about the amount of players that can pop off on FURIA, somehow Yuri's at the bottom of the list. It's kind of ridiculous. He has put up some amazing rounds in this.
Não chega nem bater, né, Omidora? Nem bater.
It's moments like that that remind you, if he's at the bottom of the list, you have a hell of a
Pega essa
base
Pokébola.
on FURIA. So, happy to win that one. You know, you also heard that in the pregame interview with Fallen. Whoever feels less pressure and whoever can win the clutches.
Yes.
Well, that's a forced clutch, but FURIA's still able to just put it over the line. So, you let it go, and you know now.
Do nada ficou difícil.
Early from those successful rounds has dried up.
Do nada
They'll
ficou
enter this one
complicado.
with 3 Desert Eagles. As they sit back, we get this confident position here from Yakindar, happy to just
Nessa
spin
economia
around if
fodida
need
também,
be.
mano.
It'll boil down to the timing.
Yakindar,
If
só
top mid
cravar.
comes at him, he
Tá.
could just fall off the
Tá.
position. That's exactly what he'll do.
Tá.
Not allow for the underplayer to get anything going. Same as the
Tá.
top mid guys, it seemed. Ima hits the headshot. That's going to get Quesarado
Ah, tá. Caralho, tô tenso aqui, bicho.
by Cats. All's good. FURIA happy
Tá,
to
fecha,
sign these
fecha,
fights.
fecha, fecha.
Ring out.
Já tem a info,
Navi
pô.
don't find enough to be proud of.
Gets a touch messy, obviously, but they keep 4 up.
Para, tem que pegar aquela M4 ali.
You know, the other
Eu
half of
falei.
this is like,
Vambora, caralho, vambora, vambora. Ele é podre, ele é
they
podre.
know when they don't have to leave.
Ele é podre, ele é podre,
That's
ele é podre,
another-
ele é podre. Ele é podre, caralho, ele é podre!
You're a winning roster.
Vambora,
Confidence
vambora,
enough
ele é podre.
to break down if you're Navi before you can even really start winning. So a solid bounce back here for FURIA. They're back in the game 3 rounds.
Vai de pausa, seu lixo.
So here it comes, Launders. The
Vou
very
dar uma olhada.
first blade.
And we've heard about these tack pauses. We know they're incredibly dense. I don't know if anybody has a better words per minute in moments like these of quality speak. I think Blade was the guy that everyone wanted to know. After tack pauses, what's that team's win rate? I think the only thing that harms that stat is when they do it on an eco and then you know, you're not sure if that factors in. That's where Math Guy gets you.
It's Math Guy versus Mystery Man.
The director. But there are moments we're watching the game, and there's moments where we would pause. Right? We would say, call a pause. And sometimes we call it out when it feels like a team is not taking those. That felt like a great time to do it. 3 back here for FURIA as we get into another rifle.
It's 3 without bomb plants
Tá,
too.
sai, fecha Yuri. Fecha Yuri, fecha Yuri. Fecha Yuri.
Nade with Yuri's name
Fecha
on
Yuri.
it. That's gonna drop him. Get this strong
Ei,
ace
se ele
start on
cravar a
the
meia
FURIA
ali,
because
o
Molodoy's
cara não
ops
vai
got a
correr.
deep angle through the apartments. So just banking on the rookie towards B solo. But with so many players inside of A, you'd think Yuri can just watch this window
Tá,
for
Yuri, crava,
eternity.
crava. Já viu, já viu. Boa, Yuri.
As you hear that utility hit the bomb site, he remains locked
É nova smoke, já viu. Tá, já viu.
because of the numbers that FURIA have positioned appropriately.
Ooh, no bomb spotted, but the bomb also
Captura ele, Yakindar.
into connector.
Looking to find its way out. Wonderful now wrapping that bomb back around
Deu
towards
4
the
de
main
dano só, mano.
entrances.
HE aqui.
Paranoia from
Loucura.
Molodoy to see if this is a fake, but in general, they're still leaving
Aí,
him
não
over
foi
here by
janelão.
himself. They're still quite confident they knew what the plan was.
Just this constant
Tá, ele já sabe que tem palácio, ele já sabe.
is tasked to keep his head down.
Tá, pegou info. Já tem info do palácio. Já tem info do palácio. Cacerato. Ah, mas aí.
We're back to the 2 versus 2. That bomb gets dropped in the attack to the bomb site. Yakindar's 30 health versus Bit on this bomb site. Molodoy goes for the recovery, and as he picks up that bomb, he'll also pick up the frag. Molodoy smoked off. That's a lot of space.
O cara tá no meio ainda. Podre, filho da puta! Filho da puta, podre! Porra, tá fazendo o que no meio ainda, mano?
Another 3K for him and around on the board off the tack for Navi. Stay flexible, says Bit. Says Blade.
And Bit hears him.
Yeah. You know, and this is also Caserado. He's taking a minute to put together the spray, but you see who gets the kills, the guy above. So
hoje
best
perdido no
case for
meio, mano.
Caserado, he gets 2 back off that play. Maybe he saves his teammate if he peeks out a little early. Look at disapproval up there from Gary.
Here's Molodoy, though. You know, instead of leaving him passive over towards the B-apps, why don't you get him active? Maybe that's why. Because off of a sudden flashbang, Imez got himself 2 easy pickups.
Wait a second, Navi are frying here.
In a round where all the economy for Furia is on the line, they face now this 3v5 with a pistol for Fallen.
That was the heaviest point of the attack. They sit over 2 guns that Furia would like to get back.
Wow, total change of pace as well from Navi. It's the same destination in this A site. Missed off shot could have reopened the threat, but fine is Bit with the headshot towards the ticket side. And that rotation, stomping all the while, is going to be found with the back turn, and so this one just remains easy for Navi. Off of the squeeze into that bomb site to a well-timed flash, a golden flashbang, and a golden ticket to this 5-3 lead.
Will Navi make Furia regret potentially allowing this veto to happen? Obviously, Inferno is Furia's pick, so we'll see about that. But so far, so good for the team that wins Mirage. This is what they do. I think it's been 6 in a row for Navi on this map. Yup, that's 6 straight Mirage victories before this, including a win over Furia.
You know, you ask, right? Like with the tactical timeouts, we never know if a team focuses in on the
bang de filha da puta, você
next one after
dois,
that. And I feel like sometimes Blade's good for the 2-for-1 package. And you know, the tempo change up between those rounds. Either Alexi's a genius, which I'm not doubting either. But there's a world where Blade comes in and they have that kind of combo set. 2 very convincing rounds for Navi.
Pra quê? Pra quê?
Just got a
Vai mais um.
Feast, my friend. Quad kill made easy by way of Furia's pistol, and so 3 rounds for Navi to start, 3 for the rebuttal of Furia, and 3 again here for Navi.
Hey, job's not finished, but this half, they've already met their quota. 6 rounds, they are looking very strong.
And right on cue, huh? 3 more rounds in a row.
Right.
And the opposing coach takes his first timeout.
Oh yeah, we're talking about Titans right now, doing battle, heavy hitters. But you know, every time you open the door,
Faz os 3 aí, fecha 6-6, primeiro round, vambora, velho.
Now the CT response in connector could have been a good play. The fact that there was the instant connector flash with 2 players swinging low. If Furia had seen that coming, they would have opted for something different.
Mapa deles, é deles. Pique deles. Nossa, é inferno.
Luckily for us, it's a round where both teams come back with a purchase.
Oh, miss smoke. You know, some smokes aren't on
On
Blade's team,
you know,
30 lashings.
That's yeah, that's attack pause that's gonna feel a little less potent after that, but early in the round.
Tabelou a Molotov.
Might be a non-factor. Question is Emma going to come through this? There's always a right and wrong time to try something like this. Molodoy is actually quite vulnerable here. Now he's watching.
It would take some nerve. With a second smoke
it's an invitation.
Vai pegar as costas. Vai pegar o Yakindar as costas. Fecha Yakindar. Tá. On timing.
Because they actually oversteps Ema in for the entry and the 5v4 advantage. Round 10 starts with an opening kill to Navi's favor, one where I feel like there could have been even more depth and decay for FURIA to have to handle. Connector players survive that test. Yakindar steps back, sitting on only 50 points of health here. We've got this group up inside Connector. And as they inch their way closer to him, he tries to strike them down, but there has been no answer yet. Yuri's been rock solid within this bomb site, but he too destroyed. And there is not one piece of that defense that goes well for FURIA.
Whoa, the machine has started rolling here. Quesarado, 1-on-5 situation. Navi have dominated mid in these last few tries. Makaze, he does this in front of Imma, made space in front of the smoke, got out and made it 2 frags. You could see that there was a bit of tentative hesitation out of Imma. Once he had gotten in front of the smoke, he thought maybe that's enough. Once he got that spray into Connector, but someone survived. It was actually Molodoi who was nervous. Makaze recognized that, and they pick apart the setup. Navi, another heavily doubted team. And they wouldn't be if it wasn't for the fact that this is such a stacked playoffs, right? It's hard to entertain anything except for this, 4 best teams potentially taking this.
Okay.
É muito time, mano.
Not even through this, no luck involved in that one.
Just right on the side
Inimigos do time, velho.
gets blasted to tomorrow. And we haven't seen any big mistakes come out from either team so far this map, so you'd think Desert Eagles shouldn't be enough.
Mano, a Inferno a gente tem e atrai a Bafabol nossa também. Tranquilo se poder ganhar. Se ganhar, se é melhor.
Biggest issue we've seen so far was that one missed smoke out of Navi. Other than that, it's been a clean, high-level game of Counter-Strike, though. Right-timed pauses with results off the
Não faz sentido cleanar. Não vai fazer. Não faz sentido, mano. Cleanar o Fallen é loucura. Cleanar o Fallen é loucura.
Oh, how fast does the first one swing? Fast enough, but still Fallen keeps up. It's Alexi who pays the price for that entry. Oh,
there we go.
Wonderful, clips Quesarado on the jump over. Fire's gonna burn Yakindar ever closer. If Emet dies in middle, that would be a gun offered up, but everything's going. Oh,
come on!
What a snap!
Keep going.
And what a close here for Navi. 8 rounds on this T side. From the entries to the solo mid lurk, everything comes up their favor.
Lembra muito eu de Al ferrando? Lembra muito.
It's a great spot that Fallen puts himself in, but it's perfectly tradable. It's an excellent second shot for Wonderful, and it's another disaster averted on a round that FURIA.
Mano, olha a puxada que o.
For a second, 5v3.
Yeah. And Blade's seen it all.
Yeah. But this is a sandbox. There's always new rounds to watch.
Pressure top mid out of the gate again here for FURIA. And not to mention that double op setup.
Molodoi só precisa da alta, mano. Ô, Yuri.
Yuri's headshot suddenly makes it feel like FURIA are gonna find one for the road. But here comes Wonderful. Mistimed knife swap. And as he jumps back into the Tetris side of things, it seems to be good. His teammate picks up a kill. And with Quesarado down, Wonderful, whoa, missed. Shot up close, another chance.
Abre ele, caralho!
And Yakindar keeps that pressure on. A 3v2 for FURIA.
Oh, he's seen 3v2s, called them before, but I don't know. Navi brought them close.
So what's the recovery? The one round for the road.
3x2.
A moment for FURIA to catch their breath, it seems, to head into that much-needed T-side pistol with a bit more confidence than what you'd have if you let Navi slide away with all.
12 kills apiece on the 2 players alive here for Navi.
Whoa, that's going to confirm it. Yakindar's ready, and so he'll lock in his frag. Here comes Emet, on for the clutch. Great cover here for Yakindar, but it's not enough. Or is it? Fallen able to take that gap shot in order to find the 1 round for the road.
Não é o que a gente queria, mas tá bom.
A 4th round at the tail end, but 4 is all they'll find.
Não, achei que ele ia comer geral, né, velho? Caralho, mano, tá, tô tenso, velho, com essa porra, hein. Cara, 8-4, aqui tem jogo ainda, mano. Tem que ganhar o pistol, ganhar o armado, mano, pra ter um sonho aqui. Perder o pistol é foda, mano. Perder o pistol é 9, perder o armado já é 10. Tem que ganhar pra fazer pelo menos o 8-6 aqui. O Molodói matou 3 caras só, velho.
Preparation here for NAVI succeeds in the face of a FURIA that gave us something to talk about early. That string of 3 rounds had no bomb plants within it for the NAVI side, but Blade took that timeout, Mohan, and from the moment he took his timeout, it was nothing but NAVI until the final round of the half.
Like clockwork, you've encountered Sids a few rounds later. This is a good looking NAVI.
Stay connected a little more on the situations, and let's go.
And it's true, they have been through it all. They do know how to win from this position. Oh, the only factor is the circumstance. It's the major quarterfinal. Makaze another kill. 7 frags, but also a lot of impact in that first half.
Mano, isso é muita sorte, mano. É
Bit of
muita
a
sorte.
freebie there over top of Fallen, forced to call from the sidelines, and that's bomb possession as well, dropped on Catwalk. That could have made things awkward if Molodói didn't get that instant kill right back.
You know, Molodói, he had 3 kills last half. He missed that 1 op shot, and I just kind of skated by it because it's Molodói. But since then, really failed to stand up with that op. He's going to try to make up for that here in the second half. We'll grab his 4th to make this round a little more competitive. Will he take a timing? It's a little risk where Alexi could just die because Yuri normally would push up, but right now he needs to find something for his team. And Bit has already pushed the A ramp. He's not watching this. That find is so sweet from Alexi.
Isn't that just lovely? Chance towards Palace as well to have found himself a second. That's gonna
one bullet. It's art. It's music.
You know what's sick is that Wonderful did it, Alexi did it, Bit did it, and then Imez here as well to find execution with the pistols. Navi's lead grows with momentum at the start of the defensive half.
That was beautiful to listen to, the precision there for Navi in a moment like this. They've got that snowball rolling.
Well, well, well.
This thing's about to turn into an avalanche.
Alexi's the cleanest of them all.
O cara deu tiro, os caras deu tiro, mano. Cada cara deu tiro.
No bomb plant means no
pega
money.
essa.
No money means no force buy. FURIA gonna try to save it and hope that somebody makes a mistake, but a Desert Eagle entry from Molodói at 4 kills, 12 deaths on the map just doesn't feel like it's his game thus far. Would be a hell of a time to do it. But this is already a supported MP9 by Makaze off of Catwalk. Missed frag grenade while Alexi eats the flash, right? You had a couple pieces of util in your face, and they don't really do enough to stop this Navi momentum. The ball is fully rolling, and Yakindar slammed out of it as 5 players stand tall for Navi, securing double digits.
No bomb plants to work with. I know we got some Finns in the crowd.
You can just tell.
I think I saw a long drink out there.
My Moomin.
This is such a crazy moment for Navi. The team that got to Copenhagen finals and beat up FaZe in what felt like 2 hours.
When nobody expected it.
And here they are versus FURIA, the #1 pick to make grand finals.
And a util here for Yuri behind him, that's fine. He's just gonna play counter flash and try to flex this movement down middle. Window player gets away, and gets away unscathed, notably. Still, flashes kind of interrupt the pace only momentarily. How much of a risk are NAVI willing to run? Sometimes they can still feel so risk averse. But when you've got this much of a lead, this much of a comfort zone to work within, why wouldn't you? Just take a look. See if you can find a free frag versus, say, Fallen. Alexi keeps himself tucked into the corner. He's got cover inbound. Makaze dead already. There's the answer back. It's from Molodoy and Yuri. This 2 versus 5 starts to come together. Shots whiz by both directions through that windowsill. 32 health here for Molodoy, certainly not ideal. And we've got Wonderful currently working with that defuse kit. They need an X-Factor moment, and they needed it 5 rounds ago, but they will take it here in the 15th if they have to. Locked into the corner, Molodoy awaits. Oh, and they will close this!
Oh, another incision from Molodoy. 32 health, both frags. Tradable spot, didn't
Não
happen.
sei se aqui eu comemoro, não sei. Não tenho uma resposta pra dar.
No success out middle for the attack.
Difícil.
But the apartments breaks
10-5. 2 armas. Tá. 9.
Sometimes Navi have some low moments. This is a game where it felt like you weren't going to have a round
Mas é
like
que
that.
ganhou o pistol, né, mano?
A
Ganhou
series
o
of
pistol ganhou
disasters that
armado.
really took place. They dominated in mid. They had a layup to finish
Aqui a
that.
gente perdeu o pistol e o armado.
But really what's important with a
Mas
5-round
ganhou
gap is
o forçado dos caras do caso.
doesn't become 3. That's
Mas
what's
tá
on
bom,
Navi's
tá bom,
mind
tá bom,
as they
tá bom.
take to this one with a couple of concessions, long grenades.
Dá ainda,
one kid on
dá pra
Makaze,
caralho.
Alexi on an MP9.
Ooh, okay, I like this. Layer it up, right? We've seen Alexi a couple times be the solo van play. So instead of Makaze maybe floating out around the bomb site, I thought maybe he'd stick around, but still gonna go towards bench. At least you get that Colonel defense up against the wall. Little cat play. We'll see what does come their way, if anything at all.
Seeing nothing in the ramp as nades are coming over. So
A nave tá 100% avançada, velho.
they don't have to overreact to the information.
Os caras dominaram caverna. Dominaram já tapete.
So here comes FURIA finding that opening as well. But there's a high likelihood that NAVI understand what's coming their direction, and we see that forward press start to fall back.
It's like a high-level read because they actually haven't moved.
Ainda tá a caverna.
They're doubled up in an interesting spot.
Tá,
A-Play's
bora.
coming in.
It's going to block off the jungle
Bora,
side.
bora, 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 bora. Desconfia. Vou cancelar. Desconfia, caralho, desconfia, porra! Ah, mano, vai tomar no cu, cara. Ah, mano.
Oh, there were levels right there. Bit seeing the nades come over, calling a false flag on the play, knowing that there actually wasn't an A hit, but the CT's not actually moving.
And on top of that, with Bit not finding a kill, Wonderful had to make up for that and does.
There had to be some next level of depth to that read. Navi pulled this one out, and to be honest, it's the mechanics that bailed them out in the end. But they made so much space for their teammates to come in and rotate, playing double on A ramp, and they gave themselves 2 outs to find those trades. Obviously, Wonderful is 1 in a million at the moment. Rare form. And when Navi won that major the first time in Copenhagen,
Gabs Marcolês.
This is a whole different beast.
Que isso, velho, que isso, que isso. Dia, quem sabe, dia, quem sabe.
Maybe the damage there, I'll give him some more credit than I did. Softens up that second target for Wonderful that he can commit to the mowdown. Now Navi feel like Mirage was just a foregone conclusion. You're 2 rounds from victory. You've just answered back to the 1 round that FURIA have punctured through with on this T side. And you've got all of the economy back.
Still believe in the round, do something. Be positive, okay?
Always be creative.
Looks like that's working out.
It's the cinematographer in him.
And you know, Yuri had a 1v2 moment. They didn't use X Factor to build momentum in this game, FURIA. They have a 2v5 victory as well.
Bomb drop, that's going to make it awkward because the timing, it should have been perfect for Makaze. Now Iman's going to get jumped on by that Tech 9.
Janta ele, janta ele. Ai. Tá, boa. Treina, caralho, tá de costa, mano. Puta que pariu, cara. Aí, até travou a porra da transmissão lá. Desligaram, chutaram o roteador lá do Vale, pô. Ah, mano. Porra, vai tomar no cu, meu irmão.
Picture. Khalil and 50 HP, man. Can you squeeze water from Stone here, Yakinder?
Look at the health on the others. Sure, Alexi's on 100, but Yakindar's up close and personal.
Play to trade. That's all you have to do.
De novo?
And that's what they'll deliver. Not only does it look like a win is brewing here for Navi, but it's a stomp, it's a masterclass. It's a win in spite of a 1v2 from FURIA, a 2v5 from FURIA.
Mano, tava armado ali, tinha que tradar, velho. Ah, mano. E quem dá abriu, o Yuri tinha que estar junto ali no link, mano. Eu acho na real aqui que os caras já tá pro segundo mapa mesmo, mano. Tá só...
Single rifle here for the attack of Yakindar. They're going to try to just play with the timing by puncturing it out through the smoke. And pressure on the defenders means space taken here for FURIA. Bit gets the fade away. We've got the rebuttal. Off of the lesser weapons, it's 3. Molodoy connecting with a headshot. And we have been waiting for him to find his moment. Well, here it could be. Facing the
tem arma no chão, pega a arma no chão, velho. Pare, preciso de uma casinha dropada na base ali dos caras. Eles vão, os caras estão com toda a confiança do mundo, mano. Se uma casa tá dando umas balas toda torta aí.
They actually do it.
It all just falls apart. Onto the defuse. 0.2 seconds. That's what was left on that retake. That is how meticulous and fantastic Navi's Mirage just was.
That was beyond a script you could write. Navi come into this playoffs after what we just saw earlier today and somehow stun us even more. What a victory over the team that everyone thought would win this easily.
Ah, ali foi foda, velho. Loucura, mano. Tá, era a pica dos caras. Vamos pensar assim, era a pica dos caras. Os caras realmente estão com mira, tá? Isso é inegável. Não pode falar que é cagada, não pode falar que é nada. Os caras realmente estão jogando. Tá, mérito dos caras, velho. Foram superiores pra caralho no mapa deles. Mas uma coisa que eu vou passar pano é time, velho. Puta, inimigos do timing. Inimigos do timing, velho. Ó, vou falar pra você. Inimigos do timing. Esse Ime aí jogou... Jogando fezes na cara. Porra, vai tomar no cu, meu irmão. Loucura, velho. Loucura, loucura isso aqui, velho. Mas quem disse que ser brasileiro é fácil também, né? Quem disse? Quem disse? Quem disse? É... Loucura, velho. Loucura, loucura. Mas dá pra caralho. Dá muito. Aqui dá muito ainda. Dá mais que o Marcelo na bananeira, velho. Não tem como não dar isso aqui. Loucura. Guys, lembrando que estamos em multiplataformas, tá? Você tá me assistindo no YouTube, se achar que é mais convicto ir pra Twitch, vai pra Twitch. Se você não quer ver ad porra nenhuma, tô na Kik também. Dá uma quicada lá. Me siga em todas as outras plataformas, tá? Me ajuda. Se tiver com Prime sobrando, não sabe pra quem dá. Ah, não sei pra quem dá, me dá. Tá? Lá na Twitch. Você que tá me assistindo também, não deu follow, dá o follow, mano. Me ajuda aí, porra. Meu amigo, que caralho é isso, velho? Que caralho é isso, mano? E a gente achando que seria fácil também, né? Dureza, amigo, dureza, dureza. Matheus, obrigado pelo follow. Arthur, obrigado pelo follow. Na quecada aí, tamo junto, rapaziada. Fortalece a gente aí, mano. Difícil, mano. Difícil demais, velho. Mas nada é tão ruim que não possa melhorar, mano. I believe, velho. I believe. Chat aberto lá na quicada, tá? Quem quiser.
Eu vou no banheiro aqui. Eu não sei nem o que essa tocou, cara. Agora realmente tô preocupado.
Todos nós. Todos nós. É, manos, é, manos. É o que eu falei, mano, tá? Tipo, porra, a NAVI não é um time fácil não, mano. A gente fica brincando que é fácil, pá, e os caralho, mas não é fácil não, pô. A gente ganhou dos caras lá, mérito nosso, obviamente, ganhou o primeiro. Mas é... Os caras são bons, pô. Agora é pique nosso, inferno, Decider, trem. Trenzinho, a gente tem essa trenzinha, tá? Tem pra caralho, tem pra caralho. Bora, velho, bora. Acreditar até a última. Louco é quem não acredita no Brasil, mano. Se você é brasileiro e você não acredita em time brasileiro, você é nóia. Você tá vivendo no país errado, mano. Tá ligado? Tem que acreditar até o fim, velho. Ah, tá 12-1. Vai, velho.
Maybe a little bit too early into the tunnel. Do you feel the same, that maybe we could have waited and actually clear it together with AOC from tunnel? Or was this something that IMA just felt right in the moment?
These situations are kind of unscripted and you need to be flexible. You need to find common ground to be on the same page, which is the most difficult in modern CS. Those teams who play these situations the best.
13-5, mano.
You tried. Maybe it's not the best.
13-5 pros arrombados.
One last situation that I want to just cover is round 11. I think there is a cool micro from your players, very good understanding how to adjust, and you again go for a B split in the end. And I want to notice especially guys in B, because Alexei is going to basically run through middle, again kind of like scripted finish on B. Bait is flashing for Alexei now, and your guys are going to be smoked off in the tunnel. And I love how they actually instantly, as they're smoked, Drin is instantly flashing through and he understands he needs to go. So this is what I love from players when they're initiative and creative enough to understand how to get out of bad situation, because it's not cool to split B with smoke through tunnel, right?
I think being blocked on T side is very common nowadays, and yeah, we just had this kind of reaction protocol, what we should do, because they need to go at the same time in that round, which is the most efficient way, right? You should not go one side and then another one. Somebody will sacrifice, others will drain.
It was my pleasure to talk to you about a couple of rounds here. Good luck in the playoffs.
Thank you.
What's the first thing you're going to purchase with the prize money from Budapest?
Lollipop for Jacob. I would probably buy some gift for my parents. Actually, I really appreciate them always supporting me, so I would choose something nice for them and maybe buy some holiday or something like this.
I'm keeping money. I don't really waste a lot of them.
New PC?
I mean, it's gonna go towards vacation instantly. That's for sure.
Probably nothing, but I would just keep it in my bank account and lose all the interest on it.
Honestly, probably a Christmas tree to kind of decorate at home.
Maybe hats. Yeah, new hat.
McLaren hat?
Yeah, maybe.
Backpack, Louis Vuitton. I bought almost everything I wanted with the career I have, so now it's about saving and using it wisely for my life.
Maybe some gifts for my girlfriend?
I have no idea. Maybe probably some Christmas gifts, because I need to buy somewhere, come on.
I will buy some gifts for my family.
Not sure, I probably invested in something.
Probably my car, like the first car, yeah.
Food.
Gift my parents or mine.
I don't know, it'll probably end up being some toys for my daughter or something, I don't know.
Hi Im, welcome to the arena, how are you feeling?
Feeling good, you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. So, Mouse vs. Face is being played right now, and you're up next on stage against Peak FURIA. I think a lot of drums will be included as well. How are the nerves?
No nerves at all.
Não tá nervosa?
What about the rest of the team?
No nerves at all.
Yeah?
No.
Okay, that sounds amazing. And you had a few days off. I mean, you probably practiced as well and relaxed in between. Did Blade come up with anything new for the playoffs? Can you tell me?
Obviously, I'm not gonna reveal anything. You will see it most likely. But yeah, we didn't have off days. We were practicing, we were preparing for this game, and then we just need to see how it goes.
Okay, and how is it feeling?
Feeling good.
Yeah, okay. And if that doesn't work, then it's Makaze go kill and nice wonderful?
Exactly.
Okay. Im, what I wanted to know as well, like looking again that you're going to be matched up against FURIA now, and they're one of the favorites in this event for, well, in many people's opinion. How do you feel being the underdog in this matchup?
I mean, speaking about underdogs, I think it fits us mostly than favorites, but also speaking about favorites, I don't think in playoffs, at the major especially, is any favorites. I think it's anyone's game if you play good, if you're on point, and then if you just do less mistakes than the other team.
Right. Im, thank you so much for the answers. I'm not going to keep you any longer. I will let you go to the team and prep, and I wish you best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One shot before.
On the kitchen, Valera. Я выхожу.
Kitchen dead.
It's short player, short player.
Jump down. Я забираю. Cannot be short. Kitchen one more.
You heard kitchen.
Maybe
No, window.
That window. I
Да
have kitchen.
Window, corner.
I have kitchen. One last.
Nice! Хорош, красава нахуй. What the freak? What the fuck, drop it.
Pick up.
One should be both.
Nice. I can flash the swing. I flashed above us.
I'm jumping stuff.
Flash
Jungle. 41, yes. I'm going back to kitchen. Chill, Valera. Who's holding her? Nice, boys. Let's go, team ace. Come on, guys. Nice.
Sound like.
I just spoke with Sid, the FURIA coach, and we were talking about this map. Obviously didn't go at all according to their plan. I asked him about the mistakes that they were making, and he mentioned a lot of basic mistakes. Something that you don't usually see out of FURIA, who is like well-oiled team, but he also mentioned that the pressure is really getting to them. So in the break time, it's his duty as a coach right now to bring the guys up, and he will talk to them specifically about this pressure, because this is not FURIA that we know and love. Let's see how it goes on the map too.
Yo, I found some Brazil fans. You came all the way from Brazil here.
I live in France, but I come from Rio. So being a fan of FURIA for a long time, so came here to support them.
What about you?
I live in Portugal, but come from Brazil too, and supporting FURIA to be champion today.
Okay.
On the
Can I hear FURIA chant?
Vamos ver a FURIA
Fazer propaganda aqui não!
Vamos, Fúria! Fúria ser campeão! Lá de bandeira, meu caldeirão! Vou torcer pra Fúria ser campeão! Lá... Meu caldeirão! Vamos, Fúria!
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, much to the dismay of many Furia fans in the arena, it's actually NAVI in cruise
Que
control
é?
and hardly breaking a
Cortaram errado ali, o cara puxando cigarro pelo nariz, velho.
Decisive to be beginning
Loucura.
their playoffs campaign, and even more impressive, Maui, to do so versus one of the teams that many touted as the absolute favorites to be lifting the trophy here in Budapest.
They are, but there's familiarity, and that's what you do not want to give Alexi. It's not what you do not want to give Blade. Devilwalk talked about it in the pregame that obviously preparation is going to be key in this, and you would be hard-pressed to look at the entire field of Tier 1 Counter-Strike brain trusts in terms of IGL plus coach and pick a better one, and I feel like Alexi and Blade clearly showed what their value is when they just simply dismantled Furia from so many different angles in this matchup.
And it's the discipline of the players, because a lot of the rounds, when you got pressured as an individual on the Navi side, they only went for the small info peaks, they only didn't really overcommit in any situations, they waited for backup, and then kind of demolished the Furia players one by one. I felt it was just an excellent game from Navi. They never really gave them Furia a chance to kind of kill them. It was always in control from Navi from start to finish. Maybe a little bit in the beginning when it was kind of a brawl and fight for the economy. That's when they kind of shaped up and actually took control of it. Because that T side was exceptional from Alexi B and Blade. Like absolute, you know, masterclass Counter-Strike.
It was indeed literally every single player from Navi firing on all cylinders. Sometimes we say, you know, you need a couple of players to come alive. When all 5 are shooting hard, you're in for a bad time, Maui.
And that's really been how 2024 Navi operated as well. You never really know who the first point of attack is going to be on any of their approaches, and especially on Mirage. When there's pressure from Bit and Palace, when there's pressure from Ima and Alexi towards middle, usually there's sometimes a wild card player that gets into window, sometimes waiting at ramp. I just feel like there's so many different looks, and they all seemingly start so similarly, Devilwalk. When Navi are getting into the situations that they want, creating the game states where they're taking mid, just there's so little you can do. It's so constricting to play against a team like that because you, as Furia, don't want to make a misstep and play into wherever the majority of Navi players are, but they disguise it so well where the actual hit is and even sometimes where the majority of their players are going to be coming from.
Yeah, and having an Opper, having him as the rifler, kind of the X-Factor player of this Navi, deliver the performances from the get-go. I mean, we saw wonderful kind of starting off. I think 3 rounds in, he was 9-1. That's the kind of start you need as Wonderful. That's the kind of start you need as Navi. When your star Opper is actually hitting those numbers, it just brings so much belief into that side early on. And they kind of just snowballed with it. They kind of just went with it, and it was impossible for Furia to stop them.
Yeah, should we go back to the first round of this very map? Because you're totally right, Devilwalk. He can do it with an AWP, he can do it with a pistol as well. Wonderful, an excellent start to this map of Mirage.
Yeah, I think we kind of highlighted that Molodoi would be the Opera of this series, but Wonderful is definitely making the case that he should be, you know, the highlight name of this series, because having this kind of start, bringing them the pistol round in probably a pretty awkward round for this Navi side, he was just lights out in this game.
He's just been their best player now for 2 weeks straight, which is weirdly, seems like a short amount of time, but it's just the surge that he's providing Navi, just going above and beyond. The pistol round there, a couple of the rounds where he has the AWP, especially late round situations. I mean, he's brought the mentality that he usually maintains through group stages now to the quarterfinals. This is where Navi become such a dangerous team that can seriously find upset victories versus anybody, because honestly, like, that was really the main hole you would poke into Wonderful's cases. Being one of the elite operas is that usually at a tournament, you could just bet on it. You could bet on it, whether it's quarterfinals, semis, or grand finals. He's going to have a huge slip up. So for him to start round one and just give himself that confidence, thrust himself into the situation like that, it's everything for Navi.
Yeah, excellent return to form from Wonderful and the most opportune moment as well. Now, Maui, I know you're a fan of an Alexi B T-side masterclass. You've got a round for us. Why did you pick this one out?
I mean, this was a 4v5 start where Navi lost the opening pick, but I would say this is twofold. I mean, one, the crunch from Navi is excellent. It reminds me of their 2024 where all of the Furia players are caught off guard, but the lack of utility that they used, they didn't actually throw almost any smokes in this one. There was no CT smoke, there was no jungle smoke. They went for all of these fights in different directions, and usually you think that's a flaw. You think that's a mistake where, why are you not smoking off one of the angles that the CTs can get you from? But in fact, it left Furia the ones scratching their heads. They had two guys jungle, and they didn't know whether they should fight, stay still, peek, and that, for some reason, these are the kind of little mix-ups that Blade and Alexi B have. These other little just wrinkles in their tactics that make it so hard to play catch-up if you're Furia.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you talked about Blade, the preparation as well. I think this is the Navi. They're the most dangerous when they get this amount of time to prep. They get the, you know, to kind of grind in the details, know exactly, because we saw a lot of these rounds, even that round with Alexi B, he knew Moldois would be coming from that short side. He knew that he was just waiting and making sure that he's gonna, you know, kill him when he makes that rotation. So it almost felt like they were on the control no matter what, even in that 2v2. And Bit actually, you know, coming alive in this playoff, coming alive in this game. He's been really slow in getting his numbers up and bringing that input for Navi. And if he's continuing to deliver like this, they're an incredibly, you know, it's a devastating team to play against.
Let's put the shoe on the other foot just for a moment, though, because let's be bluntly honest, this was a dismal start from Furia on this particular map. Round 15 comes about, and they do manage to convert a 2v5. And I'm left here thinking, okay, this could be the comeback moment, a moment that Moldois.
Bora, vamos voltar esse jogo não, velho.
Yeah, he had a terrible kind of start to this game. We saw his frustration. But it's kind of the fact that even in this round, I feel like Navi is playing great Counter-Strike. It feels like Furia needs to hit some amazing shots, kind of scrap their way into a round. Moldois here, two beauties to kind of finish it off. But it was so difficult to get those rounds into Furia's hand. It was so difficult every single time. It was too familiar back from a difficult situation. And, you know, you let they're going to play like this, Navi. They're going to need to wake up and need to step up on a big scale going into the next map.
And the problem was for Furia, they couldn't sustain that. That was, unfortunately, the last round they won in the entire map. How did Navi clap back instantly after that?
I mean, we could look at the next round. I mean, there's just so many moments where Navi is the team that's being a bit more proactive. I mean, they're emboldened by the fact that their riflers and their Opera are in form, but I just love the fact that in this very similar situation to the crunch that Navi pulled off against Furia, it's Navi who have two players towards the ramp. They're doubling up. They're able to get the one kill towards Palace.
Agora vai essa porra.
Agora vai. And then Wonderful stays alive for such a long time that all of the rotations are able to come in. So Ima gets a on Moldois, desperately trying to dislodge him. It's just the little extra proactivity that I think Blade talked about live as we had a little quote from him in the game. Just being creative, making sure that we're playing on our own terms. That's the kind of stuff that Prime Navi always did. And Furia, for whatever reason, almost were just too reactive in this game.
It's also like when they get that space, it's almost like Furia didn't really know what to do with it, because Navi knew exactly they're going to chase Wonderful. We need to get our rotations. They covered him. They let the kind of space and time almost destroy Furia in this reaction, because sometimes it can be hard if you're left in a fight, you're going up this mid-ramp, maybe you're expecting jungle fights, close default fights, where you're expecting the battles to happen. But they just kept giving them space, and with their discipline, the rotations already came in, and it almost became a double crossfire from that Tetris and CT side.
And then, quite literally, the final nail in the coffin, the final round of the game. You know, Furia, they managed to get out on the bomb side, they managed to plant the bomb. We're saying, you know, are Navi going to be saving in this situation? They don't. They have the balls to go for the retake. Pays off.
This is ridiculous. I mean, the fact that it's Alexi B and Makaze as well. I mean, quite unlikely suspects, but I love that they just keep giving themselves more chances
is more looks in this kind of round. First of all, Mikaze's flashing for Alexi B to peek from spawn, but then Mikaze still reroutes through jungle, and you could just tell that FURIA were none the wiser. They did not know that fight was going to be coming. They didn't think that timing was going to happen, and they're just caught with their pants down. I mean, no, like, maybe that is a devil walk reference, in fact.
I know you will be in there.
FURIA looked in that
so fucking bad.
Of what we've seen from them for the last 2 months.
We can see the Scope GG stats here as well, siding with Mikaze coming into this one in terms of some of the key opening jewels around this Mirage 2. How are things shaping up then as we do move forward to this Inferno? Because as Maui put it, very uncharacteristic form from FURIA, but this is their map pick. This is what lays them wait. Gonna have to start on the T side though. What are you thinking, Devil?
I mean, I'm still a little bit scared for FURIA because this is not a map that Navi is not comfortable on. You know, Bit is almost like known for that anchor position on A side, that pit position, balcony. He can be very destructive from there. And I think the only real question mark has always been like the banana side. Have they fixed it for Navi?
I know,
great kind of setups. Their CT side, I love the way they approach banana side on CT. Yakinder and Fallen. It's almost like they're masking that they're 3 people, but they're only really playing 2 on that top banana side. They have so many different variations, and it's beautiful CS to watch when it works for this FURIA side, but I'm getting a little bit worried.
I mean, the sponsor odds are getting a little bit worried as well. Now siding just a little bit with Navi. Do you believe in this though, or do you smell our first 3-map affair here in Budapest?
I would bet on the fact that it's going to go the distance, that we're going to get a 3rd map. FURIA have shown me too much this season, and even though their backs are against the wall, I've seen FURIA lose map picks in the past. I've seen them been down in series. I mean, they were down again 2-0 in the Thunder pick, BO5, and they were able to bring it all the way back. That being said, though, they did lose Inferno, so that's one of the worrying signs about this one, that, you know, Navi, Blade, they've tasted blood on this matchup in particular, and so I would think that if you're Fallen right now, this is where you have to show your expertise as a leader, not just as a tactician, which they have in spades in terms of ideas and strategies, but being able to help reset Molodoi, because this guy was just in a hole of himself in terms of what he was, how he was opping on that CT side. There was nothing to show for what he did when he had the AWP in his hand, and that was reminiscent of what I saw at Austin, and that is a very scary prospect for a guy that is already cemented himself as the Rookie of the Year to go down fighting in this fashion, or really just go down screaming. I mean, you need to show something in terms of actually biting back against Navi here.
It's such a key piece of that FURIA puzzle as well. Molodoi cannot become absent as well on the 2nd map, right?
No, he's a win factor for them. He's a key player. He needs to be able to bring that AWP down and get some entries going for this FURIA side. But Navi, they're so difficult to gain that advantage from because they're so disciplined, they're so structured. So I'm starting to feel like, is he going to get enough of chances to actually get that done? Or is Navi going to be able to block him off with utility and play their A game?
Truly do or die time here for FURIA in Budapest. It is time to dive on in to Inferno.
Do or die for a team that so many anticipated making it to the grand finals, if not lifting that trophy again. But we've seen favorites fall on this stage. And so Budapest, here they go versus we get a fast opening move down Banana here for Alexi B. Devilwalk had a lot of emphasis on Banana. As this map goes forward, we'll see if it ends up being an avenue of attack. For the moment, it's the arch side. Yakinder's got the opening kill. There's teammates here to help him. Oh, Mikaze able to shave Molodoi off of him with a headshot. They kind of get stalled out momentarily. We will find FURIA wins that rebuttal, that 4 versus 3, and the fast flank down Banana.
Oh no, surely not.
Oh, it gets found out, but it doesn't get dealt with. That's the open door to double back. Knowing that Alexi has pushed means FURIA can take over B.
They gotta go quickly. Alexi's here to meet him right in the pass. Kinder gets a really important frag.
What about the cover? Bomb plant behind that fountain.
Vamos, caralho! Vamos, porra! Vamos! Vamos! Caralho!
This is a game that feels like it's over. It feels like FURIA are going to lose. It feels like after Mirage, we have very low expectations. We've seen teams crumble already. That's the thing. That's where it feels a little scary for FURIA. They need to come off the break, show us that that's all different. They knew what the veto was going to be. So did Navi. They have to prove in those first 2 maps, like back at Thunderpick, that they aren't going to let that result happen again. And from that perspective, there should be no surprises. Both teams know they can play Inferno. They put the pressure back on a NAVI a little bit with this pistol. Let's see if they make it too.
No team gets to secure world's #1.
Queima, queima, puta, queima, queima!
In terms of trying to hold it.
And that's kind of what you want to see, man. You want to see tactics get kills.
Sure.
In a game like this. That's actually, I think, well, won the map back on Mirage for NAVI.
I mean, there's a lot of praise to go around for the tacticians on both these teams.
Also a big thing, I mean, elephant in the room, Moladoy, he ended that game missing. He had a bad map, he ended it badly. That's also not something that we expected.
It's just been such a rock for FURIA in their run to world's #1. We go back to Austin with the quarterfinal shortcomings of FURIA there. We didn't know that FURIA would go on to be this great. So they step into these quarterfinals with such higher expectations from within, from the community.
Tem já.
And right now, expectations would be convert this pistol. 5 versus 4 coming
30
with it.
segundos vai ter que ser Ezequiel, mano.
Everybody
Vambora.
inside of the bracket control here for FURIA,
Vambora,
but this is still
vambora,
number strong
vambora.
NAVI on this A site. And we already start to see that peel back from B for Alexi. Frag Grenade's gonna whittle down a little bit of health from 3. You've got Queserado low on 40. Pistol's trying to take position inside of the site, and Wonderful finds a headshot. Bits next up. Wonderful's got another. It's a bloodbath. It's a slaughter. It's a forced by victory, NAVI.
It's a total massacre. No way they pulled that off. Split got into place. It's around that. FURIA wanted to play down to the wire. Closing in on 20 seconds and under. Whoa, they get this from a 4v5. It's Mikaze going down early to Molotovs. It's all looking so sweet for FURIA.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Not what FURIA needed in this moment.
Not at all. They need to steal this back as soon as possible. We saw what NAVI did to FaZe back in Copenhagen on this map. Everyone knows why we call it Bitferno sometimes. Ima, pre-game, any nerves? No nerves. Any nerves from your teammates? No nerves from anybody. Words don't mean a lot from everybody, but certain teams, NAVI are of that stature. NAVI have proved it when the lights have been the brightest.
I think that's something even back at stage 3 when we had Ima interviews, he kind of alluded to it as well, that Blade's cool, collected mood has kind of been donned by the other parts of NAVI. You know, Alexi B is your in-game leader, but we know that Blade has kind of been sharpening Ima as that secondary caller. And we've seen them butt heads in the past. And it feels like that's when the cracks of NAVI would grow. But if they're both coming in so level-headed, then why would there be pressure? Because they're learning to deal with it.
I'm not trying to see this round get late. You know, FURIA, it's not a position where NAVI are going to scramble to try to figure this out. They need to try to turn this into a win or go and die, honestly, because they don't have a lot of money. No good guns to save.
Bang e janta, tá, tem aí.
Everybody else for FURIA ready to go off mid. Wonderful starts to get back into the bomb site. Yeah, NAVI can feel this pressure. It's coming in quick. Flashes and the Tech 9s trying to just bolster through. Bits got the first one. Will stay on him. He's able to just lay that lead down range.
Oh, he lost the camera.
Oh, yeah. Whips it back around towards Moto side, and that's Bit quad kill.
Sir.
Then we go back to Copenhagen, to a NAVI out of nowhere were able to win that major. And it's not because Wonderful played brilliantly, was it, Launders?
No, it wasn't. It was because Bit woke up. It was a playoffs where everybody was failing except for JL. He was the only guy to really talk about. And then suddenly, out of nowhere.
Ah, filha da puta! Caralho, chutaram o roteador, mano. Porra, vai tomar no cu, mano. Da hora essa porra. Esse aí tá ligado faz 24 horas.
For FURIA.
É, forçaram de novo, ó. A economia fodida de novo, velho.
Big time, and it's because his form
Mais
is so
round de
streaky.
economia fodida.
You've got to give his peaks the credit that they're due.
Yeah.
You know, one of the few players who's won a CSGO and CS2 major. A guy whose headshot percentage once upon a time was so far above everybody else.
It was his very first map in a Navi jersey. It was on Inferno. That's when he was looking through Blade's notes. He was looking confused. He was extremely stressed.
So lost.
His aim from Navi Junior wasn't even close. He was one of the rookies to follow after Odyssey, where we wondered, is he going to be another phenom? And it didn't look like it. With some time, he got everything into place. He figured it out.
Somebody who's been crafted by Blade for so long now, right? Sharpened to the peaks we've seen. So he will be a reliable piece as this round continues towards an A site. Smoke fading, flash right ahead of it, and again, it's just pistols. And these pistols aren't finding all too much. Wonderful's double kill will be answered back with one. That queues up Imez double. And with Molodoy on a quarter HP, no teammates left. It is a cleanup here for Navi as they go 3-1 out of the gate off the force buy.
If you don't have confidence on Inferno, this map just feels impossible. The T side just feels... The map feels tiny. It feels like you've got no options. CT grenades can be so punishing. We're seeing a lot of calmness in from even Imma walking into this next fight after wonderful die. They know the round is over. They believe it. It's in the slogan. It's a playoffs where no one can be doubted. The only reason that Navi fall to the wayside in conversations because there's so many other good conversations to have. It doesn't feel like Navi, you know, got lucky to get here like they did in Copenhagen. It doesn't feel like that. It just feels like everyone's just better than them. That's all. Remember, they're the one who gave Vitality a massive scare coming into playoffs. They could have easily taken Vitality out and put them into the 2-2 game before this quarterfinals was set.
That was a 13-11, 13-11.
And this is the draw they get because they lost that game. They get to play against Furia, and now here they are, up a map. Flying start here on CT side of Inferno. They were left embarrassed in that best of 5 the last time they played Furia.
Faster moves this time by Furia, already trying to pounce out through the brackets. They're going to take this test towards Wonderful, and his first shot is a whiff. As is all of Bit Spray. There we go. Furia get it going into the A bomb site. Emash short, cuts down 2 players. That could be critical for the retake, but you still offered the guns, the bomb plant, and this smoke on Moto.
With an op-in play, I mean, this actually might be off limits for the CT side. We got CT spawn rotation for Alexi. No one's coming in from halls. It's going to be a very risky retake. It costs them a lot to try to go for this.
Fallen locked into the pit. He's got Molodoy to his side. Interesting to see Molodoy hanging on to the AK while Fallen swings that off.
This would just be
so
insane
the pressure
if they
stays on with the fire being extinguished. Fallen hits his. Molodoy queued up for one. Never did Alexi get a chance to take a look at this bomb site. So Navi think that maybe there was something here to pull on, but I love that Furia show us a bit of ferociousness. One of the fastest rounds of the attack so far between these maps. And it is just a barrel towards that A site, because if you're going to go down in this quarterfinal, then you better go down swinging.
Leave it all out on the table, and you've got nothing to be ashamed about. I think that's the most important thing, and you know, not the irony, but the coincidence with that is if they do leave it all out on the table, they'll probably win, right? They are just that good. They have just that many good players that I'm sensing that someone's leaving tonight, ending tonight with a lot of regret.
But here it is.
But they catch a tempo off of this round too, and that's I think why Navi wanted to get into it. If they brought it down to 1 player, at least they steal back some of the economy, but it's a free op picked up for Furia, so it's a nice way back into the game.
And all while Navi knew they would have a buy on the other side, and we see this instant timeout called by Blade as well. So yeah, they've got faith in their ability to rebuttal after 1.
It almost feels like they, you know, ideally they save with a couple players, they test that. Maybe if there's a huge mistake,
agora é ganhar essa,
if they, worst case, they
quebrar os caras,
and then the next round they crush the economy again. But they don't. That's why it's so high reward.
É isso, é ganhar essa, quebra os caras pra próxima, né? Faz 4.
Great chance for them.
É essa play.
To kind of push the limits early.
Guys, we need to focus, please. I don't know what is happening, but can you focus?
It's like a pre-tac message. Get everyone back in order.
Yeah. I feel like that's the first thing he said when that tactical timeout came through, and then he got to work. So here we go towards Banana. Furious presence on the other side of that half wall. Mikaze looks to lock
Esse
in.
cara do cimento aí, velho.
And I mean, there's been no shy amount of grenades coming his direction. So, Molodoy, snapshot down onto Mikaze. No retreat allowed. 5v4 Furia.
That's what was missing on Mirage. great flick for
Molodói.
Molodói. Another
Molodói.
5v4 situation for Furia. And instantly, everyone at his back.
And get another layer of defense, though, behind this. The frag grenade is very well placed. 40 damage for Quesarado is nothing to scoff at. Alexi B lingers ever so slightly here. We've got that flashbang in hand for his teammate. When does it come over? Oh, insta-kill for the boost. And then he's able to get back into the cover. And with that flash coming through, Fallen was blinded, but he still lines up that headshot before Alexi can get a second.
The later tactic.
Essa leitura do A tá boa, é só o Wonderful, mano. Ele é podre. Ele é podre, ele é podre. Esmoca ele e vai Xuxa. Esmoca ele e vai Xuxa. Ele vai matar na smoke, ele é louco, mano. Se ele matar na smoke, eu fecho a live agora.
Oh my goodness.
Right between those targets as Opshot sails by. This time save called.
Guardado.
Right off this round, and Furia will find a tied game early.
Pre-planned here to get out of there. So Molodói's opener is massive. The flash to get that into from 1 kill to 2 from Navi was excellent. They pulled that off. And I want to give Alexi B a shout out, actually. You want to compare IGL's fragging right now. Fallen had a really poor performance back on Mirage. Alexi was
Quase que eu tenho que fechar a live nessa porra
aqui. He's standing up to try to match Wonderful and Bit, who were absolutely incredible. And everybody on the team actually delivered big time.
Chataça, velho.
That is a sign of good things to come. That Molodói shot?
Yeah.
Visibly frustrated back on Mirage with his individual level. Mikaze not allowed to get into the action this round whatsoever.
I mean, we've been following Molodói. It's been such an ephemeral amount of time that we just keep, you know, we don't hesitate and stop, you know, making grand comparisons. But when this kid reminds us of Simple sometimes, you know, has a bad map. Remember, you know, if you want to be a legend, you want to be remembered as a legend. It's games like this, it's runs like this. They have to be completed.
Yeah, I'm so sick of talking about potential.
We've already got Falcons out. You know, we had Mouse end up losing to FaZe. Like, there are results that will happen in this playoffs that no one's ready for.
It's the nature of the beast with how stacked things have been here in Budapest.
Vai ter que ganhar esse pra não quebrar os caras.
Both teams coming
Esse
around
ponto desse Wonderful vai guardar a Alp
similar
provavelmente
start
se ele não
to the way
morrer.
Mirage went. Now Mikaze freed up with this MP9.
Olha como é que joga o Mikaze, mano. Olha como que joga esse filho da puta, mano. Chegou a tempo, mano. Chegou a tempo.
And some utility to try to answer back, but Yuri ends up eating damage and
Como que joga um filho da puta desse, velho?
So that's Mikaze gone, and Wonderful takes an off angle in the meantime.
Not the most amount of kills for Mikaze.
Eu tinha dado uma tecladada na mesa já, mano.
Actually, you know, his form joining into Navi was very special. I thought he did a great job of. Oh, that's big. That's the op spotted at the bomb spotted at a minute. The opper down on the rounds. Wonderful.
And watch him as he sits on this angle. They'll have to smoke him off. And doesn't send anything through it just yet.
I mean, this is an impossible position for Furia, right? They've got, I mean, it's bottom B dominance. It's 5 players up on the map here for Navi. Furia want to ignore this into a
bom dia, vagabundo.
Site, so it feels like actually a prolonged save unless they're going to make this happen towards B. Crazy how impactful that one frag was. But Mikaze, yeah, a rookie that we haven't, again, talked about that much with Molodói here, with Kioske over in the other quarter is getting eliminated earlier. Mikaze hasn't been a donk or anything like that, but he has absolutely been a great piece for Navi. And in the shadow that JL casted,
Guardou, né? Apesar que a gente tá com economia, mas...
And Mikaze went from, again, I think too much actually relied on him to do everything in the beginning to it becoming a healthier Navi where now there's other contributors. The real question is, you know, was Wonderful and Bit going to get their form together?
Right.
Because that was the part of the core I feel like was most missing in the most
Mano, olha isso, velho. O Cacerato vai fazer o que ali, mano? Não tem o que fazer, velho.
And even Mikaze's actual frag count on Mirage, it wasn't very high, but lots of quality kills.
Macaulay Culkin, filho da puta.
For now, Furia left scratching their heads as banana control becomes a bit of a contest and one that they're not really winning. Not with the confidence that comes up from Mikaze. Again, he is going to try to find something.
Mano, ele vai, mano. Ele é louco, mano. Esse cara é louco jogando, velho.
especially when you sit down at 2 and 4. But once more, he has been given a chance to lock into the depths of Banana. Right out of the gate, I mean, FURIA, we just see them kind of.
Sabe o que é foda? Mano, tipo, quem que vai. Ah, sei lá, mano. É que tá tudo deslocado também, né? O bom profissional do sexo. O bom profissional do sexo vai desconfiar ali. Mas.
I'm a little unnerved by the fact that FURIA are taking so long to make
Bora, guys,
rounds
minuto. Vamos.
One thing is they avoid some HE damage, they avoid some Molotov damage, and they make it a 5v5 late into the round.
Foda que esse lurker do Yakindar aí tá foda,
Navi
mano.
like playing late round situations.
Oh, yeah, to a flaw.
They love it.
Missed chance.
Bora. Tirou ele da posição. Ó a bosta. Ó a bosta.
That's thin cover, brother. Back to it. Heel goes.
Tá. Trade.
Now from the corner, Alexi B collects the headshot onto Yuri.
Queima ele. Não queimou.
He had those two teammates right behind him. And the fire doesn't spread, but the follow-up sure will.
Agora você queima o seu fudido do caralho.
Burns him out.
But only in dollars. 20 seconds now, when this is
Vamos,
working.
vamos, guys.
Kinder's just a lurker on the other side of the map.
Não vai. Já era. Não tem smoke passagem.
So free.
Molodoy goes down with nothing. It's a sitting duck. It seemed like fake plant once from Quesarado punished, and Navi have had control of this bomb site since the get-go.
I mean, come on, tell me they look like themselves. They look like they're Navi, and that's not a good
Mano, ele
sign
só
for
ficou
FURIA.
A, ele tirou Detalhe, o Wonderful ele tava na A, mano. Ele rodou ainda pra B e matou o B, velho. Ele tirou o Wonderful da posição e ficou, velho. Não tá dando certo o Lurker, mano. Eu sei que é a função dele, tá ligado? Mas não tá indo, mano. Não adianta. Vai ficar batendo o bagulho toda hora que não tá funcionando, mano. Não é medo não, Shonger. Tô respeitando muito os caras, mano.
You know, the closer we get to this FURIA loss, we're not there yet. The closer we
Tô respeitando muito os caras, mano. Não pode ser assim não, velho.
That was another quarterfinal failure, and it's one before they were able to lift trophies. We didn't think that FURIA could necessarily win events, and they may have exceeded those expectations, but what we don't really talk about is that they also faltered versus one of the least likely playoff attendees.
Absolutely.
You didn't just go up against another Titan and lose. No, you failed to win what was arguably the easiest quarterfinal.
I mean, we can't thread a special narrative for FURIA. We've dished out that criticism for every team.
Exactly.
So it's the pressure of the quarterfinals.
Respeita muito os caras, mano.
The most of any team coming into this situation, but it's still the major. It's the one.
It's really not a conversation that we've had much, I think, surrounding this potential.
Mais uma HE toma dos dois no cu.
But it's one that may start to haunt them.
Olha de cair smoke, velho.
Util, not ideal. Navi's defense misses the mark with that one. Not the first grenade they've missed in this quarterfinal, but yeah, you missed two, and I think Quesarado's happy to step up. Two missed incendiaries. What a waste of money and resources here for Navi. So don't be surprised when FURIA try to take a test towards your direction. They know that there shouldn't be more fire on the ground as they approach. They'll smoke out that cross. Alexi opens it, backs turn to it, and as he nails the double kill, they will sure clear out the bomb site and track him down with the frag grenade. Support's inbound, but it's whittled down as well. Emek cut to 29 health as these half HP players from FURIA just sink into the back of his bomb site. One climbs up, the other locks in.
They try to take Pool out of the equation. There's no anyone on Banana right now.
Desconfiado, falei pra caralho ali em cima. Falei, olha embaixo.
100 HP between them.
Still good util here. There it comes. Flames at the feet of Yuri. He tries to buy time, swings out wide. Fallen's got to go massive.
My goodness.
He falters.
It's beautiful. It's art.
Finally, a bit of success here for FURIA, but it is just as quickly put out as those missed incendiaries over towards Banana.
No overextension from Wonderful. Another incendiary where it feels like Navi have already used 10 of them. That was excellent. Straight up. And I mean, Alexi, big smile on his face. Amazing play to make this way easy. No chance in this post plan. I love it. Navi are getting better by the round.
And showing us depth as well, right? A retake called for. Last time they went for a retake over towards that Tech 9A push that FURIA were able to manage. There was nothing there. Bested by Fallen inside of the pit. This time FURIA find nothing more, and beyond that, they come into this round damn near fully invested. Single rifle for Molodoi, Tech 9's across the board. This first half of FURIA's attack is quickly coming to an end.
Best round we've seen from FURIA was quick.
And they've not really gotten back into that tempo. I think that's a tempo that was stolen from them by the confidence of NAVI coming down banana.
All we say is we usher in the new Brazilian teams. The better ones are playing quickly.
É, com a herói do Molodoi só, mano. Só vai, tá ligado?
2021, 2022.
Tô falando, tá respeitando muito, mano. Os caras, muito, tá respeitando muito. Os caras tá cagando na nossa cabeça. Cagando bala e cagando na nossa cabeça.
Arch, Alexi,
ó, Lexar, filho da puta, olha como é que joga, todo torto. Ó, mano, se não inclinasse à esquerda, é loucura.
That bomb gets dropped, and it gets set ablaze at 20 seconds.
That's a terrible spot for it to be.
Oh, they've got to try to press their luck. And remember, Yakindar only has 1 point of health. He's lucky to even have a frag. K-Serato's here to save
10 segundos, guys.
And as he gets his hands onto the bomb, they'll cross back in the open. Emet cuts them down, and Navi, no.
They can't hit a shot. They can't win a round. Clock is not on their side. Everything's falling apart. Sid begging for a timeout.
Man. You know, there's a cool moment there where Makaze doesn't drop any util, and that really keeps FURIA focused forward, but Alexi chases them.
Yeah, I think there was a moment there where Makaze realized Alexi heard so many footsteps. Maybe they don't think that information had been corroborated.
Right.
Maybe if he sits there, and maybe he would have thrown that if he didn't switch too fast.
But also
either way, it works.
Had he thrown that, maybe they turn around and catch Alexi B. You know, we don't get to end up seeing Alexi's POV, but he
a
gets
explosão, mano, do Exec tá demorando muito pra ser feita, velho. Aí não sobra tempo pra pegar C4. Tá fazendo tudo faltando 20 segundos toda hora, mano. Tipo, toda hora. 20 segundos. Aí faz dá o estouro. Aí não tem que fazer.
It's a great observation, man. Heads up play.
FURIA feel like they tried to play one fast again.
Handed them the shovel to dig their own grave, essentially, is the analogy here.
7-3, comfortable so far for Navi.
Oh, is this why you didn't want to fight on Banana?
Well, at least this time, K-Serato gets his revenge, sends bullets back through, and Makaze not able to live longer than his one frag. But it's just felt like a suffocating defense so far from Navi. And that's before somebody like Wonderful has been freed up to go for these kinds of mid-picks. Given a bit of vision on the one member of FURIA that sticks around, that's going to get him tucked back in behind smoke.
Sees no one setting up the jumping nades.
But again, disruptive utility. And again, Alexi's right here to handle the pressure. Emet's right by him. And so the trade frag's good. Beyond good. Navi, fantastic.
Keep an eye on the multi-kills. Him against two. Drops the bomb. Takes the wind right out of this round. Bomb plant off
vai fazer o quê, mano? Vai chorar?
FURIA last week get that kill.
Kindar trying to be the hero as this T side fizzles out. A 4th or 5th round for FURIA would be so good for their chances, but he'll find nothing. Bit's confidence comes down that short side like dragon's breath. FURIA just burned up every step of the way. You can't push a smoke, you can't find a flank. There's reactions here from Navi every step of the way.
Not all lopsided scorelines are made equal, but this one numerically, it tells the story. The trades aren't coming through. Molodoi has hit one good shot so far in 2 rounds.
Cravou para poder abrir o pixel.
And Navi are looking for another masterclass first half on back-to-back maps.
Tem dias que são noites, mano.
Now freed up in the dying round of Furia's attack to go
Mais
into the
que ainda vai virar
apartments.
8-4 no máximo.
Down the doorway, sees nothing, and instead it's this climb up through the apartments. Yakindar at the tip of the spear, Yuri over behind him. And will the timing here catch Navi off guard? Because Bit, well, actually, I was going to say had just left. Sticks around for a second. Puts Wonderful on the angle. Here comes that pop. He's going to drop down, try to slow it down. Will Wonderful be able to recover? Ina takes shots back through the smoke. This is a moment for Wonderful to really shine. Or a chance for Furia to catch that much needed force.
Sabe que tem tapete. Sabe que tem tapete, pessoal. Sabe que tem tapete! Meu Deus, mano! Ah, velho. Ah, mano. Ah, esquece isso aí, mano. Na moral, mano.
This is a Navi running towards semifinals. This is a Navi that reminds you this core has won majors.
Bizarro, mano. Bizarro, velho. Né? Porra, é uma bala ou outra que encaixa, nossa. Loucura isso aqui.
It was a stunning result back on Mirage as Navi showed us a world-class T-side, one the Furia simply couldn't keep up with. And as we switch over to Inferno, it's a reminder to the Thunder Pit Grand Finals, where Navi started 2-0 strong. But that runway there was extended, and the recovery from Furia showed us their greatness.
He's very kind of stubborn, and we just need to punish him for this.
Very stubborn, he says, about Furia's game plan. Into the pistol will go.
Love it.
A chance for Navi to just stomp out Furia in this finish, but cause a double kill instantaneous. And if Fallen's not able to hold that bomb site on his own, B is a foregone conclusion. Bit will collect the kill towards Boiler as Navi remain with both options open. Yuri cowers in the back of this bomb site, hoping to be the hero. And as he hears that utility, they will track him down. It's one thing to win this pistol for the 10-3 lead. It's another to do it without a single player falling.
Oh my, they're about to leave him embarrassed at this rate. Looking just like Mirage, as if the map change never even really happened. Navi are grabbing 10. Fallen's even lucky to get anything here at the end of this round. And that best of 5 reverse sweep, it's the first we've seen since Dong did it as he first joined Spirit. It's something that we never thought would happen again, and it happened to Navi.
É, mano, os caras estão com muita mais mira mesmo, que
And
loucura.
it was even more embarrassing because they crushed Furia on those first 2 maps and then got completely swept.
It is hard to find a reason Furia can compete in the server
Esse
tonight.
Makaze, mano, ele não jogou nada o campo inteiro, velho.
We look across that board for Team Navi. There
Nada,
was
não
just
jogou nada o
success
campo inteiro.
in every individual's hands. They've been laughing their way through this. Force buy opportunity for Furia's defense.
They're just not fighting back right now. Not fighting back. Fans chanting, send them home in the arena right now. Not something I ever thought I'd hear for Furia.
Bullets whiz by you, Kindar. He drops his util, but we're still at a minute 15. Plenty of time for Navi to reapply the squeeze.
This is Navi's arena, right? They're going to do what Furia did maybe in the first half and make it look good somehow. They don't mind if there's under 10 seconds on the clock.
Yuri tries to push down middle. Oh, nice headshot. It's a bit of effort there for Ima to get the recovery kill, so he ends up losing 80 health as well. Forced by victory right now by Furia. Maybe we can start trying to tip the scales.
No greater plan at play right there. As a mercenary mission there for Yuri. 1 kill was maybe the best outcome they could ask for. But the instant refrag. Let's see if Fallen can scare them with a smoke. Minimal presence over here towards B.
Pode
Love
dizer
that full
adeus.
utility. I'm not sure if he can chain them, but doesn't seem like he's picked any more up. Rotate's coming in now.
Kindar keeps pressure on. Executes Emet from behind. 5-7s. Doing great here for Furia.
Não aprendi a
And so
dizer
Navi
adeus.
trying to head back the other direction again. 15 seconds. This round has fizzled out. Furia have kept the pressure on both sides. And that's just great moves individually, right? Yuri going down, like you said, on his own. And so Navi having to fight from both sides of Banana. Ultimately give Furia a lifeline, but that's all this is. Nobody in this building or online should get ahead of themselves. Furia have a lifeline, but nothing more.
It's yeah, it's a life jacket, but they've still got a whole lake to swim across. It's not going to be easy. The thing is that because we've just moved by the pistol, like Navi on numbers, so close to just winning, they could get lucky and win this game now. But Furia winning a round like this, it could definitely matter. Just can't. They're just the team. They're the team at this event. You can't write off until it's totally done. I can't stomach the idea we end this game and we didn't even get to say they didn't play like themselves.
Sure.
You know, if Navi beat them playing to their level, that's one thing.
Right now, they're nothing more than a stepping stone to semis.
They are a team. It feels like they're above all narratives in other ways. Like, it feels like if they 3-0 the last stage, well, it doesn't matter because it's Furia, right? It doesn't matter that they don't get more practice or don't get tested. It's fine. They're the one team that it won't matter for.
Blade's been sharpening his tools all season
Já
long.
ouviu.
And right now, they're afforded a bit of space out middle. I mean, this is dangerously close to an A bomb site, which ultimately for Furia is still majority of their defense. And with utility in hand, they could slow this down. 55 seconds. Tech9 starts to rattle out from the apartments. Here comes that double back. It's short side emphasized instead. Molodoy, gets popped by Makaze. Wonderful's able to get that Galil into the kill feed. Yuri, that's nice.
2x1, guys.
Beautiful.
2x1.
Man, that's value.
Headshot onto the
Ele vai esperar, ele vai esperar vocês. Espera plantar. Boa, vamos caralho, vamos que dá. Vamos lá, caralho, vamos lá. Vamos lá.
Incredible work again.
Deixa os caras crescer não, pô.
If not for that,
tá maluco?
Say goodbye to the round. Furia stay alive.
Show me that second headshot, please.
So nuts. It must have been 2 instantly
Tá
as well.
respeitando muito os caras, velho. Pode ter essa porra não, mano.
Emet just gets deleted in what feels like the same millisecond as Yuri falls.
Get a laser pointer on that thing. So,
Cabeça tá doendo, velho.
Let's talk.
Really sent down into it now is Navi.
I wasn't even ready for Furia to even make a comeback. It just felt like Mirage again. We go to a third. I have no idea what happens at that.
Here we are, Launders, buckle up.
Let's go. Emma's still having fun collecting chickens.
Os caras brincando.
Talk things over.
Oh.
Or maybe vent frustrations.
É muita confiança, mano. Muita confiança.
Just curious, Budapest, do you believe in this comeback?
They want blood.
And the other side answers because Navi that close to the finish line. I think more than anything, everybody just wants a show. So FURIA given a chance to find the confidence to do that.
Bora, quebra ele, quebra.
Side of things, and well, it's one kill for Alexi, sure, but it's a very confident-looking FURIA. No strangers to the pressure, and E-Man knows he's just got to give it up. He'll get gunned down. Majority alive.
Respeita esses filhos da puta não, vai tomar no cu esses caras aí,
Three-round streak, and the thought of a comeback starts to creep into our minds.
And FURIA, hopefully, they've already moved into that idea, and let's see if they can undo all of the negative self-speak that has maybe started to set in the greatest fear of all, that they not only lose this major, where their expectations must have been so high, but they go out in quarters again. That would absolutely be the scariest result. Let's see if they can overcome all of that, put on a show for this crowd, and make this a 3-map series at the very minimum.
Would be our first 2-0s across the entire quarterfinals.
Yeah. And not in the ways you would expect.
10-6.
I thought Control was going to handle that situation.
Yeah, right?
Vambora.
Loving what we're getting out of Mikaze.
Bora, cara.
Such a
Vambora,
fire starter
vambora.
when it came to holding down Banana.
No fear.
No time for that. And still a lead where you shouldn't be afraid if you are Navi, but we'll see. Confidence wavers in the face of this FURIA recovery. That's what we got so far.
Atirou, não matou, volta.
First step to the comeback. Mikaze again thrown towards
Tá, vamos lá, caralho, vambora. Vambora, vambora, vambora.
But they can smell a 3B setup. Problem is, they don't have a way to move on this.
Knows Devil walked back on the desk, really emphasized that Banana was going to be a battleground, and it has been. And this time we see FURIA throw themselves into that battle and not allow Navi to get these easy opening positions.
Mano, os caras não give a bomb nem fodendo, mano. Isso é...
threat from that point is one thing, but FURIA sign up with the risk off of the tac pause, and you can see the damage done in return.
Já vou o PC do cameraman ali.
Inferno is won and lost on this map. It's no secret. What I'm worried about is Caserado's long sprays.
Molotov,
He's taking a long time to get some of these kills. We saw a moment on Mirage.
Tá.
Okay.
Boa! Vamos, caralho! Vamos, porra! Vamos! Vambora, já comemorei antes, sem querer. Comemorei antes sem querer. Comemorei sem querer. Perdão, pessoal, perdão. Ah, mano. É na minha vez, cara. É só comigo que trava, mano. Ah, cara 10 de vida, ele vai se foder. Morre logo, fudido do caralho.
Up on the angle, the rumblings of the retake coming his way. Oh, it's a third headshot! Imez on for it now, locked the hell in! Fallen's gonna try to force his hand, that off giving the combo! No. Quad kill! And Fallen denies! Oh.
Bora, foca no hora.
That's all the experience in the world coming together!
Mano, eu sei, acho que eu tinha que ter reiniciado meu PC, mano. Não reiniciei. Vai 24 horas que essa porra tá ligada.
One of the biggest what ifs ever. If this series actually results in a comeback for FURIA, my goodness.
Bora.
They don't know about his HP. And I think that's
mano, resetou o mindset, velho. É isso, mano. É isso, mano. É isso. Vambora. Não acabou essa porra não, caralho. Acabou essa porra não. Domina essa porra dessa banana aí, ó. Já era. Faz igual o imbecil do Makaze lá. Fica aí.
Sitting on the bomb site, right? From peeking down middle to now having brackets taken over by Navi. This is a pretty quick play.
Olha o time, Marcelo. Olha o time, Marcelo.
He's off it. Real chance at even finding that
kill.
Kill.
Dos caras aí, fudeu.
Molodói.
Yuri. Molodói. Cacetaço. Pode x1, guys. Pega essa op só. Acabou. 10-8. Vambora. Vamos. Caralho, vambora. Vambora, caralho. Resetou, mano. Resetou o mindset. Vambora. Aqui é 2-1, caralho. Nessa porra, mano.
That 1v5 almost happened because Molodói just missed a shot. We watched that from Imma's perspective. It looked like the winner's perspective. Molodói was tasked at covering Fallen on a plan. His death
Chorou, Alex.
didn't fall his death.
Alex.
He was covering 4 HP,
Alex.
he was an off shot, everything didn't hit it.
Tá.
And the more rounds
Dominou,
they
tá
win,
ganhando
the more
peito,
pressure gets
boa.
applied out of the
Mais
gate.
uma HE, porque daí mata essa porra desse
Furia no
arrombado
longer
aí. Vamos.
playing. Like they're at a damn near
Pô, pegou
10-round deficit,
Não matou.
because they are merely 2 rounds
Boa, Yakindar,
away,
vamos!
and yet again
Valoriza,
with the
valoriza.
5 versus 4. And you add up all
Valoriza.
the damage that Wonderful and Alexi have already had to stomach. I think you see in that, player reaction, there's no timeout being called, and Alexi, there's almost a franticness to him.
Yeah.
And I tried to allude to that cool, level-headed Navi that is coming into the server to try to,
Boa, Yakindar, caralho! Vamos, caralho!
in the server.
They're shedding the scar tissue somehow.
Caralho, bicho, eu
They're
tô
giving
nervoso.
themselves chances. They're going off the back of really good
Vambora.
starts. Excellent utility falling into
Vambora,
place,
caralho.
establishing banana control as you need to on CT side. The tests are getting
Mano,
easier.
ganhou esse, vai empatar 10-10, velho. O próximo é certeza ganhar, mano. 10-10. 10-10 é nosso, caralho.
Navi peel back at 45 seconds.
1x3, vocês vão guardar. Guardar,
Furia
guardar,
get
guardar.
one round away.
Vambora, caralho. Vambora. Resetou a porra da mente, mano. Resetou essa mente aí. Não precisa avançar. Não precisa tentar tirar a arma. Já era. Que é nossa, mano. Vambora.
Goes a long way for your opponents.
Tá, ele errou, ele é podre. Ele é podre, mano. Ele é podre. Aí, ó. Isso aí que não pode, ó. Isso aí que não pode, ó. Olha o time. Olha o time! Olha o timing! Tá que pariu, velho.
One round game.
This is 6 consecutive round wins of a CT side.
Torcedor calado é a melhor coisa que tem.
Quick
Vambora.
response into the second half to make this game real. They took it 1 round at a time. They brought us this far now. It's just about landing the somersault. They've done the hard part.
Vambora, velho. Vambora. Mapa
They're
nossa,
in
mano.
motion.
Yes, sir. And of all those rounds they've won, only 1 was demanded of their retake.
I'm still seeing some moments where you're like, are you going to miss again? Are you going to give up another golden chance?
Moladoy will try his damnedest to avoid exactly that. But sometimes easier said than done. Right now, Yakindar's looking at it. And shots don't come back his way, but there is presence from Navi on the other side. Right back and will cut down Wonderful. There is
não, mano. Quer muito.
Weaponized for the answer. That's going to get that Moladoy off rotation.
Pega uma confiança do caralho também, né?
Actually an interesting situation for Navi. They want to move quickly out of this idea. They're actually calling it the rotation to be reclaiming of banana control after Mikaze dies a little earlier than expected. Now pressure on the 2 Brazilians over on the A side. Full force attack.
Ó, o Vídeo já tá lá.
Ele vai...
E ele ainda vai matar o Yuri, mano.
The teeth of Furia sit and wait.
Boa, Yuri. Boa, que será?
2 players immediately 4v2 advantage. That's all they had to do. And now as they look for
Dropou. Boa, 10-10, caralho. Vambora. Vamos. É os 10. Boa, caralho. Vamos. Porra. Vamos.
Saw him, tried to never forget about it, but because Yuri had this line towards the site, they knew that from the perimeter of the bomb site onwards, as long as they had this trap wire, then Keserod could get involved. He doesn't have to go and search out information on safe.
Vambora. Capturou o Copemon, velho. Vambora. É isso, ó. Eco deles. O 11 é nosso. Nossa, pulou no seco. Pega um. Ai, olha pra você ver o time, mano. Inimigo do time, cara.
They're buying him rounds, though. You know, I'm calling out all these moments that are weird from Moladoy, absolutely, but he's got a team, and that's the story of Moladoy. It's not just been him. He's just one of the few elite operators that actually justifies his position and his gun every round that he gets it normally.
Which is why it feels so bad when we get one of these anomalies. The rest of his team is giving him the time. So opportunities just keep on coming, even if the kills don't. We hit a minute. Navi laying down the few utilities that they still have. There's nothing actually behind this. You can see FURIA
Tá. Vai
just
ser
trying
A,
to keep that
mano.
pressure
Vai ser A,
on. There's
vai
been a lot
ser
of
A.
damage done through smokes. Those frag grenades that
Vai
sail
ser
down
A.
middle of Banana have
Se morrer tá bom. Se morrer só, tá bom.
bomb site softened up. And this time they're going to try something different. Heavy emphasis out through the balcony. And guess what? Exactly.
Bora, guys, vamos rodar aí.
Not within that. That's
Já
exactly
sabe,
where
já
you
sabe, já
anticipate
sabe.
find him.
Já sabe que é A.
Instead, he's layered up inside
Que
the
foi
bomb
Kindar?
site with K-Serrano.
Tá, traidor.
Opening kill. And
Dois é pecado, pessoal. Boa, Molodói. Vamos. Puta, ficou... Mackenzie! Filho da puta, o que você tá fazendo aí? Ah, guys, mano, não é, mano. Caralho, mano. Ah, mano, isso aqui é loucura demais, meu irmão. É loucura demais.
We're reminded how close NAVI are to the finish line. Just an eco. They have improved a lot in the second half. A pistol and this force up. But they keep the lead. Doubling up on the site, no one in pit. Maybe not the safest position. 2 frags on the defense. And Fallen here to punish. Wait a second, he can run it 7 seconds!
Vamos, deu! Deu!
No, I think he may have this! Get back in the server right now, it's so close!
Vamos, caralho! Vamos, porra! Vamos, porra! Vamos! Caralho, professor, porra! Vamos! Porra! Que isso, mano? Nossa, eu tinha abandonado isso aqui demais, mano. Vamos, mano, vamos! Porra! Caralho, minha cabeça tá explodindo, Marcelo. Minha cabeça tá explodindo, chat. Eu vou ter um problema aqui, sério, mano. Que isso? Vamos, caralho. Vamos. Anota essa aula. Vamos, caralho. Vamos.
No way. NAVI do not keep the lead. Oh. Ima almost getting a 1-on-5. That felt like the great tragedy they avoided. This one for 11. This one comes to fruition here for Fallen. And it's NAVI who have to bear the brunt of it.
Jump up on top of it. How the hell do you recover from that one? FURIA probably feel like gods. With Counter-Strike coursing through their veins. This comeback is the kickoff of FURIA's playoffs.
That was divine intervention in favor of FURIA.
Mano, minha cabeça tá explodindo, velho.
The godfather of Brazilian CS to receive.
Molodói! Bora, Cacerato! Seja bem-vindo, mister! Bora! Ai, bora, guys! Bora! Puta, tá lá atrás! Bora! Obrigado pelo follow, mister! Tamo junto, mano!
This could mean everything. Bit and Wonderful have done amazing work in these moments.
Smoke in front of Fallen. Wonderful keeps
Ele viu!
We're looking for every round on this game. And a high likelihood of overtime at this rate.
You said it a round ago. We had almost forgotten how close NAVI were to semifinals because of the nature of this comeback. But they are yet again right on the brink of this.
And this is the most honest round win. Everything they have to work with, trades going down smoothly. This one feels sustainable. It's extra special to win this way for NAVI. They don't want to do it on freebies, ecos that go wrong on the setup for FURIA. They want to do it the hard way. That's always been the NAVI way.
But with that, does FURIA start to feel themselves a bit of a shell of themselves? No peek from Molodói this time around over on brackets. Whoa, nades go over Mikaze,
So
but one
perfect.
lands right on him, so not an easy job, but just as much damage for Yakindar, so this round stays damn near even.
The two firecrackers of the round going head-to-head in openings. Both down by half. Yakindar lost out
Mano,
to
minha cabeça
Mikaze in this
explodindo,
previous
velho.
round
Meu
in
Deus do
instant
céu.
trade. Let's find out how this story.
Right on it again, but remember when you allowed them to get so close, there's been points.
They're pressing up against the glass right now. They want to threaten. They want to draw grenades out. Navi know this is a pressured moment. People are going to be insecure. They're going to make mistakes.
40
They're going to get
seconds
nervous.
for somebody's 12th round.
Eles são confiantes nessa A, mano.
Right now, the pressure is subversive here for Navi.
Eles são confiantes nessa A,
Obviously
velho.
vision here for
Still
FURIA.
just sitting here, still just waiting. He has been sat here passive for 20 seconds now, and the targets, they emerge.
Ah.
Oh, headshot, Mikaze's got him. Bit onto K-Serrano. Yuri's got to go above and beyond, and instead he burns down to Imez finish. It is a 4 versus 2 secured here by Navi, and Fallen's miracle may go down in vain.
Moladoy.
Missed shot.
On his favorite line. Ready to take a frag and fall back. Bullet between the eyes.
All while his counterpart in Mikaze.
And it's not
Rookie
one.
for Navi, first major playoffs, walks around that corner, and I swear to God, the bullet came around before he did. Bested inside of that A site.
Someone's not getting sleep tonight. Navi are on for the 2-0.
And that is a tsunami of relief washing over Navi.
And that round is the best yet. They get a sustainable victory in that last one, a full rifle. Despite nearly winning the eco, they win another on A. They do it now even better.
Whoa. And Yuri, who's been able to have heroic moments from inside of that pit, this time can't manage all the heat on his own.
FURIA were not playing with power in this round. They were rotating around the perimeter. They were responding with utility when they didn't see anyone. They were afraid of phantoms. They didn't have vision. They didn't have man advantage. All they had was Moladoy on his favorite angle.
Which for so many of their best moments this season has been enough. Not tonight.
Could have been a clip to save them. Fallen's given them a gift in this game.
Don't forget the clawback that has
GG,
already occurred
guys.
in this game.
Feels like FURIA are playing to win this match. They're just playing for a third map, and that might not even happen. Full buy, round 24, both teams.
8 rounds in a row for this CT side to even make this game competitive.
Se perder, tá fora, well.
Unlike some of the others who have fallen in their quarterfinals, FURIA have already fought back. There is no way that they want to leave this event in this nature. 1 round to overtime. And you've got to stare your opponents in the eyes. You have to remain brave if you're Yakindar.
Façam suas orações se você tem alguma crença, guys. Manda energias positivas. Pede pro Tico, Teco. Sei lá, meu irmão.
Past him and underpass to get those kills and connector on Mirage. They turn that into a map win. Mikaze here going head-to-head versus Moladoy, trying to take out Yakindar. He's ready to win.
He's got the utility to offer. Oh, but it goes beyond. Navi are playing ahead of the timing. And even though it doesn't get damaged, what that could tell you is that Navi had a chance to catch him off guard. He'll dive back into the cover. This is a Yakindar who is momentarily working pretty much alone.
Good look at the fog of war here for the T side. 40 seconds. Navi are working. Are FURIA responding?
Do they want to pop through this? There's another
Cara, se o Yakindar ficasse em cima da caixa não era uma boa ideia, não? Tô maluco? Tirou.
Bits here to catch and push. No one's coming down mid. No one's up in halls at all.
Perfeito,
Could be the boost that stops them in their tracks. It could be K-Serrano to chew through them. But one crosses over to the pit, makes a lot of noise in the process. That's
Boa, fale.
K-Serrano's one. Fallen collects his as well.
Pô, Cacerato! Vamos! Vamos! Guarda o OT! Podre de ruim! Guarda, caralho! Vamos, porra! Vamos, vamos! Vamos! Caralho, mano, eu vou ter um negócio aqui, velho. Nossa senhora, mano.
NAVI have not proved themselves on this side of the map. A was working out very well. And I'm sure there was a part of FURIA that were scared to rotate because they know NAVI had an open wound that they could abuse, that they could get over there and make him pay. But they did make the key rotation. I still don't like that it's a passive rotation. I don't like that we're not reclaiming top banana with kills, flash tactics to take back mid control. There's still not enough here. A map win will disprove that, I promise.
Tá.
Olha
isso, olha isso. Travou, ele travou, ele travou. Falem! Falem! Não tem ninguém bombe, não tem ninguém bombe. Guys, não tem ninguém bombe. Mano, falem, ou falem. Esse jogo é nosso. Toma o Discord, Júnior. Pega essa aula, vamos, falem. Ela tem lá. Falem, 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 falem. Calmou. Calmou. Desconfia das costas. Ele sabe que... Tá.
This round's not over, but another gift from Fallen means this round's possible for FURIA. Even though your Kindred died, NAVI probably thought they had this one in the bag.
Vamos molotov, vai.
This is where you want to see
Não tem molotov, não tem molotov, não tem molotov. Não tem molotov.
Will that be possible?
Molotov, vamos rodar, vamos rodar. Vamos rodar. Guys, vocês já sabem o que é. Roda, roda, roda. Yuri já tem a cal. Viu a cabeça? A resolução de Yuri é pequena.
No way he can make this push, surely not.
He's right on the edge of it.
A resolução do Yuri é pequena, mano.
So he will sit on the other side of this. And what are Serato and Molotov meant to do? Priming themselves with a retake, utility over top, missed Molotov. We can't afford this now. And that
a resolução do Yuri é menor, mano.
The attempt is in vain.
Mano.
NAVI will not give up this lead. Fallen's play, I mean, it couldn't have been better. Two moments in this game that are inexplicable. You never see a spot like that getting played. He could have dropped the bomb right away. He tried to milk that for everything that was worth, because one back would not have been an even play. One back with the bomb down with that much time on the clock wasn't enough. He gave his team 2 frags. He even stayed alive a little longer. But where are the rest of the players on this map? He gets this.
Mano, mas ele fez muito bem recuar, velho. Puta, mas...
All that happens is he dies in a trade and it goes back to a 3-on-3. It's too stale. It's too calcified from the CTs. It's too uninspired to win this game.
Oh, while NAVI show us evolutions and individual abilities. It was a confident move back to that A-bomb site. And unfortunately for Yuri, he picked the wrong duel, right? You would have heard Bit fall off of the balcony. Oh, what could have been. But there's no time to dwell on the past. We're right back at it, and FURIA remain under pressure. Flashes getting them closer to Banana as Molotov sits on an angle. And it's not the first one that he has sat on passively, hoping that enemies step forth into that scope and fall.
I want to see him make pick plays. I don't want to see him start passive. Here he's got some vision, but once he loses it, what's next?
You know what's wild, Launders, is we've seen him kind of get ever so brave, taking peeks down middle from time to time at the start of the rounds, but there's never anybody on the other side of that scope. NAVI do a good job of dodging it at the start of the round, and we don't see him go for those in the middle or late rounds.
Their game plan has remained shrouded, absolutely. And NAVI and map control have absolutely dominated before the attacks even come in. It's FURIA playing from behind. Look how much space they've given up. This is not a good-looking map, Connor.
Molotov again, this is your chance.
Molotov, vamos.
It's a bit of revenge. But what's it all worth? Because Ime, with 22 kills to his name, finds that
Mano!
To split B.
Yes, sir. And you see this scrambling Yakindar running back into the spawn. But if he lets his guard down, he could get
Desconfia dessa base, mano.
over towards the B site.
Yakindar doesn't know what to do. He's pushing back in.
One will not be enough for Molotov.
Boa, Molotov! Vamos, caralho, vamos! Podre de ruim! Você é podre de ruim! Seu lixo! Caralho, vamos! Vamos, caralho! Vamos, mano. Vamos, caralho. Até o final, porra. Esse mapa é nosso, porra. Tá maluco, mano. É mapa nosso isso aqui. Nós perder isso aqui não é louco, velho. Cara, mano, minha cabeça tá explodindo, guys. Minha cabeça tá explodindo, mano.
Emma makes it scary, but it's all survived. Nothing matters on this map now. Not how you lost rounds, when you lost rounds, it's if you win the map. That's all that matters. And FURIA do just that. Let me tell you, the uncomfortable situations have not ended here. Molodoy, 4 frags.
Hell of a time. We were talking about how the individuals on his team were just going to give him more and more runway. But those opportunities for Molodoy's impact have come and gone. Not this time. Rock solid in the back of that bomb site. Double op evolution here for FURIA as well in the final round of their OT CT side. When you think that Molodoy was just here, got a 4K, and then Fallen starts the round by going for ambitious wall bangs, is that all meant to scare you?
Absolutely.
There's no way they know that this is Fallen instead, but he's gonna also have to pay the piper. Frag grenade finds him, half his health is gone, and this is the play that they were trying to set up. Does it work?
Well, let's see if they're suspicious about this. Flashback 10 shots missed. Molodoy tried to punish. Now they'll know.
Boa, Yuri. Mano, vamos, caralho. Vamos.
We've got a 5v4 here for FURIA.
But I like there's no single point of failure. Even though that shot gets missed, there's another response, right? That's what's so good about FURIA on their best days. They can make bad situations worse.
Puta, manda pra ele, velho.
He's
Não precisa abrir, espera ele na cara.
Oh, he's just lost.
Perfeito, mano, perfeito. Perfeito, vamos!
That sees no support. Mikaze operating on his own there. Navi are suddenly going to feel like they have been found out. And what you have left is a Hail Mary attempt to take over this A bomb site. So again, banking on Yuri sitting inside of that pit. Molodoy, they know there's 2 ults. A retake, would it be disastrous?
Boa, Yuri.
Collects the kill to
Tá cego.
Iman's been blind this entire time, but Alexi gets a kill from beyond the grave.
Vamos, 2x1. Ele é podre, mano. Ele é podre. Ele é podre.
Gives himself room.
He's trying to bait out a push. The smoke is a little bit off. Turns around.
Oh, it's right there. But he slipped in. And so Yakindar's gonna have this long wrap back around.
You think this is gonna be the ace in the hole, but Wonderful is going one step further.
Starts to come back though, worried about the walk up on the bomb site. Smoke's about to fade. Oh, and
he walked the entire way, but he
mano, eu vou ter derrame, velho.
One idea, follow through.
Slips that net.
Yeah.
In a matter of milliseconds, gets up into the boiler.
Eu vou ter derrame, juro.
2 rounds in overtime for FURIA. They have a lead.
They have the lead.
Meu amigo, nem Copa do Mundo eu grito tanto que eu tô gritando aqui. É putaria.
And I want to say the X is on the map this time around. They get the kill.
Vambora, mano. Vambora.
Or down banana with Yakindar's play. It's the first time that FURIA are actually being aggressive and successful in I can't remember how many rounds. Now we switch over.
Feels like they've been building up to this point.
Trem é nossa,
We've got to remember what Navi were able to do back on
Esse
their own
mapa é
CT
nosso,
side.
mano.
It started
Só
with so
precisa
much
acabar esse
success and
AT.
pressure from Mikaze
Só precisa
getting
acabar esse
down
AT.
into banana. You know, but do you have the confidence to get right back to it? It's been a long time.
Mano, acabando esse mapa, eu vou só jogar uma água no corpo, velho. Eu não tô aguentando.
And he will be able to find himself locked into the cubby. And when he was last here, Molodoy's op was barely a threat. That first half was a damn near non-factor.
Mano, vocês já sabem que o Mikaze avança, mano. Vocês já sabem disso.
A reshuffling here from Navi, and the last thing, man, the last thing we want to see here from FURIA is them playing with the clock again.
Tá, fecha.
Okay.
Tá,
no win me off that.
Bem.
Don't play with that clock, FURIA. They're sure-footed in this moment. 30 seconds. Late Molly could come down in front of him, but this exec is coming through no matter what.
Molotov meets them. Oh, Cacerato's forced to go through it. It's a one and done from Wonderful. Mikaze's down to 15 bullets in that magazine, and there is no support nearby.
Boa, vale! Vale! Vamos!
Instead, Fallen clears that bomb site, and a late arrival from
Guarda podrinho, guarda podrinho. Você é podrinho. Você é podrinho. Podrinho. Você é podrinho. Você é podrinho! Você é muito ruim! Vamos, caralho! Vamos, caralho! Vamos! Caralho! Vamos! Meu amigo, vamos! Vamos! Vamos, mano. Tamo por um, guys. É um só. É um, acabou. Resgata esse Pokémon aí pra nós. Vamos. Perfeito, guys. Perfeito, perfeito, perfeito. Mano, minha cabeça tá explodindo, velho. Eu preciso tomar sei lá, velho, no cu.
I guess after seeing Kerrigan survive to get this far into playoffs.
Tô falando com o Marcelo, eu tô animado, tá?
Never give up hope.
Você fecha? Vou conversar com a Laís hoje, mano, sobre.
Fallen's pre-game said that the team that would win this matchup would be the one that can handle the pressure. And Furia in this head-to-head, well, the pressure, it felt insurmountable. Lesser men would have been crushed by the start from NAVI. Oh, chance there for NAVI to strike one down in the apartments.
Quick peek in, they push that back. NAVI 2 rounds to give us another overtime or Furia. They bring us to a third. They get revenge on Inferno.
Molodói! Vamos! Vamos!
You just love to see Molodói launched into these spots.
He has come alive as this game has gone on. Mikaze missed chance as well to find his answer towards that B site. It's a lot of space given over to Furia, and they still have a lot of time to work this. Also tethering off of the two players over towards the apartments. Remember, that is where A site, they end up getting that opening kill. But just flexing a threat towards Banana is gonna keep this defense divided. Smoke meets Cacerato. Utility
mano, faz uma HE nesse Macase aí que ele é nóia, mano. Ele é louco. Cacerato. Cacerato! Aqui acabou, caralho. Vamos! 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 1 a 1, vambora, vambora! 1 a 1! 1 a 1, vamos pra trás! Vamos pra trás que vocês vão apanhar, mano! Vocês vão apanhar! Vão apanhar! Vocês vão apanhar, caralho! Vambora! Vamos! Vamos! Dropa! Dropa podre! Dropa! Dropa! Podre! Podre! Podre de ruim! Você é ruim! Você é ruim! Você é horrível, mano! Você é horrível! Você é horrível! Aqui é Brasil, caralho! Vamos! Vamos! Vamos, porra! Vamos! Vamos, mano! Vamos, 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 vamos! Vamos, vamos! Vamos!
2 rounds of Deus Ex Machina to make this happen, and now a chance on map 3 to do the unthinkable.
Caralho, mano. Ô, se você tá na live e se eu não me seguiu e não me deu Prime, você é canalha. Você é bandido, mano. Você é tóxico, tá? Oi. Tô. Não tem como, cara. Você é burro. Não tem delay, velho. Não tem delay, velho. Não tem como, filho. É da Twitch. Você é louco? É, pô. A minha live tem 1 segundo de delay. 1 segundo. Não, mas aí não tem o que eu fazer, mano. Daí é do servidor. Mano, eu vou jogar uma água no corpo. É tipo, é 2 minutos, mano. Eu já volto, velho. Pelo amor de Deus. Eu já volto. Eu preciso. Guys, eu já volto. É 2 minutos, mano. É só jogar uma água no corpo. Coisa rápida.
What has been your favorite moment in Budapest?
The G2 game, very intense game, very fun to play, and ending up going to playoffs in that game was special.
Probably surviving stage 1 would be the favorite moment when we go through. That was a superb feeling to continue the major run.
Qualifying for playoffs, getting the chance to play in front of in the arena, it's always the best.
Not going home.
I think when we beat NAVI, even though we lost so many rounds, like so many scrappy rounds, I felt like good. It felt like we're quite like we're playing like shit, but we're in good shape to some extent. Like somehow like that kicked out. But like just qualifying to the playoffs so far has been my favorite. Also the food has been great here, so I'm in love with Budapest.
In Budapest, I mean, a boring answer, but it's qualifying to playoffs, of course. It was a good win against Falcons and a good game overall.
versus G2 because we won them and qualified.
Favorite moment in Budapest? Probably qualifying and seeing TORNE-SE jumping on Cyclone hands.
One, I think I have two double kills, and one against NAVI and second against Spiro. It's two double shots. It's good.
0.4 second defuse.
Well, honestly, I didn't have many favorite moments. I was very sick, but I had some weight off my shoulders when we qualified, when we went to 0 as well, because I felt at my lowest during that time. It was like peak flu, and I was very glad that my team was here to kind of support me.
I think qualify for playoffs, of course, it was a good revealed, and yeah, it was just a really good moment, and yeah, it was good atmosphere in the arena as well. So it was really nice.
Molodoi, you are an inspiration to others, but who is an inspiration for you personally?
I think Simple is my big god. I watch a lot of demo, how Simple play, and I like Simple style. I think a little bit we have same style in Counter-Strike.
Maybe now it's Nico because he is hard working a lot.
No one towards Counter-Strike, to be honest. It's more like sports, men's. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Messi, and I used to be a fan of Federer as well. So those two.
Last 3 years, Kobe Bryant.
I would say Johan Fljatra.
Don't. In the beginning of my career, it was Config.
I'll say one of the Swedish guys. I think KW and Crims has always been my big brothers, if I say so, in the scene since I came into the scene. So yeah, I think they teach me a lot, and I think they are my idols for that.
When I was young and started playing CS, it was more California.
Simple. From CS and from other, Cristiano Ronaldo. Djokovic.
Fallen. I would say Forest. I never had I talked with him just a bit, but great player, and more important is a great human being.
Listen, Simple. In general, maybe some like just competitive. I would say that this like atmosphere inspired me to dream about big scenes and all this stuff.
So many, but I'll keep it CS, and I'll say Forest.
That's a good question. To be honest, for me, it was a long time my brother, of course, when I was growing up, and he was playing. But I think one of the active players probably now should be Robs. I watch him a lot, and I really like his playstyle. I think he's super smart. So for me, he's really inspiring, to be honest.
I'm here with Yekindar. First of all, I want to ask you, this is our first interview during this major because you were sick and we didn't want to bother you, but are you feeling better? Is everyone in top shape in FURIA right now?
Yeah, definitely feeling better. Obviously, there's like some stuff left, but it's a lot easier to just live, you know, without fever, constant fatigue, and everything. So everything is good, and everybody's pumped up for it.
Tell us, what were your initial thoughts when you saw the matchup that you're going to be facing here in the quarterfinal? Were you excited, or was it kind of like stressful?
Cautious.
Okay.
I feel like, you know, NAVI is a kind of a team that can surprise you a lot, especially in these like bigger echelon tournaments where you have some time to prepare and there's something on the line. And even though we had a quite easy game against them in the group stage, quarterfinals, now it's a different game, and I'm sure they're gonna have something prepared. And honestly, everything, I feel like nowadays, especially throughout these 8 teams in the playoffs, everything depends on who's gonna be more focused coming into the game.
Your personal glow up in 2025 in FURIA jersey is really, really nice to follow. So I wanted to ask you specifically if there are some maybe things that you would highlight the most. What were the most impactful? Is it that atmosphere that you came into, or is Fallen maybe using you more correctly, or what it might be?
Well, I feel like it's a combination of kind of both sides of the coin in a way. Coming from me individually, having a break, I had a four-month break where I completely could kind of relax a little bit and overthink like the problems or like the mistakes I made in the past and everything. But at the same time, it's also coming from the right surroundings, the right people around you, and honestly, like whoever made these lineup changes could be the GOAT, because the roles are just so well put in this team that it's very comfortable to play for everybody.
Shout out to FURIA management right there. Okay, about FURIA and fans, obviously during the stage 3 you already had some fan club here, which was very noisy and it was very loud, which is great, but now they're here in playoffs. Do you have any words to the fans that are coming here across the world?
Yeah, I mean, of course, huge thank you for everybody who came from Brazil to support, everybody who came from Europe to support, like the drums and all the noise and everything. It's very cool to hear. You know, there's some like Kinder Molde songs coming out like during games and after the games. So thank you. We appreciate it a lot. We enjoy it. We love it. And as well, thank you to all the fans that are at home who didn't have a chance to come and everything. We all feel your support and thank you.
Marex, good luck in this best of 3.
Hold the apps and close short then.
I watch apps, Yuri.
Okay. Pop it. Dead. Boom. One more maybe.
Beat.
Yeah, last five.
Going long, careful.
He's low, hit him.
First.
Okay, I'm going flank, guys. I can flank. I'm playing low.
I hit him, yeah?
Yeah, hit him. He's low.
Triple or coffins? Maybe in the city smoke.
Coffins. Waiting for you.
No chance. Jump for me.
Defuse, okay? I'm defusing.
Okay.
Just cover.
Kill.
Nice.
Holy shit.
Nice.
I'm holding a shot. Nice shot.
I'm surviving.
23. One down. Out.
One side.
Have one flash.
Library behind.
Side, sozinho, pane. Defusa! Direita. Eu cover. Doesn't have time.
Oh my god, you motherfucking asshole!
Eu tenho vocês comigo? Eu tenho vocês?
Absolutely delivered. FURIA, whilst the bounce back was oh so necessary, the fashion they did it in was simply sublime. I don't know what switched
Meu
up
amigo,
them,
velho, meu amigo.
was an absolute reference for FURIA, crammed full of so many
Meu amigo, que isso? Loucura, velho.
The way that Fallen still gets away with it to this day. We thought we were done with this guy, but he keeps on coming back. He keeps making these sort of magical moments happen. That is easily the map of the major for me. That was so much excitement through and through. We saw the strategic gameplay of NAVI
Se mole dói, imagina Reptos, velho. Meu amigo, a minha cabeça tá explodindo. Eu tive que tomar um Torcilax, velho. Pô, ser brasileiro é bom demais, mano. É bom demais, velho. É bom demais, mano. É sofrido, mas é muito bom, mano. É muito bom. Você aí, vagabundo, que não me seguiu, vai lá no meu Instagram, pelo menos. Corte os meus fios no meu store, tá bom? Vai lá. Não, quem tá na live aí, velho. Mas pode ir lá também. Mano, nossa senhora.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. I know you're listening out there, Valve.
Banho revigorou, tá? Só a garganta que foi pro caralho.
You say it and not me. I'm always peddling for graffitis, but maybe they'll listen when it's you, Fran. No, the concentration, even hearing the comms there in the round where they were just barely able to get it over the line, where Fallen's able to take down Ima to prevent the 5v1, but then they obviously erupted when he won the 1v3.
But they were not even sure themselves. Someone was like, he's not got it. He's got it. He's not got it.
I know the back and forth nature of it. I just loved how calm they were. I feel like they were still able to execute a lot of what they needed to do in those kinds of moments, even in overtime. Fallen having the presence of mind to find flank timings, to
Se mole dói, imagina.
Aware and ahead of the action of what NAVI were doing, because I'm gonna be frank, his rookie did not show up for him. Like, Molidor is still a ghost in these playoffs for me, and so for Fallen, he needed to be the difference maker, and he definitely has carried them to map 3.
And when you get a player like that, especially a leader that, you know, has the courage to actually go for these plays, it kind of wakes everyone up on the server. I felt like that was happening because in the beginning of that CT half for FURIA, they looked stale. They played without info. They almost
Mano, a gente é merecedor demais aqui, velho. Tava 8-4, velho. Tava 8-4, mano.
Some great playmaking from Fallen and then some pretty ballsy calls to stack at the end of it to bring it to overtime and eventually win the map.
So some really great ideas coming out of I don't know whether it's Fallen or Yakinder obviously chiming in with this.
Tava desesperado,
We
velho.
do have to talk about that moment, round 21, because it started off with actually some really great patience coming out of Mikaze to even
Nossa.
put
Mano, eu
Furia
vou
in
muito,
that
tá?
situation
Vou falar com a
where Fallen
Laís
was
hoje,
required
velho.
to clutch
Na
this one
moral.
out. Can you kind of walk
Esqueça.
me through
Esqueça de
how
mim.
Fallen got away with this one?
I mean,
Bizarro,
once
velho.
we start rolling this one, I feel like the whole play here for Navi to send it up the short side, to go for the Halls pop, this is a strat that I didn't even really think it was necessarily going to work, but the fact that Furia actually ended up in a double sight setup was probably the worst way they could have actually held against this one. And Mikaze,
This is
the
an
Joker, to be
element
up there towards
up
the
in the right.
Moto side. And the time, I mean, it's low, but Navi, they're trying to
Olha aí.
evacuate
Olha
so
aí.
early. And when it's planted wine side,
Saí,
Devil,
mano,
I feel
saí
like
trouxe.
so frequently you're going to get people exiting through
Ah.
walls, through apartments, down middle, away from it. But they just needed to get out way too early because they decided they want to go save through CT instead of actually just saving away from the bomb. Okay.
Counter-Strike are listening. Hey, maybe that's a sign, Maui. Maybe it's a sign. But so impressive for Fallen to be able to pull that one off. But I totally agree with you, Maui. Mistakes probably made from the Navi side to kind of even give
guys.
that
Mano, o trem é
initial
nossa
opportunity for
demais,
Furia
velho.
to
I mean,
Demais,
it's over-eagerness.
demais.
They just
É
waited
nossa
for such a long
demais, essa
time. Fallen
trenzinha,
didn't
tá?
you know, kind of chase, give away his position or anything. And they just wanted to grab the gun, save it, so they kept an additional advantage for the remaining rounds. But it bit them in the ass, right? Fallen was there, he clutched on it. It's such minuscule, you know, timing from that. Because it's also like the way they line up towards that long. It's an incredible clutch, and it's like you never see those moments again.
It's absolutely insane. But I guess
caras estão no
what's
mapa
right
já, hein?
is that wasn't the collapse moment for Navi. They did
Já
show
estamos no
resilience. They did
mapa.
ultimately end up going to overtime.
Molodói
where
matando
round
todo mundo
25,
lá.
They actually managed to post that first round on the board. What did you take away from this one, though, Devil Walk? Some interesting
Só HS.
intricacies in round 25.
Yeah, this is kind of a double.
Tá fazendo a lab com a cabeça dos caras lá na...
You know, first of all, Fallen, this is what I've been talking about, that he has the courage to actually make plays like this. He goes deep banana.
Ele comendo os caras ali é
kind
loucura
of
demais, velho.
went behind him, and that he doesn't kill him there with the bomb instantly, that is, you know, a great kind of patience and you know, peace of mind almost in this situation. But it's also really weird.
Mano, esse Mikaze ele joga diferente, velho. Ele não é bom, ele é péssimo.
When Fallen is in that corner, he's stuck, and he's stuck there for a long time. And that is eventually what made them kind of lose that round and lose control of it, because they didn't add that extra line of pressure from the B side.
That round epitomizes so much of what was happening in that game, where it feels like Fallen's the most active member.
Eu vi.
He knows that he needs to play to win in those moments, just try to make something happen, especially in the man deficit, but he wasn't always being met by the other individuals on Fury. I mean, yes, they did bring it back on that CT side. We saw some good moments from Yekindar, from Yuri especially. I feel like in terms of what Molodói and even sometimes what K-Serrato, they were just a little more static, and that's something that Launders highlighted on the cast, just calcified, the way they were almost just statues, as they were just hoping that Navi would make mistakes, but Fallen just consistently the wild card.
Yeah, and thank God he did, right? Because we could have been looking at a completely different fate for Furia if he had not stepped up in those moments. Let's dive into the final round, though. We go to OT, Furia do close it out. What do you take away from this final round of Inferno?
That finally the Stars know how to play with an advantage. When you have the man advantage, or you have the round advantage, when you're in the lead, you see K-Serrato making a great play through the banana smoke. This is a play that I feel like if they were down 8-3, it's so much harder to make this kind of move. But obviously you get a little bit of a banana tussle to kick things off. They do get an opener on the arch side early on, but then even though the smoke lands right at his feet, this is just a pure call out Devil Walk. K-Serrato just
This is playing to win.
Exactly. I mean, he immediately just goes through it, catches Mikaze by surprise, half dodges the flash, and gets the second kill. Like, that just messes up all the spacing and timings that Navi thought were possible.
Yeah, beautiful round for K-Serrato, and that's what you need. You needed him earlier in that kind of mode, earlier with Fallen to make those plays. But yeah, it's an incredible match because we have two sides that both had to deal with the pressure, both kind of crumbled at times. And it was a beautiful match of Counter-Strike. And, you know, both teams made mistakes, but I don't think that any player on the server was playing badly. I actually thought it was excellent from everyone across the board. You know, you had moments from Alexi in the early rounds on Banana. Like, everyone was lights out. I thought it was yeah, the best map of this major.
Yeah, Imo was putting up some stellar numbers as well, which is probably what makes this one even more bitter. If you're on the side of Navi, you know, you had so many opportunities in that second half to be getting the number closer and closer to that ever-elusive 13, and then it just really slips out of your hands. What do you feel like was the main issue that Navi were encountering? Was it just the inability to adapt to a really switched-on Fallen?
It's tough to really nail one thing because I feel like once they even lost that clutch to Fallen, they still bounced back in a way where their execution, the way they were taking space, it was all working in their favor. I mean, Devilwalk was pointing out just when we were watching this one how much in terms of prep it was showing that they were able to just get up banana and lose maybe 20 HP per player. Like that's obviously understanding the tendencies of FURIA really well, but just down to the late round moments, I would say that that's why I give a lot of credit to Yuri and Yakin. They were guys that were always willing to just either I'd say for the Yuri side, just lock in on the defense when he was pushed down into a corner.
Eu vi.
Especially I think that he was the one that was more not taking the point, making sure that some information was gathered for FURIA, so they had some idea where the next rotation needed to be before Navi even hit the sites.
But this is a game also where the prep work set Navi
Irmão,
up to
que
win,
se foda, que se
once
foda.
you get closer in the round, once
Que
you
se
get,
foda,
later
que
into
jogue
this
péssimo,
map,
mano.
The prep is not going to be matter anymore.
Ah,
It's
quero
about
que caia
adaptation,
ele
it's
e
about
todo mundo do
making
time,
sure that
velho.
you
De cabeça
are
na
brave
mesa do
enough to
computador.
change the outcome.
Ô, pra você que tá na live, pra você que tá na live aí, rapidinho mudando de assunto, o Hogwarts Legacy tá de graça lá na Epic Games, tá? Se você não pegou ainda, vai lá e pega, que esse jogo é caro, eu paguei R$350 no pré-lançamento, tá? Tá. Pega de graça lá. Hogwarts Legacy.
But also be aware that at one point, you as players are the ones that have to take over and take charge with ideas how to finish the match out.
Let's speed on forwards to train the decider in our last quarterfinal here in Budapest. I believe FURIA will be starting on the CT side of the
Não tá mais 300.
I feel like we literally just need to watch Molodoy. I mean, I know that seems like an easy way out just because you have to watch the offer, but really, he has been the best CT side rated player for FURIA for the last 3 months on train. I want anybody at home right now to go to HLTV, look at the major, look at CT side ratings, and look how far down Molodoy is. He's the 5th worst defensive player at the entire major right now. Like, that cannot sustain if FURIA want to close this series out. Like, we need to see just a reference map for Molodoy to show himself and FURIA and the world that he is here on this major stage.
This is also Wonderful's probably best map. He's been getting opening kills, like frags, and he's tons of impact on train. I think it's one of his favorites, and you can see.
Peguei amigo meu no ato, velho. No ato. Falou aqui que tá passando mal assistindo a live. Eu falei, mas você tá vendo minha live, né, dele? Pera aí. Filho da puta. Filho da puta. Mano, é só sair então. Porra.
I'm not sure, but I think it's going to be a banger map.
There's no way. There's no way. That comeback powered FURIA up. They are here to play. Fallen got them here to the 3rd map. His star players will now carry him to the semifinals.
Not even on the T side.
Mano, minha cabeça tá explodindo, tive que tomar remédio, velho.
I think the one guy that I actually would want people to look at for them is Mikaze.
Bora. Vambora que vai começar. Olha lá, colocando hack no PC do Molodoy. Estão querendo calar meu time.
Even elite teams, even against FURIA, the last time they played against each other, the only round they got was because of a great Mikaze back.
Querendo me calar.
He is a guy that can be sneaky. He can figure out some gaps, and so, but it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot in a game like this when the major life is on the line. To expect Mikaze to be a guy that walks through an Ivy smoke to find a backstab, I simply just don't see it.
Salve, Jorge.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, they come from a deficit, a map that they should have won.
Não, aqui não. Essa frase aqui não.
Practice on how to reset between maps because they're going to need all their mental resilience to come back into this and challenge FURIA.
What happens if Molodoy doesn't find that fire? Then how much of a detriment is that to the CT side of FURIA?
Tô na paz, ô lindão. Eu sei como é que tá, velho. Tô com um pouco de dor de cabeça. Mas tomei um banho, deu uma revigorada aqui, velho. Tá osso, bicho. Tá osso, tá osso. Tá osso. Nossa. Mas tamo aí, mano. Tamo aí. Tamo aí, vivaço.
But on train,
tomar banho, mano, que olha.
There's long range angles. If you miss it, maybe you can take another. And this is where Molodoi has really just jumped up in Opera rankings for me because he'll go for a repeat. He misses the first. He's not scared to fight a rifle when that guy is 100 yards away. It feels like there's miles of distance between him, which he can use to his advantage here.
Does Molodoi remind you of
Já
anybody
fica
from back
100%.
in the day, Devil Walk? Is there anybody that you can kind of compare him to stylistically that we see flares or is this a completely new breed of AWPer entering CS2?
I think he's a blend of a few AWPers. Sometimes when I see him on train, when he jumps down lower, I almost see simple in him, or that kind of like ballsiness that you just say and look at.
Agora você tá aqui, né, fela da puta? Tava assistindo o outro, né? Vagabundo! Vagabundo! Tá dodói? Cobrado ao vivo, velho. Eu não tenho dó, não. Eu cobro mesmo.
E o pior de tudo, que todo mundo sabe.
É, todo mundo sabe. Não tô não, Oxong. De assistir, velho. De assistir mesmo. A cabeça tá explodindo, meu amigo. Desculpado, velho.
Minha cabeça tá explodindo tanto ouvir o Gabriel gritar.
A minha cabeça tá virada. O Oscar aposentou, hein, mano. Puta que pariu. Oscar. Tomara que você tenha um problema no coração, ô Júnior.
More than they have psychologically to come back from one like that if they don't have a strong start on this T side, if it feels like things just get piled on top of them, which it can on a map like Train. So
vambora, começou, porra! Vambora! Vambora! E aqui, dar! E aí, cacetaço! Vambora, vambora! Mano, deixa eu... Ai, que realmente... Puta, guys. Perdeu o piso é triste, né? Prepara o desfibrilador.
Small site rotator, carte blanche. Where do you want to come from? Unspotted so far. Yuri, just half armor. Reset of the
situation. A bolinha da sorte,
for
mano. A bolinha
Navi.
da sorte tá aqui.
They know the stakes at play. The lead that they gave up on that last map.
Bora.
They don't want to be living in that. Starting
Farmou o dinheiro dele? Ah, mano.
I'm with Maui.
Melhor não
It feels
arriscar,
like
né?
This is where FURIA just absolutely walk over them like they did the last time they
Não
played.
pagar pra ver.
I mean, that last
Molodoi took 2 full maps to warm up, but he did,
Yes.
and he got the chance to play here.
No, like Maui said, you know, Furious or Fallen saved them, and now watches the superstars just send Navi to the grave.
Don't let Yuri pull off a 1-on-2. Splitting the difference here inside of Z, it's a fake. No. Flank goes down.
Yuri tiptoes his way back in. Jump. That required something from Alexi, and if you want to talk about leaders stepping up when they have to, hell of a time for Alexi to collect 3 kills in a pistol to give them the best chance possible of starting this third map on the right foot.
Lexi was fantastic on map 1.
No pain, no gain, velho.
Map 2 is going to have to forget about it. Now, what Fallen did for FURIA back on that map, I mean, let's not forget, he's also the guy with 20 whatever health to stop Imma from getting a 1-on-5. That would have been the end of the major 2. On top of that diffuse, the plays he made last game, that shows you why he's got the most majors.
Ooh, a little awkward there from Molodoi, missing the timing. That's fine, no harm, no foul. Still at it with the scout, trying to hit this shot, but
Makaze, you know, just to establish lots of good impact, but from the bottom of the scoreboard and more towards the end of the game, you saw his kills and his plays become more of a liability than a benefit. He was dying too much.
Whether he's going to find much on this T side is going to be a critical question for Navi. You know, he's a jackknife at times.
Taking a trade at, you know, in a round like this, it's already like odds are, as the clock goes down, CTs go up 1%, 2%. This is not a gimme. But right now, it's only Quesarado outside.
Kaze peels back from that early foray.
A smoke and an MP9 this late into a push.
40 seconds.
That's kind of sketchy, actually.
It's that last piece of utility that FURIA brought to the table, so we'll see if they timed it correct. Quesarado inside of it. Low health for Makaze. Oh, he slipped
Oh!
by, finds the back
Ah,
of
tá.
Wonderful's able to get the trade inside that T-Con. Yuri,
Calma, Yuri.
smoked off, gotta offer the bomb site over to Navi. They came in with 15 seconds to spare. Molodoy's gonna try to strike with the
Boa, Yuri. Boa.
His earlier damage to Makaze is gonna be worth it. Yuri picks that up. Man advantage here for the Furia force buy. Desert Eagle cleared. 3v3. And his bit scours the flanks, hoping that somebody
Mano,
steps
entra,
up
abre
for
rasgando
Furia.
ele. Boa, boa!
From Z. Instant execution off of the fallen 5-7.
Olha o spray do filho da puta, mano.
Wonderful. With a nice pinch over towards Icon. Secure Navi's 2-0 start.
That's one more round than they got last
3
time.
armas.
Scare averted here for Navi. They've actually been really good at recollecting themselves in these moments where I'd actually give it to Furia. As when first kill comes down, as a second trade comes down, it feels like this is the kind of play that actually
Mano, ele já puxou fortão no spray, velho.
Navi have been really good. Lacking
A memória
space,
não,
having
Blade,
a
só
180,
arrombado.
covering each other in these spots.
Fast out already though. Careful. 5-7. Snappy. Cerrado able to get that trade back. It's too much of an ask. Navi are very much right there as a pack, trading off effectively despite Furia's best efforts.
Ah, Yuri!
Oh,
essa?
in the works. That's
essa, Yuri?
Yuri's nade comes back at him, and Navi survive another test with this forward-facing Furia.
I like they're in the flow. I mean, Cerrado's trying to push back in and out of team main, and they're following him. Not just fighting him outside, but making sure they don't lose track of him. Getting out of team main early can be really difficult. A lot of CTs are going 3 triple grenades, 4 grenades sometimes to get this kill, to punish you for going for any quick play. Some teams are sending a guy out just to see if they can get a kill, then turn it into a round later. Don't worry about it. Anything that gets you a T round off an individual effort. It's very hard to get a round going early on trade. And if you do want to play this
0-3 é normal, tamo tranquilo.
Want to play up IV, that can take a lot of time.
Armada agora começou, pô, 0-0.
For the CT side can just ruin your plans. Make a round too long.
Tornelinhas, obrigado pelo follow, mano. Seja bem-vindo. Tamo junto. Acompanhe comigo como é passar mal, velho.
Navi were so stomped on last time Furia went up against them on this map.
Furia coming into this round with no kits.
Okay, good eye. That's a scary threat. If ever that bomb needs to be defused. Fallen has already proven that sometimes there's always
Russolinezinho, tamo junto, mano.
That round, yeah, that was sponsored by kits, though. You know, big kits, and we're all over that.
Russolinezinho.
It's yours today.
Seja bem-vindo, mano.
Floating in the halls right now. It's a solo move by Navi. They are so far spread out around this map, right? Playing the perimeters. I'm sure they're not entirely certain as to what kind of a aggressive level will come out of Furia in the opening gun round, but really, we get down to the 50 seconds. They've been waiting everywhere for something, and eventually it happens. But it's Fallen taking a step into T-Con and dying, which kind of pulls Molodoy back because this threat of a Navi follow-up is real. And so he gives up that angle to just try to help Cerrado. He doesn't need help himself. It's 2 kills for Cerrado, but they do lose track of Makaze. Again, he is at the back end of this hold. And all the while, the front side of Furia goes swimmingly. 2 kills to Cerrado, 2 for Molodoy.
Boa! Vamos! Vambora! Já vai deixando o sub aí, você que tá aí. Já vai soltando o sub no peito do seu pai. Vai! Vambora!
Handles business, no problem. Molodoy is also floating up there at the top of E-Box.
Pode bangar, pode smocar, pode dar HE, pode dar até o cu, mano. Dá o cu, velho.
They get Furia to push into the positions they're looking for. The 1 or 2 guys they have holding.
Molodoy falou assim, ó.
Wonderful gets his number, 5v3 advantage. Navi, can you stomach a round 4 loss? Or rather, round 5 loss after just winning the first gun round?
That quickly, look at the tech.
Meio first.
You go right up into it.
Yeah, they got guns to protect. I don't think they even have the ability to.
Vamos.
Unless Navi want to give it to them.
Bora. Minha sogra não me responde, pra ver se ela vai trazer meu menino agora. Não! Chutaram o roteador do Fallen, mano! Ah, mano, é só comigo, velho, só comigo. Bota o dedo no meu cu 3 vezes, velho. Bota o dedo no meu cu 3 vezes. Tum. Aê, carai! Fallen! Ah, não! Vamos! Ah, mano!
And then Bit finds an angle over top of the smoke, which means all 3 of these players are not given a chance to survive. And we'll see if anybody else wants to take the fight to Cerrado.
What a response here from Wonderful. He's up to 8-2 already. Wasn't a huge factor. Ops in general weren't that much back on Inferno.
Mano, é guardar essa Alp e sacar aí.
Feels like they will be one now.
And you know, you actually pair this round with the last where Cerrado saves the day. Yeah. And you go, that was actually quite a good start to the round for Navi. They had the default to catch the pushes. From a game plan perspective, they laid the traps to breed the nervousness, to get the easy kills to start off. But then Cerrado tried through, sure. But we're talking about 4 rounds to 1 now.
Half a second sooner, that nade gets Mikaze off.
Cabeça já tá 0 bala, hein? Pronta pra doer de novo.
Scramble, Furia could get a little more going, but
this is unbelievable grit and
deixando esses
determination
horríveis
on
se acharem
display
bons,
for
é isso,
Navi.
velho.
If they're able, because
Tem que deixar os caras sonhar um pouco, mano, e pisar assim, ó.
talking up Furia and Fallen,
Pisar e
obviously, how
chutar,
could you not?
bicudão e mandar pra longe.
But the fact is, all that did was buy them a 3rd map. Meanwhile, Blade staying focused on the prize. We saw that early timeout from him back on Inferno, and he said, you guys look unfocused. He did that early
Se a
on.
FURIA
They were
jogasse
like 3
GC,
rounds
não
in.
tinha avançado no...
And he was right to the very end.
Pior, não tinha avançado.
But Navi, the team in Copenhagen, who
Tá bom, vai.
lost more rounds than they won.
Tem vídeo meu que pá, estoura, tem vídeo meu que pá, flopa pra caralho.
Overtime losses, play back from massive deficits, play as the underdog, believe no matter what.
And somehow not crumble under all of that going against you. So here we are. Still early days. Furia have taught us in that second map that you cannot write them off. But we're starting to get into very scary territory for Furia's CT side.
Yeah, this one's going to be very telling. Double up's a good spot. It must be a great hold.
Oh, it's got a lot to be desired with that one, Yuri. Oh, single kill, better than you think, Buster. And then that bomb gets quickly chucked down onto it. Fallen, what are you up to?
Oh, it's B site, so you do want to test the retake, even low numbers.
Right, but with Wonderful already perched on top of this exit. Whoa, that could have been the battle between the offers.
Wait, was that an easy shot? Was that actually a chance back into the round?
Wonderful's already on the pullback, Furia already on the save, and Navi already on this 5-1 lead.
Whoa.
Não vai não, filha da puta.
Did he have a line right there? He shot at something.
Insta-pop on the second frag.
É, 5-1, mano.
Oh, that's nasty.
Great shot.
I was looking at Wonderful and didn't even look like he was focused on that position. Insane.
Because he wasn't till he needed to be.
9-2, he climbs the board. He wants to be the guy you talk about at the end of this series.
Something poetic about Molodoy being someone who is compared to Simple in his play style, while it's Wonderful who filled Simple's shoes.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good point.
Stylistically, he is no Sasha, but at this major, this is a career-high performance for Wonderful coming into playoffs. At the majors that he's played, and he's talked a lot openly kind of about the psychological focus on making sure you can bring your best game to the table in these biggest matches. Burning here inside of Decon, down to 72. Him and Ema softened up by that util.
They'd love to get it off a util, you know, on the CT side. Just take the edge off in a round like this. Fallen making this push with a Famas out in front. The flash doesn't do anything. Both shut down. It's a bit of bit.
Back-to-back headshots on that one. Wonderful will get the long-range kill towards Outer. And with that,
eu coloco pouco mais de brilho na câmera, trava toda minha câmera.
Oh. Furia are getting crushed. Navi should be proud of every step of this hit. They've not made a mistake on this attack just yet.
Guarda as outras duas de novo, né?
Mistimed and misplaced. That's a freebie. Navi didn't have to dodge anything.
Nossa trilha é muito melhor, mano. Começou o drama. Mano, eu
falo,
Olis, ser brasileiro é muito bom, mas é muito difícil. É muito forte. É muito cremoso.
Did we fall for it, Launders? Did we think that after Gabriel's able to extend play that all the superstars for Furia should come together?
Every expectation seems to be getting subverted no matter what. And I mean, you know, even at the end with Molodoy, they gave him 2 maps to warm up and he gets that 4K.
Right, that's why I'm saying I was convinced.
He gets a 4K and that is it's a shining moment, but it's one of the only
Deixei fazer 6 e virei. Vambora.
And he's got months of form to be proud of and is going for Rookie of the Year, right? It's even technically relevant. Whoa, it's the legend. He's trying to show us. Wonderful's trying to hold on to this great week and a half. Yes. Wow. It's been kind of an aberration for him in a real big trough overall. But Navi obviously showing up for the major. Molodoy is just trying to do what he did.
Faster look, Ima
for his last 2 events.
Been a reason to play in front of this util, and Ima senses it again.
Why did you cost it?
Quesarado's been under pressure so many times, wrapping around that box, popped by Mikaze.
Oh, they're getting confused.
There is an X factor to the entry
Cadê
power.
Fúria sumiu, pessoal. Tá no vagão, pessoal? Vocês sumiram? Tô indo pra outra cidade, caralho. Porra, reage, mano.
7-1 lead for Navi over Furia on the T side of Train.
They said not only are we going to win this map, we're going to show you that we can beat Furia. That's going to put them in contention in this playoffs. Navi are not grinding this out.
Comigo não morreu,
They're
lá.
making it one-sided, the least expected result possible.
7-1 inevitável, né, ô Jorge? Olha lá.
Got Yuri shivering behind the bush right here.
É aquele modo que você se transforma nas coisas, tá ligado?
After all the gifts from Fallen, after the fact that they survived that massive comeback, I mean, they must have been over the mood going into that break.
How
does it all fall apart again so quickly?
Vou ter que tá pedindo lanche hoje, velho. Loucura.
Yeah, here we are, 7-1, Navi over top.
So it was Navi to get 1 round the last time they played Furia on Train.
And it's not even that long ago.
No.
Talk about an evolution.
Brasil com C cedilha.
You know, we had that Molodoy TeamSpeak clip where he said, guys, I've sucked for 2 maps. This one's going to be the difference. And that was off of the back of his 2K when him and Quesarado were successfully able to hold that outer yard. It is the one and only time that Furia's defense has stood this test. Quesarado remains at the top. He remains adamant about playing close on TCON. The problem is, Mikaze just kind of keeps slipping the net, attacking them from the side.
Very true.
And so Mikaze lingers outside of TCON this time, stands on his ground. Fallen's going to be far removed from anything that goes down on this B bomb site, but Molodoy, you have got to be able to offer us something if the attack comes B.
I love the lay of the map right now for the CT side with the Fallen push. Doesn't really have to go too far until a few more seconds from now, where it should be no reason he pushes Ivy. And this comes back to get checked. The problem is with Navi, they can come back to Ivy late. They're one of the few teams that will really run that kind of risk. Fallen's trying to be as careful as possible.
Perfection. Within the windows that Wonderful gives you, but now as the Opera is going to have hands busy.
He's playing this like Indiana Jones. The boulder's coming down towards him. He's trying to find his gap, but it gets dodged.
And now Wonderful knows that he's freed up to throw his utility, so over top it'll sail. Quesarado still pressing forward, but needs to start inching back. He'll get caught. Bit walks right through that smoke with his. Is it Yakindar's chance to shine? Cut down to the half HP. Molodoy arrives on the scene, equalizes this 3v3, and Yakindar catches another. All while Yuri's eventually gonna get here. They can't find him fast enough, but eventually they will. And now Yuri trying to attack with only 10 seconds left on this clock. They could line up. Bomb drop. Oh!
Não! Tira a cara, mano! Não dava tempo, mano! Não dava tempo, velho!
This outer yard belongs to him.
Ah, mano, caralho,
and it's not
mano!
endless amounts of frags, but
Ele vai se formando um clima lixo. 8-1. Não estamos fazendo é porra nenhuma. Tá todo mundo dentro dos vagão, velho. Vai tomar no cu, mano. Pô, pra jogar desse jeito o último mapa, que tivesse perdido o segundo, porra. Caralho, mano.
And all the positions he's finding himself in for himself are working out great. He's getting the first kill, he's surviving usually. But it's a spot where they're not like turning this into like a totally dominant position. And here, a walkout comes to punish Caseroto's position. By the way, I just love the change up in general. I love the
se o Wonderful tá fazendo o jogo da vida dele mesmo, vai tomar no cu desse cara, mano. Ele é o rei do time, nós somos os inimigos do time, mano. Bizarrice, velho. Vou sair daqui depressivo.
They're just sucking the life out of FURIA, who
Aí,
want to make something aggressive happen, but no, every time they try, they're gonna regret it.
Ó como é que joga igual idiota. Joga igual idiota! Idiota!
He just tells Mikaze, there's one that threatens me on the push. Ime walks out again, right? Just these walk contact moments coming through with headshots for Navi. Fallen will try his damnedest, that long-range 5-7 headshot. Not half bad. It opens up an upgrade here for Yakindar. What can he cut off? That's the bomb right in front of him. But that bomb's not alone. And the pack behind it are now ready to go in any which direction. 4v1. Navi have stepped up to the challenge of FURIA tonight. In what could have been closed on Inferno in more than one round. We thought that once we got to train, FURIA would be fired out. Instead, FURIA may just fizzle out. Mikaze's got another one for the road, his third kill on this round as they make quick work of this light buy from FURIA. It is light work for Navi.
It's insane. It's insane what we're seeing, and I mean, it could be characterized as a total collapse, but you've got to give so many points to Navi for their game plan right now. The amount of easy kills that they're getting, the amount of times that FURIA players are flashed, blinded, spinning in circles, trying to make up for a situation they didn't realize was happening so soon. Innumerable. It's a bit of both.
It's Rifles again here, fighting for anything. 3-round CT side. That is a damning half. I don't care who you are, you feel so insignificant when you look up at that scoreboard right now. FURIA.
It is interesting, even when Navi were losing that lead back on Inferno, we never really talked about them tilting or starting to get less confident. Exactly. It never felt like that, actually.
There was like a split second where Alexi looked a little frantic, but that's fine. It was a high-pressure situation. Cool, calm, and collected. Clinically cutting down FURIA here on train. Caseroto's tried a whole lot of different looks in terms of holding this outer yard. Has only been successful once. Fallen, thrown forward,
countered every time. They're just a little farther back every single time.
And they do a great job of dodging FURIA's opening moves.
Here's Caseroto floating again.
Attempts at threats. He will take the shot to Ime.
Cacera, eu ouvi o cara correr. Se você não ouviu, você é louco.
You know, Maui Snake had the praise for Mikaze because he could always still find somehow to attack you from the back line. And as the front of that A-bomb site held momentarily, Alexi B still finds the solution and the man advantage. 15 to the clock. Mikaze's cut open a wound on the other side and will go smoke into connector node. Double Molly. Moladoy sits on the other side. Bomb is inevitably planted. They have got to go for the retake here. They need these round wins. But the crossfire's already been set up by Navi, and they await your attempt. This act of desperation.
Not even a damn scrap for you, FURIA.
3 kills on that op for Moladoy, this entire CT side. This kid has blown expectations out of the water in his rookie year.
But no one is better than the biggest stage. You have to prove yourself every day in this game.
Just fighting for exits is his reality in this moment. Oh, and his counterpart's gonna try to hunt him down. This threat is real. No, he gets away with it. So an op save for FURIA's final attempt on this CT side. His confidence, he tried to grow it He tried to maybe convince them all after that first strong round in the outer hold, but we have seen nothing since. If anything, Cacerato's trying to keep it alive.
I mean, again, I'm seeing a map that doesn't make any sense. I'm seeing Cacerato. Where's the full control of train that we normally see out of Furia? Where are these opening kills? And how is it that Navi are finding a game plan that totally starves them out, punish them for every aggressive option, or no team to be able to prove it so far? Starting off round 12.
Avanço nada a ver, tá ligado? Decisão tosca. A gente tá perdendo pra gente mesmo, velho. Tá ligado? Pra gente mesmo.
Chance for Molodoi. It's gonna start feeling like it's getting dogpiled on him. Teammates here to recover, and you can see him under pressure. 4 frags to his name on this half, and if he allowed Ivy to get open just now so that the rest of Furia's efforts on the front of that bomb site are all in vain, this is nightmare fuel for the young Kazakh Opper. Teammates he can tend to rely on, stepping ever closer towards the threat of Navi. 45 seconds here. Smoke's gonna fade.
Crava aí, Kindar. Crava aí, crava aí, crava aí.
At MP9 up close, only a quarter HP for Yakindar. It's right there for him. Man advantage right there for the taking. Yeah, and he'll catch him on the timing. Well done, Yakindar into the op as well. One for the road here for Furia by the looks of things, unless a 50 health Mikave cut down nearly 12 points of HP.
Deixa ele guardar essa do caralho aí. Boa, tá, não vai guardar porra nenhuma, filha da puta! Filha da puta! Filho da puta, não vai guardar não. Filho da puta! Aí é o último round. Tô perdido já, mano, tô perdido. Perdido, mano. Deixei fazer 10 e virei, guys. Força! Vambora! O que eu falo tá carregando essas mulas é sacanagem? Porra, velho. Caralho, mano. Caralho. Porra, mano! Mano, aqui tem que ganhar o pistol, ganhar o armado, pra ter um sonho, tá? Perdeu o pistol, acabou. Perdeu o pistol, acabou. Perdeu o pistol, acabou. Perdeu o pistol, acabou. Aqui aí acabou. Não tem nem o que falar mais. Perdeu, acabou. Ganhar tudo, tem que ganhar tudo. Vamos ganhar tudo, velho. Vamos ganhar, cara. Vambora, 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 vambora. Vambora, 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 vambora. Vambora, vambora. Zóia a economia dele. É, até aqui. Tem que ir, velho. Sei nem o que tem, velho. Sei nem o que tem que velho. Sei lá, mano. $18 segundos. Pera aí, já volto, já volto, já volto.
Inferno comeback that gave the world belief in Furia's ability to stand up to the plucky Navi that stepped into this quarterfinals tonight. But Navi show us that preparation is gold, that the recovery from that loss on Inferno is not going to put a dent in the confidence of a T-side map that they were blown out of the water on last time these teams met.
Navi are the team that they go beyond. No, it doesn't matter how many layers of scar tissue they have, they still fight. They've seen death too many times.
Beretta's on Ivy.
Voltei.
Furia on life support. And Ema in the backdrop is the one to get the first kill. Good on Molodoy to recover.
Olha esse maquê. Ah, mano. Filho da puta esse cara aí, ó. Jogou mano, esse cara não jogou nada o Major inteiro. Esse cara não jogou nada o Major inteiro. Aqui, acabou, guys. Aqui acabou. Acabou. Uma casa onde...
What are we watching? Every single expectation coming into the series has been subverted. From Inferno not being a close to Furia not building any momentum off of that comeback. To the opening blowout back on Mirage. To Molodoy missing. That's something no one wanted to see, regardless of the result.
And instead, on the other side of the server is a Wonderful that continues to exceed his major reputations, who will be a driving force in Navi's run this time around when he wasn't in Copenhagen. And on top of that, major playoff debutee Makaze now has a map to reference. There was a lot of talk on the desk with potentially Molodoy being that difference maker, so we could point to him and say he can do it here on the biggest stage that Counter-Strike has to offer. Well, instead, Makaze is ready to steal that spotlight.
Oh, absolutely. His main competition might be exiting after a couple of rounds.
Pistol rebuttal by Molodoy, just the one. Makaze on for the quad kill. This outer yard belongs to him.
It's a shutdown. Kyosuke's out. It looks like Molodoy might be next. Maybe the most slept on in terms of roster moves. It felt like an emergency when Makaze came into the team. But he decided to be the change, to be the difference, not to come in and get carried. A hard job and a messy scene on Navi. Emotionally, everybody knew it from the outside. He's slotting in.
Fast util out from TCON, just one player behind it. What do you do? How, after finding the highs that you have in 2025, can you stomach the thought of a major loss in such embarrassing fashion? A fast play, fight for your lives! K-Serrato and Yakindar with the opening two. Alexi slips out though with that MP9, taking damage all the while. They're gonna try to climb over top of him, shots being missed, but they'll recover. And so Furia, a potential third, but Makaze's still out here, and Makaze's a monster. As he looks on, he's going to try to flood into the bomb site. Furia still with a little fight left in them.
They stave him off. It's a force down. They have almost nothing to work with, but they put together a round. They'll have to outdo themselves with the Inferno comeback to make this one happen by...
incomemorável, mano.
A factor I can't even calculate. Like, to do this on the T side, after what they've shown us so far... Not even a rifle yet. Fallen trying to fire them up. He's made some big comebacks in his career. This one mentally might be going for number one.
Wonderful doesn't even don the op here in round 16. But the rifle's alive inside of this B site. This is majority stack for Navi. We could talk about Makaze and Wonderful exceeding expectations. It's beautiful to see Bit being a rock-solid piece for this team yet again.
And just like that, the Abyss is calling you.
3v5 recovery demanded of Furia. Their mental tested from the get-go in this quarterfinal. Earlier this season, Blade gave an interview as the struggles of Navi were real. He would take those little wins. He said this plan was where it needed to be. That everything was in place. Believe in Blade's plan, and maybe, just maybe, it's a major miracle again. 3v5 is where Furia will try to dig back from. You've got Wonderful on the rotation, but caught off by that Bit hold, and into the cover as he eats the flashbangs. Yakindar and K-Serrato called upon, and they will get cut down. You are stuffed, and your major run is done. The crown falls from Furia's head, and Navi amongst the four teams that'll chase it to the end. This major is truly now open for the taking. Because believe your eyes, haters can hate again. This is a flashback to Copenhagen. Navi are born to win and designed
Cara, pode... sei lá, mano. Sei, mano. Tem que falar, mano. Cara, assim... a nave, incontestavelmente... Que porra de fúria foi essa? Incontestavelmente a nave foi superior, guys. Isso aí, tipo... É ruim, né, mano? Pra gente, assim, velho. Que torce pra caralho. Pô, eu gosto muito, mano, de CS. Eu torço muito. A nave, mano, foi absurdamente superior. Não, isso aí não tem o que falar. Mas esse último mapa, mano... Eu não sei, velho. O Monodon tá perdido desde o primeiro mapa, mano. Tá ligado? Tipo... eu acho que a gente também duvidou muito, tá ligado, da nave. Pô, espancamos os caras lá na fase de grupo lá, tá ligado? Espancamos os caras na fase de grupo. Mas é fase de grupo, mano. Metemos 13-2 os caras. Era um mapa que não era bom dos caras, provavelmente, que era NAVI. É difícil, velho. É, até travou a porra da transmissão. Tá ligado? É... a FURIA era uma das favoritas. Isso é fato. É um time forte, mano. Porra, a gente tá bem pra caralho. A gente veio bem de todos os campeonatos, saca? A gente veio bem em todos os campeonatos aí, pô. Tá ligado? Não tem o que falar, mano. A nave foi superior, ponto. Acabou. Não tem passada de pano, não tem... Não tem o que falar, mano. É final. Perdemos, Hasashi. Subestimamos o Godinez pra caralho, mano. Mano, a taxa de vitórias na trem era nossa, tipo, da porcentagem. Além do plano de jogo deles que acabou com nós. Não teve, tipo, mano, desde o primeiro mapa eu tô falando, tá jogando muito com respeito, tá ligado? Muito com respeito, muito passivo, mano. Aí a Inferno, porra, virou... o primeiro half foi 8-4 pra nave. Amassamos, cara. Os caras tirou força não sei da onde, mano. Caralho. Amassamos, pra caralho, pra caralho. Vamos com moral pro último mapa? Vamos. Não tá... Mano, tem dia que não é dia, velho. Isso é com todo mundo, mano. Tá ligado? Todo mundo. Mas assim, é o que a gente tava falando. Porra, a gente subestimou a nave pra caralho também, tá ligado? Mas... né? Passamos aí times que a gente achou que não passaria. Acabou, Hasashi, acabou. Foi 2-1 pra... 2-1 pra nave, mano. 2-1 nave. História tava a favor pra caralho, mano. A favor pra caralho. A favor pra caralho. Porcentagem também tava a favor. É que assim, porcentagem não influencia em porra nenhuma. As últimas 4 partidas contra a nave, a gente ganhou as 4. Se fosse MD5, nós ganhava. Já é as quartas, Hasashi. Acabou, mano. Muita penadeira na Mirage. Então, a Mirage... porra, a Mirage a gente apanhou, velho. Nossa, a Mirage foi feio demais. Feio demais, mano. Bateram forte, mano. Ah, saíram do Discord? Então foi. Bateram muito forte, mano. Bateram forte. Mas, mano... é o que eu falei. A gente subestimou... e tá tudo bem, velho. Tudo bem. Eu espero só que a nave seja campeã. Tipo, essa... é isso que eu espero. ligado? Por quê? Perdemos pro campeão. Tá ligado? Pelo menos vamos perder pro campeão. Então... Não tem como, né? Então, tem Spirit, tem Phase. É, tem isso também, né? Mas... Não curtiu o desempenho do Yuri? Acho que ninguém curtiu, Godinez. Ninguém curtiu. Mas é isso, mano. Não sei se eu vou transmitir a semifinal amanhã. Sei. Sei, mano. Mas é isso, velho. Acabou com o meu dia. Antes fosse só com o seu, Rossachi. Mano, mas a gente foi bem no campeonato. Poderíamos ter sido melhor levado? Porra, pra caralho. Quem não quer, velho? Mais do que a gente, os caras que tá jogando, velho. Óbvio, isso é fato, mano. Mas tem dia que não é dia, velho. Tem dias que são noites, mano. Tem dias que são noites. Aniversário da minha mulher hoje. Eu aí triste. Loucura. Mas é isso, pessoal. Eu acho que vai servir de exemplo pra não subestimar o inimigo, velho. O inimigo. Mas foi um bom campeonato, mano. Alguns podem discordar de mim, mas no meu ponto de vista foi um bom campeonato. Éramos o favorito, mas quando não é pra ser, não é, velho. Dói, mano. Dói pra caralho. Mole dói, imagina dura, mano. Tá ligado? Foda, foda. Falha como sempre, com dor nas costas. Sempre, velho. Vou lá dar uma corridinha. Oh, vai lá, mano. Vai lá. Obrigado, Luiz. Tamo junto, viu? Mesmo você tendo chegado na última, só arrombado. Vai lá dar aquela corridinha marotinha. Vai lá, tamo junto. Obrigado, viu, mano? Obrigado mesmo. Não, fala, ele é absurdo, mano. É absurdo. Pessoal, é isso, manos. Eu vou me despedindo de vocês. A live hoje foi bom. Bom em partes, né? Não terminou como a gente queria. Mas seguiremos fortes para o próximo, velho. Lembrando, o IM Rio começa 13 de abril, tá? Vamos tentar desenrolar um patrocínio para ir para lá, velho. Se Deus quiser, a gente vai conseguir, mano. Vamos conseguir. Vamos tentar. E é isso. F, fio. F pra caralho. Mas tá bom, mano. Seria melhor se fosse pior. Na verdade. Fomos bem, velho. A gente foi bem pra caralho. Guys, é isso. Muito obrigado a quem colou aí. Quem puder, me siga nas redes sociais, tá no link embaixo aí, ó. Quem tá no YouTube, vem na Twitch. Quem tá na Quicada, vem na Twitch aí também, GabesLima. Me segue aí, mano. Me segue aí pra vocês ficarem sabendo das fofocas que eu posto. Tá bom. Muito obrigado a galera que colou, mano. Chegou muita gente nova aí, mano, em todas as plataformas. Mano, foi muito foda. Se eu não fizer a semifinal e a final... Eu acho que eu vou fazer a final, mano. Não sei. Não faz sentido, né, mano? Não tem Brasil. Mas eu vou tentar fazer, mano, a final aí. Se eu tiver de boa amanhã, traga as games também. Mas foi muito foda, mano, transmitir. Brasil. A gente é brasileiro, né, velho? Porra. Brasileiro sofre mesmo e é bom, velho. Show, muito obrigado a galera que colou aí. O Godines, o Cris, o Luiz aí. Phil. Dornelinha, Sussolinezinho, Mister. O cara que tava comigo também no Discord aqui. Marcelo, o Júnior, o Dark. Galera que tá sempre aí. É isso. F Brasil, manos. F Brasil. Show? Só porque minha cabeça melhorou, mano. Tava muito afim de gritar nesse último. Mas tá bom. Guys, tamo junto. Muito obrigado. Boa sexta. Acho que eu volto mais tarde, mano. Não sei. Vamos ver. Já matei minha live de hoje também, né? Meu ban também saiu. Minha suspensão saiu. Então talvez eu abra a live à noite, mano. Vamos ver. Eu abri lá pelas 11h30. Meia-noite. Fechou, guys? Tamo junto. Muito obrigado de coração a vocês aí que estão na live, que ficaram até o final. Todos, tá? De todas as plataformas. E a galera que sempre apoia. Galera nova que chegou. É isso, mano. Tamo junto. Beijo no coração. Vai Fúria, porra. É Fúria, caralho. É Brasil, mano. Independente da vitória ou da derrota. Queríamos a vitória, mas não veio. Mas é isso. A sensação é de tristeza mesmo, mas não tem o que fazer. Show? Beijo. Tamo junto. Amo todos vocês, sem exceções. Até quem é cuzão. Valeu, guys. Beijo no coração. Fica pro Papai do Céu. Tamo junto.